Hello.
Hello, everyone. Hello. And yes, Mark, I will. You better believe it. I will. Damn it. Somehow, I don't know how this managed to happen, but the thing managed to actually sneak stealth mode his way into the stream. I don't know how that happened. I didn't know the thing had.
Never heard of him. What's up?
Oh my god.
Hey, Clobby.
Hey there. Hey, thanks for the invite, my friends. I'm honored.
Yeah. Well, you know what? You're one of Wait, hold on. You do know a thing like about Star Trek, right? Like just a
I've heard
thing,
of it.
maybe.
I've heard of it. I've heard of it.
It's a minor thing that you cover on your channel, right?
Well,
I've heard
of it. Yeah, and I also hear there's a lot of fakes of it going on around out there. You know, a lot of counterfeit crap out there.
Like almost fan-made stuff.
Yeah, no, they were definitely made by anti-fans. Actually, I would say not fans at all.
Oh, so
there are
trolls.
fans doing it, and some of the fan stuff's pretty good. This is the anti-fans of the problem. They're called corporate slugs.
Oh, okay. So you just got like a bunch of trolls, corporate trolls out there making stuff.
Yes,
I got
you. Exactly. Gotcha. Yes.
I call them shit.
Call them what?
Yeah.
I call them shit.
Oh my god.
That's to the point and succinct and not inaccurate.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, you can't. You're not wrong. They are definitely that. They're worthless. They're talentless hacks, sucking off of the creations of others. Like
What? That doesn't happen.
Never happens.
That never happened.
Fake Drek.
Drek. My goodness.
But they've got plenty of sycophants out there that. Anyway.
Well, don't worry. The musical will save it.
I have watched the trailer, and that is I think that's because right now, so Loki and I have actually, funnily enough, similar to what you've been doing, Clobberin, we kind of started watching Star Trek like in order. TOS, then we watched all Next Generation. We watched all of DS9. We kind of skipped Voyager.
We're just getting started with that.
I can't get past the coffee episode. It breaks me every time.
There are good episodes of Voyager.
I don't know, man. Those last two seasons of DS9 were such a terrible slog. After I used to like the show a lot more. Now I'm so happy to be rid of it. Voyager doesn't bug me as much yet. Now I'm not saying it won't. We're just getting started back on it. Okay, it's been a while, but I'm telling you what, I'm so relieved to be away from the damn soap opera, all the silly religious crap and the war stuff, and the so non-Trek of that show. As much as I did like it in the early days, and I like a lot of the characters. Man, it was romance drill. It was the love boat, except it was sitting still. It was Dynasty. It was Dallas. Man, that show, when you go back, it does not, on an individual episodic level, pass the smell test. The show it was ripping off, Babylon 5, was much better.
I haven't seen Babylon 5, but I did thoroughly enjoy DS9. I will say that I think they fumbled the last season a bit. I will agree with you on that. That last season with Ezra, whatever her name is. Ezra's stupid. I kind of liked her at first, and then, man, I've never seen such rushed character
it was just
development, quote unquote.
I mean, Nicola DeBoer did not have like a chance at all, really.
No,
should have been she's 3 lovely. Seasons. 3 seasons with her. You should have given her 3 seasons minimum to build that character up. You gave her like any favors. Maybe a half a season.
Right. They didn't do her any favors with some of the dumb stuff they made her do, like getting all messed around with Morph again, and then all of a sudden just in love with Julian.
Yeah.
Don't agree with it. They kind of fumbled it, but then again, most of them do.
I also did not the whole idea of so like Terry Farrell, her contract was up. She wanted to raise. She didn't get it.
Yep.
She agreed to, okay, I'll be a supporting character. And they were like, oh, we'll just kill you off. Well, it would have been better. it would have been better just
Let
to
her
keep
go
her.
somewhere else. Right.
Yep.
Let the character go
should, yeah.
somewhere else and be alive. It was
I
so
mean, you
stupid.
could, yes, 100%. But you could have had Esri. You could have had her, but then do not have her on DS9. Have her go off, do something else, because that's what they were supposed to do, right?
That was the least of that show's problems, especially in the sixth season and seventh seasons. When you know what? Look,
The
I'm not the most
baseball
religious-
episode irritated me so
Horrible.
much.
Horrible. What they did to what's his face, Cisco, making him a baby space Jesus was horrible. All the romance
I didn't
stuff
care
was
for that
going.
either. Yeah.
The Kira Odo stuff. Oh my god, and all the crap with Section 31. I hate that kind of trash. It doesn't belong in Star Trek. So much stuff doesn't belong. Oddly, what we're about to talk about today is another idea of people who are in charge of a Star Trek property that don't understand it and put things in there that don't belong.
So, I also say
9.
DS9 is up there, and just in my opinion, and I'm just gonna drop this lightly. I'm gonna drop it lightly, and I'm gonna move on. Because the video we're covering today is 30 minutes. So
boy.
It's a big boy. But I do at
Go for it.
some point want to have I would love to have a big discussion on what is Star Trek. That is something I do want to do one day. Because we have different generations, we have different points of view, we have different, I think that would be a very interesting conversation. And obviously, Clobby, you will be invited.
I would love to be. When
Yes,
it comes to stuff like that, I always defer to a creator. It doesn't matter whether I think that creator is right about everything or wrong about everything, or I disagree with it. If they created it, then I'm usually, look, that's your creation. Like George Lucas pissed me off what he did to the special editions, for example. But they were his to do it to. Whereas people who come along later, the people who come along and, take over later, sometimes after it's been taken away from the creator or whatever, or he's gone, and they just do whatever the hell they want to it, I have no respect for it. Create your own shite. Do your own thing. What have you ever created? Ronald D. Moore or Rick Berman or Michael Piller? What did you guys ever create? Because trash Roddenberry, he was an imperfect human being. I don't agree with everything either, but it was his creation. You want to do something else? Create your own and screw around with it. That's where I'm coming from when it comes to stuff like that.
Yeah.
George Lucas, all kind of things I don't know about. It was his show. It was his creation. And his to screw up if he wants to screw it up. Just the way I've always been about creators, because so many things happen in comics, as you know, where creators created things and have them taken from them and warped and ruined by a big
Superman. Excuse me.
So many of them. But anyway, we'll go to the topic at hand. I just wanted to let you know that's where I always stand when it comes to creations taken away from someone.
No, I 100% understand that. And
Bill
believe it
Finger.
or not,
Excuse me.
you gotta take some medicine for that, Josh, man.
I'm sorry.
It's really bad cold you got there.
Well, we have a video. Yay.
Yes, we do. So, let's see. There was a second link that I sent you, Clobby. That's to watch together. So you can actually pause. So we can all be it's like we're all in the same room together, and you can pause it when you have a point. Yes.
Okay.
Totally not ripped off from that. Yeah. So that pauses it for everybody. So we're not opening different tabs and looking at the video in different places.
I'll try not to interrupt too much.
Together. Oh, no, by all means, interrupt all you want, because
Roger Dodger.
you can pause. And believe it or not, I did invite you on to talk about it.
Oh, I'm willing. I'm willing. I'm here for you. You're the captain.
Excellent. All right. It's very exciting stuff. This guy, the guy we're covering today, is Steve Shives. I have heard his name.
No. Really? Yes. Oh, Jesus Christ. This guy's the biggest cuck, Fruit Loop, SJW, asshead. Oh, God, no, I know him very well. Well, not know him personally, but you know what I mean. Oh, this is great.
Okay, you know what? Maybe you're the reason why I know his name, because I know his name, and I couldn't remember why I knew his name.
I think we have covered him before, Eris.
Maybe.
I'll tell you, I don't know. It's not me, but I'll tell you why you know his name, because he's a way out there, far nut job SJW. I'm not talking about someone you just disagree with politically or whatever here there you may or may not disagree with. I'm talking about one of the hate monger types. I mean, one of the
Oh yes.
whack jobs, big
Mhm.
time. He is the cliche.
Ooh.
You don't like, for example, and he'll probably do it in the video. I don't know if you've seen it or not. If you don't like STD, I'm sure he's going to find a way to call you a sexist. Or if you don't like
Oh.
Michael Burnham, or what, this is one of the guys. Whether he does it in this video or not, I can't say. But if he he is one of those that's a hardcore. Well, if you don't like this thing, you're probably you're probably a sexist if you don't like any of the new Star Trek.
Ooh.
I guarantee you that's where this idiot's coming from.
Well, you know what? I'll throw out a hot take. Oh, I'm gonna put this thing. I'm gonna cook it. I'm gonna throw it out there on a plate. How about this? How about we don't name female characters male names because I think that's sexist.
Well, you're just a sexist yourself. There you
I
go. So there.
know. I got that internalized misogyny. It's just
You stole my joke.
Well, you just
I
have
was
to
about
mute.
to make that internalized misogyny joke. Damn it.
Yeah, coming from the
That-
man who decided
Yeah.
to. I'm sorry, the fox. I'm sorry, I misspecied you.
How
The fox.
dare you? I
The fox who-
identify as a cybernetic fox. Deal
My
with it.
My
can't
I'm
bad.
believe it's Steve
here.
Shives. This is
I'm
hilarious.
robotic. Get
Robotic
used to
fox.
it.
Oh my god.
So this is going to be fun. Shives, oh my goodness. Go ahead. Go for it.
Yes, I'm very excited. I'm very excited. So yes, 30 minutes long. I was just looking up stuff, because Loki and I we've started watching Enterprise. Paramount Plus, funnily enough, begged, and I do mean begged because I read the email, begged him to come back, and so they gave us a month for free, which we're obviously going to cancel at the end of the month.
Wow.
No, they did. They begged
Oh.
him to come back and threw a month free on top, which is all we're
Yeah.
going to do. We're not going
I have
giving
to
them
keep
any
it
money.
until I run out of. I don't have all the Treks on DVD. I have Enterprise, but on the old set. I have, of course, original
Mhm.
series. I don't have any of the other ones, so I have to keep it until I make sure. Even though I have another source, when that source doesn't
Mhm.
work for whatever reason, I got the backup. For reviewing, got to have it.
Gotcha.
So yeah.
I
Other than that,
gotcha.
when I'm done reviewing Trek, it's gone.
We have I think we have all the Star Treks. The problem we have is that since we moved, we have like
All in
I don't know,
boxes?
we have like a small mountain range of boxes filled with Blu-rays and DVDs.
That's the way I move those.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Yeah, I don't know where everything got organized. I'm sorry, got just thrown in together. So it's
There you go.
Yeah, I got
Oh,
all. I got all of Real Trek on physical media last year. I think I was when I
Good
completed
job.
it.
yeah.
So
When
I have it all.
when I say all of Star Trek, I think everyone here understands what I mean. Obviously, after Enterprise, there is
No.
there's
No, legit.
nothing. Yeah,
In
no.
name only.
So
In
No.
name only.
no. I think from what I've gathered, the closest we've gotten is the Vic Mignogna fan series that he did.
Oh yeah, the fan
That-
stuff. Yeah, sure.
That was all right.
Yeah.
It's good. I don't
I
consider
guess
it
them.
to be Real Trek, but it's closer than the corporate sludge
Yeah.
will ever do.
Mm-hmm.
Orville seemed pretty decent. The seasons
Yeah,
that
first
I
two
watched
seasons.
it.
Yeah.
I didn't watch season 3. I didn't
Lucky
hear
you.
the best of
I
things
have
about it.
access to watch season 3, and I haven't even been
Lucky you.
tempted.
I don't feel motivated to, and that's always kind of odd to me. But
I
yeah,
look
we're watching
forward-
Enterprise right now because we're in the first season. We literally started earlier this week. But in the first season, I like T'Pol, but I'm always a sucker for Vulcans. I just am. I like Vulcan
Yeah, I like
characters.
Paul. Yeah.
And I love the Doctor, whose name I am currently
Phlox.
forgetting.
I love
I
Phlox.
will-
He's really good.
I
Yeah.
hate Phlox with a passion.
I love Phlox. Greatness. Love him.
Okay.
I love
Well,
Trip. Trip's my favorite.
Trip's a
I'm
good
6
character,
episodes
and
in.
he did improve because he started off as too stupid to be how can you possibly be in charge of a warp core? When
Nah, I
he
didn't
sounds
see
like
that.
he
I didn't think
should.
so. I
But
agree with that.
well, I'm just
But he and
early
Archer,
on.
I like his and
Early-
Archer's relationship, and him and Reed. But go ahead, sorry.
Well, I was just about to say, especially the first season, I thought Trip was just too stupid. They wrote him too much like a redneck. but he definitely grew, and like by the end of the show, it's like
Oh, I
okay,
always loved him.
I
He's my favorite.
really liked Trip by the end.
I was fine by get go, but I hear you. I mean, I don't know. I don't see that at all, but that's cool. I mean, I loved him. I loved Archer. Look, I went and hate. I didn't like Quantum Leap. I went in hating that show. So I'm like the Quantum Leap guy. I can't do this. And I watched it anyway. That first one it came on, and I liked the clunkiness of the first 2 seasons where they don't know what they're doing. They shouldn't be out there. They're the only ship out there. They don't have a guideline to go by. That gave them some, in my opinion, some very interesting one-off episodic science fiction, and it felt more like the original series to me. Whereas a lot of these shows, by the time there's Picard's time and all that stuff, which is still fine, they're more like they've got. I mean, it's a huge, gigantic, powerful federation, which is great. But I was kind of see that. It was kind of cool to see it from the other end too. But anyway, we've got a video to beat up.
Yes. So I just got 2 more things. First of all, fuck you, Mark. I am in episode 6 of season 1. If you just spoiled something for me, I will find you. Okay, fuck you. I'm not even halfway into season 1. Okay. All right.
You won't have to worry about that for a while.
Point 2. Do you know what Loki did to me? You know what Loki did? Okay.
That's right, Mark.
Because I didn't know about the intro sequence issues. Okay, I didn't know. I didn't know.
Oh,
do you know what he did?
Theme song.
He puts on the first episode.
It's been
He puts the remote. Oh, so remember, I'm under. So just as a reminder, I am underneath the covers. I'm all, I'm snuggy and I'm all like covered up. And he puts the remote on his nightstand. Okay. So I'm all covered up, whatever, and he leaves the room right before the intro sequence starts to play.
Long road getting from there to here.
Yeah, that's my introduction.
There's a video. There is a video where someone took the opening sequence of Enterprise and
they got Archer's theme on it.
No. And well, there's that one, but there's also the theme song to Perfect Strangers, and it fits perfectly.
I gotta see that. I gotta watch that.
Like, I mean, right? Like the first time it's like standing tall, as red as the rockets launching. It's like it fits seamlessly.
See, the mistake they made was that Archer's theme is pretty good. It feels very Trekkish, and originally it was going to be the opening theme, which is at the end, which is on the end credits, right?
Which should be the main title.
Right, they could have done that. Then you could have your little song at the end credits, like blah blah blah, little short things for your end credits. And some of the words to it do speak to the spirit of Star Trek. It's just kind of it's hokey and it doesn't belong before a Star Trek show. And
it was not very jarring.
But when I first heard it, I thought it was Rod Stewart. That guy's doing his best, Rod Stewart. I mean, that's whatever.
It does, yeah.
Russell Wilson. I mean. Something, whatever his name is. Not Russell Wilson, he's a quarterback. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, no, you're fine. I was I wanted that to be known out there.
I know a lot of people hate that, right? I got used to it, but it's not a good idea.
It was jarring, because I didn't know what to expect.
No, nobody expected it because he thought you were just going to get. I mean, look at Voyager. Say what you want, man. That Joy Goldsmith theme is beautiful.
It's great.
Yeah. And so I watched a lot of Trek at this point. The only one I hadn't seen was Voyager. Well, I have seen some of Voyager, but I was expecting some kind of spacey.
Oh Lord, yeah.
Spacey intro music, and I get that. And
bad decision. And it got them all. It got them the ridicule they deserved. Good.
And it's not just that they used a pop song. It's such a generic pop song. It's like, oh, okay.
I don't think anything would have been appropriate, really, as far just other than orchestral.
Yeah. But I agree with
that. Absolutely would have been preferable. Don't get me wrong. I absolutely.
Like I said, Archer's theme is good.
Like you said, the ending theme should be the main title theme.
That was supposed to be, and like you said, someone did a video of the opening credits, which I think are really beautiful. I love all that space flight, and they put it the Archer theme, and it works. I mean, that's what that should have been all along. I don't.
Yeah.
Rick Berman, dude, what's wrong with you, idiot? But then again, he's better than the guys we're about to talk about.
I miss Rick Berman with a passion now. It's I didn't realize how good we had it.
Agreed, Dave Bob. Strangled worms is the worst. But anyway, I'm ready when you are. Sorry, I keep delaying.
Okay. You don't need it. I'm the one that.
Let's see Steve. My buddy Steve. I haven't seen him in years.
Yes. All right. Are you all ready?
Go for it.
It was the best of times. It was the worst of times.
Oh.
Star Trek was returning to television with an all-new series, and fans of the franchise, sustained of late only by a hit-or-miss series of films, were holding their breath in anticipation. And then finally, the new show premiered, and
it sucks.
Some people liked it, though there were others who suspected that those who said they liked it were only pretending to, because they had built up such an emotional investment in the show that they couldn't face the possibility.
I was out of curiosity. Which Trek is he talking about? Is he talking about Discovery? Because I don't know what he's talking about. It's got to be the one
he's talking about right now.
I don't know what he's talking about.
He hasn't named it, and there's been a lot lately, so I don't know what he's talking about.
I guess he probably means SCD, I guess.
I'm also distracted by the fact that there's no Constitution class ship next to him. You got the Defiant, you got the Galaxy, you got the Sovereign class, you got DS9, but you don't have the Constitution.
Is that an NX? I can't tell. What's an NX over there?
I think that's the Sovereign.
I can't really see it. But...
I think that's the Enterprise E.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, E. Yeah, you're right. You're E. It's a little small E, but it's E. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, the E is smaller than the D, but
right. It's a little small Eagle Moss or whatever.
I mean, the D is really big.
Mark, Captain Shaw didn't deserve anything but the ridicule he deserved. Captain Shaw's an idiot character. Come on, man. You're old enough to know better than that. Go ahead.
Oh my god. All right.
Clobby, I think Clobby, you're gonna love it when I release my Picard season 3 review.
Oh, good. Finally, someone with some sanity. In other words, what you're saying.
I think so.
People lost their dumb minds on that horrible show. But anyway, go ahead.
Hey, I don't know. I don't have an opinion other than the very little that I've heard from Loki. And the only things that he really talked about to me about were, hey, the character that came back that I liked and the one that happened before, I liked seeing them again. And I was like, okay, I agree.
Well, don't get me started on that. Don't get me started on that shit. Oh, but look at Steve. Look at Steve, man. Yeah. This guy didn't he annoy you in the first 3 seconds? Or am I wrong?
I have a bit of an immunity.
Okay, fair enough.
When it comes to cringe and soy, you do this for a couple of years and you kind of build up an immunity, so to speak. So
I gotcha. He didn't have any potential at all, Mark. He was a dope and a shitty character and should not worthy of being a starship captain like every other dumb character on those shows. Mark, dude, don't let me come up there.
But he likes an asshole, and you know what?
Yeah, but he was badly written. I mean, the actor's fine. I like the actor too, but the character's written like a dumb moron, and what? Never mind. Yeah, he's like that typical captain that they put in an episode just to be an idiot on purpose. Well, that's fine. That's what he was for. But he's not a good character.
I also loved when they had a briefing about what to do, and none of the Titans crew was actually involved in the meeting.
And then in the last episode,
that makes perfect sense to me.
How about in the last episode when he turns into the cuck boy and he's recorded his message about how wonderful and Seven really is, and she's the bestest ever, and all that. Turns out he was such a old softy after all. He sucks. Anyway, that's okay. We'll love you too, Mark. Don't worry about it. Anyway, I'm sorry. I keep derailing. Let's go to our buddy Steve.
How dare you talk, Clobby? That's not allowed.
I'm sorry. I'm just so anxious to hear what our buddy Steve has to say. Trek actually. Oh my God, Trek actually. You need to be punched in the face for that right there.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, you didn't.
I mean, it's hard to imagine that there's someone involved with Star Trek in some way who has more soy in his body than Will Wheaton, but we found him.
This is it right here. This dude, look at that face. I mean, I'm not going to talk about advocating violence, but do you not want to just, never mind. Oh my God. Let's hear some more Mark. I mean, it's going to be, Steve, this is going to be fascinating.
Yeah. All right.
Oh my God, a little a little Freudian slip there, Clobby.
Yes. I'm sorry, Mark.
Mark is the one with abs. Okay. Mark is the one with abs. He is,
That's
what,
true.
27?
Hey, I love you, Marco. Marco and the dude. I love you, man. Don't worry about it. Just go ahead.
Wasn't good. Others didn't like it so much and said so. Critics wrote reviews declaring that the new Trek was a tad below warp speed, poorly cast, grim, and that.
Ooh, okay. So
Which
I actually
one?
have theory. Hold on. We think we're like
he
he's
hasn't
probably
actually-
talking about
he hasn't-
Discovery.
But he hasn't
I'm
identified
going
it
to
because there's multiple shows now.
All right, so I'm gonna take a guess. He's tricking us because we're like, oh, he's obviously talking about Star Trek Discovery
Oh, he's talking
because we
about
hate it.
TNG.
He's talking about TNG.
He's talking about TNG. I know it.
Yes,
He's one of these little
yes.
punks. Oh, I hate him even more now. You're
So
right.
I
You're so right.
I skipped through this video just to see what was going on, but I when I say skip, I mean I literally just kind of skipped through it.
You
So
are so right.
I don't know. But
No, you're
I'm
right.
pretty sure it's TNG. I'm pretty sure.
And he's not the first one to do this.
No. He's making a point. I was like, yes. Each Star Trek is a little different. Because if you had the same show over and over again, it would be boring. So
it also needs to be pointed. It also needs to be pointed out. TNG had significant growing pains behind the scenes. Like it was a disaster behind the scenes.
Yes.
And they eventually learned before, and they were able to then produce a great series because the fundamental part of the show was fine. It was just the execution was terrible with dated writing. The shows that they're producing now are broken from the start.
Yes, sonar in space. Yes, all the things that makes. I will never get over that.
And people who've continued to sit through those horrible STD, because I know he's talking about STD, I guess, have never said, "Oh, you know what? It's Fifth Fleet's really so much better." You don't hear that. No one talks about how I got to admit it grew on me. It got better. No, who's doing that? Nobody. Anyway, you're right. Let's find out. Let's find out if we're right about this. We gotta be.
Yes.
It simply failed. Disappointed fans lamented that the new show just didn't feel like Star Trek.
Well, TNG.
I'm sure you're all way ahead of me here. The new Star Trek show I'm talking about isn't Star Trek Discovery, which debuted in 2017, but Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Who called it? I get a gold star. Yeah, because season 1 sucked.
Smug face,
they didn't know what they were doing. It was terrible. It didn't work with the crew and the story they were trying to tell. What?
Eris, your pause game's amazing.
Thank you. I'm pretty proud of it.
He's so smug.
Nobody's like, you know what? TNG season 1, that's where it started to get good. Nobody says that.
Actually, I liked the pilot. I thought Karen Farpoint was a very promising pilot. And then after that, the first episode out the box is The Naked Now, and it's a remake of an old episode. Then they just kind of really got a lot of weak teeth. I
would say that for me, I would say the best episode of season 1 was the one with the planet with the drug addicts, and
that was pretty good.
I'm drawing a blank on the name, but that one was a decent first episode.
Mary Buttrick and Judson Scott one. Yeah, I forget the name of them.
Yes.
Then it was Affliction or something like that, and then it was the Arsenal of Freedom.
The Disease? No.
Something like The Arsenal of Freedom was an interesting episode. There was a handful here and there.
Yeah,
of okay stuff, but he's just being a smug little punk and like, I'm the best of the whole thing. I'm the first one that said this. No, everybody knows that, except for older shows, the first seasons of many shows that turn out to be better later have clunky beginnings. I mean,
yes.
Ironically, with the exception of the original Star Trek, where that first season's pretty much gold.
Oh, it's almost complete gold. Both first two seasons.
Banger.
Whereas DS9 actually has some has some ups and downs, and not that great in the first season. But it's just something that
it's common for shows to go through growing pains as they try to figure things out. That's just common.
Yep, absolutely. But he's all full of himself for this.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Which debuted 20 years earlier.
Yes.
Complaining about Star Trek has been a part of the fandom for almost as long as loving Star Trek has, and there's nothing folks like to complain about more than the new stuff. But what's the deal with that? What are they even complaining about? Why do people?
The writing, the characters, the set design, the agenda, the shitty everything. Not the women. It's not. I promise
Look
you,
at put
it's
the
not
women.
the
Look
women.
at there you go, the women right there.
Yeah.
This must be
And-
before
Uhura-
Strangled New Worms.
And
Good.
Lower
Nice.
Decks is one of the worst things I've ever watched in my entire life. I couldn't even survive 8 minutes of it.
That's pretty bad.
It's like, I can't take this.
I haven't seen it.
It's
It's the only
not
one I
funny.
didn't watch. So wait a minute. So he's put Zoe Saldana. So he's counting.
Who's not part of this, who's not actually part of that universe.
He's just counting anything 09 or not, which is fine because it's all trash to me. Good enough to put her in there. Great, beautiful actress, lovely woman. Not Uhura at all. One of the whole points about that character, is she like Dominican or something? I believe she's like.
Zoe Saldana, she's mixed. She's half
Right.
Dominican,
Whereas
half black.
Uhura, the whole point of her character was that she was pure African descent. Just
Yes.
saying.
Swahili,
She was
Doesn't
supposed to be an inspiration. She was supposed to show utopia. So in
Right.
the 60s, where you have, oh, look, you have a woman on the bridge. You have what is supposed to be Japanese, Russian, black
We're all there.
person, woman, you have all, and an alien, right? So you have your alien, which is
Right.
technically also Jewish, I guess, if you want to be more specific about that. So you have you have a diversity of front characters, and that was supposed to be that was a big deal back then because
and in the
didn't see that.
60s,
Yes.
to have a black woman, a Japanese who again was still like not far removed from World War II,
Not in the 60s.
and a Russian during the heart of the Cold War. That took guts to have that on your show.
But with Uhura,
Yes.
this is the one time, I hate the recasting anyway, but the one time when you're recasting should have been specifically to her ethnicity because that is the whole historical point of the character of Uhura. So in that case, lovely though Zoe Saldana was, they should have gotten an African young actress to play her, and no one would have said, well, you're just being PC or anything. No, it would actually make sense to do it that way.
Her is black. What a shocking revelation that is.
Oh my goodness!
Not in this, is it? Not in this, isn't. But anyway,
No.
there's Michael Burnham again. Look, he made it about the women from get go because this guy is a big time male feminist cut boy. So.
He's just I like her as an actress. I hate her and Spock's relationship in the new. Don't even get me started on it. I hate it.
I hate that with such a passion.
In what?
It made me so angry. I just wanted to die. I hate it so much. The Spock, her relationship, and the JJ Trek stuff.
Oh yes, it's horrible. First of all, she shouldn't be with Spock. She shouldn't be doing any of that kind of stuff.
No,
Bruce Chapel.
She was more attracted to Scotty than she was Spock. She was attracted to Spock for 5 seconds. 5 whole measly seconds on that one episode. And never again did you see you didn't see any kind of indication that there was any romantic vibe between them. She was way more into Scotty in the movies.
Of course, but the thing is, they never.
And in the show, it was more. They kind of hinted at Sulu and her have it kind of flirted from time to time.
Yes.
The point is, the show was never about that sort of thing like modern television or movie is. So, nobody in other words, if Kirk had some kind of dalliance, it would be with a guest star or or even any of the other characters. The show,
a woman in every port.
This is a science fiction show. If romance, rears its head in some kind of other way from the guest star type fashion, it's fine. But for the most part, we're not interested in that kind of stuff. And man, even on TNG, they really didn't do it a whole lot. It was
not really.
Deep Space Nine.
Sometimes with Riker, but yeah. But
Riker was also.
I'm talking about inside the crew, though. I'm
talking.
He had that full relationship with her, and they almost never did anything with it. Until later down toward the end when they started doing that Worf Troy crap.
I mean, the most significant relationship between I was going to say O'Brien and Keiko.
And again, they weren't main characters.
But they weren't main characters, exactly.
Picard, Beverly, a little bit, but like I said, it was never the focus
It was
of long
hinted
story
at.
arcs. Where on DS9, it was after the first 3 seasons, it became Dallas. It became Dynasty.
I know,
a soap
but
opera.
I like
anyway.
romance. I like romance.
I want a science fiction show about stuff, but anyway.
Yeah,
Anyway, that's beside the
well,
point.
do you want me to start naming? We're not getting into that. We're not getting into that. I'm just going to throw this out there. Forbidden Planet.
I actually hate
What about
new
it?
Star
I love
Trek.
Forbidden Planet. Yeah.
It has romance. It has romance in it, and it's sci-fi, and it doesn't take
It's
away
not what the
anything.
show's, not what the movie's based on, though. Anyway,
Yeah,
go ahead,
well,
let's-
DS9's not about romance either.
boy, watch that 6th season again. And 7th season again.
I have watched both of it. That's a side plot.
It's
The
a-
main
it is
plot
a-
is the
It's the
Dominion
Love
War.
Boat. It's the Love
No,
Boat.
it's a
in that
side plot,
7th
not the
season.
main plot. Not the main plot.
A
Side
big
plot.
side. Okay, go ahead.
Doesn't matter how big the side is. It's still a
Very
side.
boring.
Main
Re-
dish is
bad.
Dominion.
Remember when Worf sabotaged people's vacation because he wanted to work?
That was
What a great
hilarious.
episode!
Remember
that
when
was.
How about that in the 7th season when he 6th season when he sacrificed millions of lives to save Jazdia's life and only got a reprimand for it? But anyway, that's another story.
Yeah, there was that too.
Something no Starfleet officer would ever do, especially a Klingon. But anyway, we have bigger fish to fry here.
Yes, we do.
Get too far into this, I want to make it clear what specifically I'm talking about. Because
Please
while
do.
I do think that a lot of the complaints longtime fans make against whatever the new Star Trek show is at the moment are the silly whinging of petulant nerds, in dismissing those complaints,
Wow.
which,
Wow.
make no mistake, I am about to do at length.
I am so excited
Look
to
at that
hear
face.
you
I can't take it.
dismiss my complaints about Star Trek. I'm excited. I'm so
Look at
excited.
that
I got
face.
I got my Vulcan kitty cat ears
All right.
on. All right. I'm ready to hear.
Okay.
Thank
All right, Mr. P Brain. Let's see what you got.
Go for it.
Paul's game is beautiful. Oh, look at this.
It is.
Oh, I'm gonna throw up all over.
I don't want to give the impression that all negative opinions regarding Star Trek fall into that category.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
In my
Thank
more
you.
egocentric
Wow.
moments, I fancy myself as something of a critic, a self.
Fancy
Interesting.
himself. He fancies himself. All right. Nobody else
Well,
will.
if you look at his channel, I mean that's what he's obviously trying
What
to be. So
What, dude?
Thank you,
man.
Adega.
Never even. He never been in the same room as a girl, dude. I'm sorry.
that's true. That's true. No. Look, he's in the same room with a woman. Look at his screen. Those are women.
Oh, that's true. They are in
That's
the
true.
same.
It's true.
It's a shame he's got Tom Servo behind him.
Yeah.
Damn him. He doesn't deserve that, but good. Dude, he clearly has no sense of humor. I don't know why he's got a TS Mr. TK thing up there. but anyway,
And Eris, I think it would be a
Yeah.
shame if you pulled up Adega's quote again and then did your out of context
I
screenshot.
see soy face.
I'm not.
It would be terrible of you.
I'm just gonna.
That would be awful.
That'd be awful if you did that.
Oh man, I hate this guy. Always hate. But he's just true. This guy's got a reputation for idiot.
Well, he hasn't really encouraged me so far. Because whenever you're trying to when you're doing something that you know is going to get some pushback, whenever you're announcing something like that,
Mhm.
immediately dismissing the opposition's opinions, which could be valid complaints, which they obviously think are valid complaints. It's always a little, I don't know, I think you're losing 50% of the people, they're clicking off immediately because you've basically called them everything but stupid.
Basically, yeah.
And people don't like having their intelligence insulted. So I don't recognize her either. Who's this
Who?
one?
She's from P Hard season 1.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's why I don't know.
That's Soji.
forget- yeah, she's
Soji.
his Data's not really offspring, but whatever the hell.
Oh, the fake one.
She's a
Gotcha.
she's a synthetic thingy, whatever.
That tried to destroy the entire universe and then they just let her
right.
go.
Right.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Then she played somebody else in season 2. She played Nunnian Singh's daughter, the actress did.
And then they didn't bring her back at all for season 3.
Then Wesley went and brought her into the future, whatever. Remember
Oh,
that?
God.
That wasn't Wesley. That was Will Wheaton making a
Pussy Quester,
"Please
yeah.
pay me" cameo.
That was. Oh
Happy
dear,
Bang
oh
Theory
dear.
isn't on anymore, so please pay me, Star Trek.
He's got his little gig where he talks to where he interviews the actors and that sucks up all the.
And there's
Whatever.
YouTubers who get more views on their videos than
Yeah.
his show does. Yeah,
Shuttlepod One's a way better show about Trek because it's by its
that show's actually pretty good. Yeah,
They are good. I mean, for a while they had a clean bill of health where they didn't have any filth shows for like into 20 something. Then they got started talking. You know, they let some of those people come on, but I still love those guys. You know, Trip and Reed.
Hey, dissenting opinions is always a good thing to hear.
Well, they weren't there for dissenting opinions. They were just they're fair minded. And when the people making something currently called Star Trek are in control of it, and they ask them to go on the show, what are they supposed to do? So you can't come on here?
yeah.
Well, I mean,
I understand
wouldn't
that.
you hear? I would love to hear some of these people, the people that are making Star Trek. I would love
But
to
that's
hear like what's inside their brain. But
their show's really good, though. They have some great interviews with a lot of real Trek people. So.
yes, I mean, usually just by talking to people, you can actually get a good sense of where,
Yeah,
like, kind of their inside of their brains if you just let them talk. And I don't know.
True.
I think I'd like to hear
Mhm.
that. I think I would like to
Let-
hear them talk about what they were, what they were
Oh,
doing. That's why I like hearing actor interviews and
Right.
director interviews about
Oh.
talking about their work.
Most of them aren't going to show up on a show like that, but some that do. Yeah. But Steve Shives, no one needs to know what he has to say about anything. We know what's going to come out of his pie hole.
Yeah.
Look at that face. What, are you trying to kill me or something? Oh,
Yes. Yes. I know.
oh,
Appointed
Any-
one, admittedly, but I
Yes.
oh! You did it again!
Oh my God!
Wow, what are you? Is this a face?
Well,
Is this a
I
face
don't
off?
know. I don't know what to tell you, man. I think any pause I do is going to be a good
Yeah,
screenshot.
you're right.
This is
Oh,
Eris. This is bordering on elder abuse.
this is I mean, I'm too old for this.
It's all right. It's fine. You'll live. I promise.
take practicing criticism seriously. I think it's
Oh.
an important part of how we
thank you,
experience
Steve.
art. I think it informs how we perceive it and also
I
how we
agree.
create it.
Thank
I don't
you,
think
Steve.
Hold
it's a
on.
critic's job
Yeah.
to just hate everything, to only
Yes,
describe
I
why
agree.
things suck.
Correct.
But I also don't
I
think
agree.
fans of something are under any obligation to just unthinkingly adore everything about it.
I
Like
When a
agree
new Star
too.
Trek show comes
But
out, you're
you do
allowed
though.
not to like
You
it.
do,
You're
though.
allowed to feel like
Oh,
it
thank
doesn't
you.
resonate with you.
What a nice
Okay,
guy.
so I
Wow.
oddly agree with everything he's saying so far, and that
Just
is
the
a
way he's saying it.
concern because I don't. So I'm. You know what? We're gonna.
It's condescension. I mean, he's still doing it in a condescending way. Yeah, but
He
yeah,
is
you're right. No, I mean,
condescending
sure.
it.
Yeah.
I
He's-
agree
it's
with what he's
preface.
saying,
Well, I do
but
too.
I have this odd suspicion that he's not going to follow through with these words by the time we're at
No.
the end. And he's already kind of broken one of them, you know what I mean? Because he's like,
Right.
oh, you're allowed to not like things. Well, according to you, I'm not allowed to like things I'm allowed to not like things, but for certain reasons, because you said before that there's certain ways that I'm not allowed to like something.
Remember, a couple
So-
sentences back, he said it was a bunch of petulant, nerds who were whining about women. In other words, you say all that stuff that he just said, which was great. You would but if you preface it with the insult beforehand, it's lip service and it's
Yeah.
cover your ass crap.
Exactly.
I agree. So that's why I'm kind of like, all right, buddy. So you gave me something that I agree with, and I'm very concerned because I don't think we're gonna be on the same page by the end of this.
Freakage.
So, all right,
Oh, well.
all right, let's do this.
Go for it, Steve.
And I don't say that because I think you need my permission. I say it
don't.
because I want to make it clear that this video is not meant as an attempt to shut down or discredit all negative critiques of Star Trek.
Fun fact:
thank
if you're gonna
you.
say this, then you might not want to call the people that you're about to you're trying to talk to, perpetuant nerd children.
Yes.
Just some advice.
And well, anytime you look, because we all kid each other, we joke with each other, like I was joking with Mark, whatever. but that's usually in a friendly circle. If you
Right.
want to start out with any kind of a making a point about why you have a problem with a criticism or anything or anyone's opinion, as soon as you launch with the insults first, you just pretty much destroy everything you say afterwards. You kill your credibility because you're not going in. And like I said, again, it's one. Like I said, it's one thing for us to sit around here goofing on each other. He doesn't know everyone that's watching this video. So and I'm not just talking about his smarmy attitude. The minute you start with those little jibes right there, Steve. No, a lot of people are just gonna say, well, you're just a jackass and just turn you out. They're not gonna give you a lot of credibility that you are shooting out of the water before you even get started.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
agreed. Yes. So that's why I'm kind of like, You're telling me things that I agree with, but I don't. You've already fucked up a bit.
He's poisoned the water, basically.
There you go. That's the phrase I was looking for. Yes. Okay. All right.
So, what are these silly whinging complaints of which I speak? We might as well start with the big one, the one that has been thrown at every new version of the show since they started making new versions.
What is it? Give it.
It just doesn't feel like Star Trek.
It doesn't.
Guess what? Everyone has a different interpretation of what Star Trek is. Okay? Everyone. But at the core of it, there is a there's like a similarity throughout the main shows, right? So you got TOS through Enterprise. There's a through line. Now, the through line might get a little, it might go through it might weave in and out a little bit. It might be a little strained in some circumstances, but
I mean,
part, there's a through line.
Yeah, Star Trek is reasonably based science fiction. Does it always meet that criteria? Absolutely not. Remember when Barclay got sick and infected the entire crew to start de-evolving? That's retarded.
Oh my goodness, it is. I agree. That's dumb. That's stupid. Do I need to remind everyone the candle episode from season 7 of TNG? All right. No.
Jeez. So not every episode of Star Trek is flawless. There are some clunkers. No question.
A lot of them are bad, but a lot of them are good. And there's a through line through all of them, right? So you in every iteration to Enterprise, right? You have a connecting through line. However, the problem with stuff like Discovery is that the through line that everyone was like, okay, so no matter how different the show is, no matter how outside we go, whatever we decide to do, we are going to make sure this through line is tied down, right? But we are all tied down to the same rope on this ship. So Star Trek Discovery came along and looked at that through line and set it on fire and then walked away. and that's what it did. And that's the problem with it.
And the thing with a lot of the plot lines that are in Discovery, you could have done something with, but they needed to be a lot more drawn out, and you needed to write the characters in a way that made them likable.
What?
But right at the very beginning, we see Michael Burnham start a war that got her captain and her crew killed. Why not start it off with her already in custody and seeking redemption, and we're not and we get fed pieces as to what happened before they eventually reveal the whole story. That way we get to know her and get to like her a little bit more. But they didn't do that. They showed us her making a monumentally stupid decision right at the beginning. So there's now no reason for us to think she's ever worthy to be a Starfleet officer.
Yep.
It's called basic storytelling here. There's a way you could have done Michael Burnham's story and made the character likable, but they didn't do that. And then they rushed it for the entire first season. like when you could have made that like that should be her series long arc.
If you must do that kind of story anyway with the dumb war crap and all that other horrible stuff on the
I
show.
still wouldn't. I agreed, Clobby. I wouldn't have done that in the first place anyway. But it is what it is.
You have to set up, whatever you do. Your point, I'm totally with you. Whatever you do, if you don't set up good characters, nothing means a damn thing.
Exactly.
Original series automatically sells you great characters. Even TNG, and not my bag, but I like them enough where that show lasted 7 years. It speaks for itself that it captured the hearts and minds of many fans. Why? The characters. That means you can brag on a really crappy episode and still love the show because you ultimately you love the show, you love the characters. Same with DS9. Same with Voyager. Voyager has a big fan base, and Enterprise has not nearly as much. It's the redheaded stepchild of Real Trek, but it has some fans. And if you don't care about the characters first, it's you don't have a show, and that's all shows, not just Star Trek. Well, this guy, look, what have they given us? Look at again this monitor up there just shows how disingenuous this moron is. He only put women up there.
Mm-hmm.
And there's not even good ones.
Why do people? Yeah, but he put them from the new crap though. So actually, what do people actually? That word actually hate. We know what he's saying because he's a transparent boob. But and he's not saying you're not. He's not even going to bother saying you're judging these as characters. No, it's going to in a very. I don't know how long it's going to take him, but it's all going to be because they're strong women.
Yes, I've never been a strong woman.
They're not characters to him. They're strong women, I guarantee you.
Well, Beverly definitely wasn't strong. Troy's mom wasn't strong. Uhura wasn't strong.
Nope.
Chapel wasn't strong. Janice wasn't strong. Kira wasn't strong. Jazia definitely. I mean, she married Worf. Definitely not strong at all. Klingons, they like weak. Klingons like weak women.
Janeway was a wimp. 7 and 9 was a wimp. So was T'Pol. They're all garbage.
Yeah, they're all losers.
And everyone hates them. Yeah.
Yep.
This was probably made.
Good. I will say the only two things I know about 7 of 9 is has Borg implants because of reasons that I don't know, and boobs. That's the only two things I know.
Was a really good character.
She was actually a really good character. She was very well written.
Until Picard.
I've heard that she was really, really good. So I will.
Honestly, I would say Voyager overutilized her. She became the problem solver for almost everything. Like you could have reduced her a little bit, but she was still overall a really good character.
Got to get ratings, buddy. And let's face it.
Yeah, boobs.
She was ratings.
Sci-fi boobs.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. But I actually liked her performance, like kind of really more early on.
Character.
I actually did like her performance.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I mean, without because Ayers, you haven't seen it, so I'm trying to say this without spoilers.
If you spoil, you die.
Okay, noted. But considering how old she was when she became a Borg, I liked
I know about that already.
Okay, yeah, she was a kid. So like in the first few episodes, she acted very childlike, and I kind of liked that. I wish they kept that a little bit more. Overall,
to an extent, they still a little bit even throughout it. But yeah, no, I hear you. But again, she was a great character on that show.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
And again, that's a testament to the fact that she's pretty fun to look at for us dudes and even others. Doesn't hurt it for sure. But the fact is, if you're going to do that, if you're going to go out on a limb to try to, pull in the ratings with the eye candy, and yet you're able to make her a really great character, that's not a small accomplishment. But then she goes on to pee hard, and they just absolutely destroy her.
Well, I think everything that for the most part that touches destroyed, does it not?
Again, in my notes for Picard season 3, which I had 30 pages of.
Nice.
One of them are I go over how I will have a whole section in my video about how overall 7 has degraded so much as a character. Like she is so
Yes.
much more immature than she was 25 years ago.
Oh no,
But-
she regressed.
Yep, absolutely. And you know who else is less mature? This dope right here.
You're right. You are right.
Yeah.
All right. I'm excited.
Every post-original series iteration of Star Trek has been accused by groups of disgruntled fans of not feeling like Star Trek, but this complaint was especially common from people who did not enjoy the movies set in the Kelvin timeline, the first of which...
Okay. Let me just. I'm gonna step in real quick. Why do you think they decided to make it an entirely new timeline?
To not
Just
have
out
to
of
deal
curiosity.
with to not have to deal with the continuity issues that it would bring about.
Yeah, but well, it didn't make any sense though because they stick Nimoy in there and like, well, and then you're telling us it's not the same timeline. Like, peel my foot and tell me it's raining.
I know.
Don't get me started on how they utilize black holes. We'll be here for hours.
Red
That
matter.
triggers me so hard.
Blame red matter.
Black holes.
Yeah.
I don't care. I don't care. Red matter is MacGuffin
red matter
that can do the science bullshit that I want it to do, no matter what scientific basis it's on, which is none.
My favorite part
It's
of that
magic.
movie. My favorite part of that movie is when the guy decided to drill to the core of the Earth in the ocean. That
No, it makes total
okay.
sense.
He could have done it on
don't-
ground, but no, he
Don't
takes it
try to
in-
make sense
in-
of that movie.
To be fair, we have a lot of water on this planet. He could have. It's not like
It
there's
was
scientific.
it was over San Francisco Bay. He could have just moved a few more miles and been inland.
No. That's hard. It's not a mining vessel,
I
it was
forgot
just an
about that part.
attachment.
Yeah,
It was an
he
attachment.
Actually, I
drills
forgot about
in-
that.
He drills into the ocean, so he
It's fine.
would launch his probe, and it would just hit the water, just slowly sink all the way down.
I would like to see that. That would be funny if someone made
As
that.
it's like is he just laughing maniacally, and then just has to like wait like 4 hours before something happens.
Yipper.
Yes.
titled simply Star Trek, was released in 2009.
Yes, it was a reboot for that
At first,
purpose.
it sounds like a reasonable observation. Stylistically, the 2009 Star Trek film does differ from the shows and films in the franchise that came before
Because you
it.
can't
Yes,
see a damn
okay.
thing.
Okay, let me explain to
Turn
this guy.
down the iPhone store.
It had a certain
Okay.
flair to it.
But let me explain something. So every era of science, you can generally speaking, you can tell when science fiction movies and TV shows were made based on how the futuristic technology looks, because every era, so every decade for the most part, has limited technology to the decades in the future, right? So 60s is not going to look the same thing as 80s. 80s is not going to look the same thing as 2000s, okay? It's because whatever was technologically available at that time, they advance it based off that. That's why all 80s futuristic science fiction has very chunky technology. That's why you have very, very bright, vibrant colors on 60s stuff, because very vibrant colors was very, very common back then. I mean, when you look up a 60s vintage, I don't know, toaster, it's going to be a vibrant color. It's not going to be, they're not going to be black. They're not going to be anything. You think of the same thing as a refrigerator, right? They're very colorful, very bright, It's just kind of the era that they were in. Now, if you go
also in terms of like TV, Technicolor had started to become more affordable,
Yes.
so you started to see more and more colorized productions.
exactly,
So they tried to utilize that.
Exactly. So you kind of have there's this look to it, right? But when you hit the 2000s, particularly after the Apple Store was made, you have a lot of white, very vibrant whites, very, very simplistic looking kind of. it looks like an Apple store. That's what the Enterprise Bridge looks like. It looks like an Apple store. Why?
Yeah.
Because that's what was kind of at the forefront of technology at that time period. It looks even more different now. You know, it's just it's whatever the technology is available at that time.
I mean, as many criticisms as I have for the look of the JJ Trek movie Enterprise, at least I can see what's happening.
You don't need to see what's
now
happening.
they've turned off all the lights.
Yeah.
They were like, we heard you. Turn them all off. Like, no, wait. Can we have some on?
Well, even
You
on
know,
Strangledude Worms, they got criticized so much for that. Strangledude Worms does that too. They do light everything now, which is, doesn't matter. The show still sucks, but it's more lighted
Hey.
like this.
They found light switches. I'm proud.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
is. No, I mean,
They've learned basic filmmaking.
Right.
Way to
Well,
go,
look,
guys!
they got embarrassed into it because people have been picking on them for that for so long. Like everything's so dark. Oh, we want to make them more light. Oh, you guys want them more light? Star Trek. That's how stupid these people are. They thought we weren't just talking about the darkness of the bridge. We were talking about how dark the show is. They took it as, well, we'll turn the lights on, guys, if that's what you want. So the show, which sucks, is very well lit. It's like the old show in the sense that it's not all shadowy. The bridge is really big and colorful and all that kind of stuff. And it looks cool for normal, you know, if it wasn't called Star Trek, the interior of the Enterprise looks cool enough. It's way bigger than you think it would be. But it's just it's the show sucks, so who cares? Yeah. Something looks good or not.
Well, and to your point, like the amount in the Picard review I'm working on, the amount of times I've had to like up the contrast just to brighten the image up. It's like, dear God, come on! Yes. I shouldn't have to do this.
It's awful. Even though PR season 3 did it, yeah. So.
Mm-hmm. Do you remember when I color corrected Man of Steel? That shot from Man of Steel because it was so blue.
I do, yeah.
Yes.
Steve-O.
Yes.
In some pretty noticeable ways. The camera under the direction of J.J. Abrams is much more dynamic and fluid. The pace is faster. Things are much more action-oriented. And, of course, there are all those lens flares, which even some...
Okay. The issue wasn't... I mean, I can accept some changes to some things, but Star Trek should not be an action-oriented movie. It should be a story-based film.
Exactly.
I should have a good science. I just want to watch decent, the characters that I know and love going on a sci-fi adventure. It should not be action. You can have action, that's fine, as long as it's in service to the story.
Yeah.
But
there's some, that's why Star Trek doesn't belong in movies anyway. It's this TV show. It's a square peg round hole. Not that I don't love some of the movies, the real movies.
Sure.
It's just it belonged on television. Always has.
It absolutely is better suited for the for the television format. Absolutely. But I mean, like this movie, he showed the clip where Sulu is sword fighting because he used a sword in one episode. Therefore, he must be an awesome. He must be an extreme sword fighter because it's awesome.
Hey, remember we watched an episode? We watched one. There you go, guys. We saw that one. The naked. It was naked. Yeah. So, no, you're right. Again. I hate these movies. Don't get me wrong, but movies have a problem anyway. If you only have 2 hours, you got to set the universe on fire. In other words, you got to do something to keep butts and seats and be exciting. That's why Star Trek doesn't work in movies. On TV, you can tell smaller stories. Integrate, about characters and science fiction and ideas. In the movie, you got 2 hours to get in and out, and it's not as easy. And especially when you're a talentless hack like Jar Jar Abrams. So, sorry, go ahead, Steve.
Yeah.
People who liked the movie made way too big a deal over. They never bothered me, and in fact, I think they add.
That is irrelevant.
Yeah,
irrelevant.
When the vast majority of people say something and it doesn't bother me, that's not a critique.
No,
I mean you can say it didn't bother you, but that's not a that's just a dismissing of the criticism entirely, as opposed to acknowledging the problem.
Yeah, that's his kind, though. They're always do that.
Mm-hmm.
To the film by helping to ground it in a physical, tactile reality. Beyond the lens flares, I think the fact that they feel so different from the rest of the franchise up to that point is one of the strongest aspects of the Kelvin timeline films. Like,
and they
rebooting
petered
Star
out in
Trek
3
and
movies.
making it feel simultaneously familiar but also fresh and new was kind of the point. It's not that the people who
but don't worry, guys. They're making Star Trek 4. That's happening. It's totally happening.
Yeah. Yes, I'm sure.
Yeah. Okay.
No question about it.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, right?
didn't get Star Trek, it looks the way it does and has the tone that it has because the filmmakers made it that way on purpose. I enjoy the way the presence of Leonard Nimoy as the original version of Spock ties the Kelvin films into the rest of the franchise, while the time travel plot allows the filmmakers to basically reinvent the Star Trek universe with a whole new aesthetic. It's not just that I don't mind it, I like it.
Oh, well,
I think it's good.
That's fine.
But that's neither here nor there. The point is, however you feel about it, the 2009 Star Trek and its to date 2 sequels do look and feel a lot different than previous versions of Star Trek.
Yes, you know, Khan used to be an Indian man, and now he's Snow White. Isn't that strange?
Remember when? Remember when?
Not Trek.
Remember when Khan was revealed to have like super magical healing blood, and McCoy could like be healing every disease ever, but they just ignored that detail.
What's wrong with that, man?
Death. They solved death. They solved death.
Stupid.
Okay. That is what they did, unironically.
Good. But people who insisted, sometimes quite emphatically, that it didn't feel like Star Trek weren't just making a dispassionate comment about the aesthetics of the new film relative to the rest of the franchise.
That's not what I said. I said it is not Star Trek. Go screw.
They were using that difference to deny the authenticity of the new movie. The reason it didn't feel like Star Trek was because it wasn't really Star Trek. The same
correct.
Now you got it, Biatch.
Complaint has been made by a lot of the
figured
same
it out
fans about Star Trek Discovery since it debuted in 2017.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, sir. I cannot take a science fiction show seriously when they're telling me they are using sonar in space. Any basic human being, adult knows, hell, even children understand what vacuum means in space.
Yeah.
Why it's frictionless, why you can throw a baseball in space and it will literally continue going at that exact same speed until it hits something, because there's no friction. There's nothing really there unless you want to start talking about dark matter, and that's a whole different other topic.
There's a whole other matter, yeah.
But just it's a vacuum. It's a vacuum. That is so you cannot use a sonar in a vacuum.
Now,
there's no sound in space. It is sound. Sonar is sound waves. Okay, if there's no sound in space, then you cannot use sonar, aka sound waves. Stupid. Oh my God.
How about in Discovery Season 2 when they come across a space station and the one chick says, "It's upside down." There's no such thing as upside down in space. You just rotate the ship to you're in the right orientation. That's all you have to do.
Right. Oh my God.
There's no upside down in space.
No, there's no direction in space. It's infinite. It's direction.
And
oh Lord.
And again, that's not to say real Star Trek has had science issues. They absolutely have.
Oh, yeah.
Look at the cone on the dog. It's an alien.
That's more of a budget issue.
Wait, which
That
one?
was endlessly funny. The dog with the cone on it, that they were like, it's an alien, and you
Oh,
can
yeah.
like see the string around its head, and
Yes,
it's beautiful.
yes,
and I
yeah.
love
The enemy within.
Yep.
it.
Yeah. Well, that was a budget
Remember
problem.
Remember when
Yes,
going
I know.
infinity? Remember when Tom Paris went infinity miles an hour and became a salamander?
Didn't he?
Yeah,
Wasn't it both
obviously.
he and Janeway?
Later,
it's
it
called-
was yes.
It was called
I
Threshold.
look
You know
forward
they
to
Threshold. You know they did figures of that. Believe it or not.
They did.
Yes, sir.
I have to find them now.
Threshold. You go Voyager Playmates Threshold figures. I think that's how you'd find it. I don't know for sure.
Okay.
They're so stupid. That's one of the dumbest.
It-
You know, it was also shit like sometimes like on TNG or wherever where they would save some, like one time they cured Dr. Pulaski of an incurable disease by using the transporter pattern in the pattern buffer. And they did it one other time. I'm like, wait a minute, you just ruined medical science on Star Trek when you do that. Because from now on, all they ever need is the transporter. So
yes.
they just got rid of that. They stopped doing it.
Yes.
Because
The
you go,
way
wait a
it's
minute, like
the
you
way
can't
we've
transport.
seen the transporter used, people should be immortal.
Right, you can't do that. Yeah, so they had to stop and say, look, let's forget we did that. Because it just ruins the drama.
Yeah.
Well, it's like time turners in Harry Potter. It's just like, oh no, what do you mean? They're all smashed. Oh no, we can't use them anymore. Whoops. Anyway, moving on. Stupid. I can't believe they gave a teenager a time traveling device just so she could go to more classes. This is the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Because that's how
Right.
teenagers would use it.
Well, I don't know. If you were just a regular human and then all of a sudden you were a witch one day, like, I don't know. I think I'd be the best student ever. I'd want to learn everything, but not to that extent.
Mm-hmm.
Bare minimum, you'd be using
Yes.
it for some kind of mischief.
Oh hell yes.
Anyway, all right. I'm excited.
And again, initially, it sounds reasonable. Discovery does have a lot more in common tonally and aesthetically with the 2009 Star Trek film than with, say,
Yes.
Classic Trek or Star Trek The Next Generation. Discovery
Oh my god, yes.
I was hoping he was going to use the picture of Michael Burnham holding the phaser the wrong way.
Oh, he wouldn't
Oh
do
my
it.
god, I forgot about that.
Not a chance. Assuming he knows about it, which he probably does not. No way would he make her look bad. That would make her look less than best as ever. Can't have that.
No.
And
She has a badge. You can't have
I-
that.
I feel so bad for the actress who plays Tilly. Stop eating honey, please. I'm legitimately concerned about you.
You know that my buddy Mark Davis, he loves to harp on this scene from like the third or fourth season where she sits down to eat with Saru or whatever, and she's got macaroni and cheese and mac and cheese, and she's going, and he goes, "What? You don't like that or whatever?" No, I hate it, but I'm forcing myself to eat it because I'm trying to learn how to do things outside of my comfort zone.
What?
Oh my god! And this is when she's really gained a lot of weight or whatever. It's like, wait a minute. So that's a Starfleet officer on this ship. So their idea of really pushing themselves as achievers is to eat macaroni and cheese because they don't like
That's really pushing yourself.
Yeah, what an endurance. First of all, how do you not like macaroni and cheese? What's wrong with you? But second of all, in all seriousness, I'm like, so this is like her trial. This is the tough thing she's going through in life. That she's forcing herself to learn how to really
Remember when they did the unannounced test for Wesley Crusher and he had to make a life and death decision?
Yeah, well, to hell with it. She's making me macaroni and cheese. It's really true.
Oh.
Or whatever food you don't like, I guess.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, go eat some
same thing.
If you don't like,
Same
If
thing.
you don't like broccoli or whatever, then you're gonna have to go eat some to really toughen up to be a Starfleet officer. It's like, wow, it's embarrassing. This show's embarrassing.
Remember when Troy was taking the commander's test and realized that sometimes that means she has to order a friend to their death?
Yes.
So that's the same thing as having to eat a food you don't like. Same thing.
Same exact thing. Oh, yeah. See, I bet Street Shives has never forced himself to eat macaroni and cheese.
I have a feeling he hasn't missed a meal in a while.
I don't know. Old Steve used to be a lot skinnier. I can say that for you. This video has to be a couple of years old though, probably before Strangle Dude Worms. Otherwise, he'd be talking that one up too.
Discovery was also the first streaming series in the franchise, and its
So?
storytelling is far more serialized than earlier Trek shows had been.
Okay, first off,
Yep.
DS9 was highly serialized.
Right.
Correct.
Season
Well, yeah,
3 of
it had
Enterprise. Season 3 of Enterprise
Yeah.
is also highly serialized.
There was some. Well, there was some. With the Zindi, and it was serialized, but they had individual episode breaks. Just like DS9 had it had their standalone episodes mixed in with a few arc things here and there. So
Yes.
they had a pretty decent balance to it, even in episodes I don't like. And I didn't really care for that format. And I didn't like the way they did it in season 3 of Enterprise too much either. Although they had some great standalones in that. I think doing a whole season with the Cindy War was a mistake. But yes, there's a certain way they did it. There was continuity, sure. There was they were running through an arc, sure, but it still had an episodic quality feel to it where this doesn't.
Yeah, and DS9 might be a little bit harder, but for almost every other series, TS, TNG, Voyager, and Enterprise, for the most part, any episode could be your first one, and
that's right.
Again, there's some exceptions with Enterprise, and DS9's kind of hit or miss with that. But for the most part, you could watch any episode of Enterprise and get what the series is about.
True.
You can't do that when something is this serialized. You can't just watch a random episode of Discovery Season 2 and figure out what's going on because you have no idea.
He's missing the point of what serialized means. This show is the SCD is serialized. DS9 and Enterprise and other ones have arcs. They're not necessarily serialized.
Yes.
They're
I like arcs.
Episodic arcs is what they are.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that. Doctor Who did that a lot, especially the New Who. I'm a big fan of season-long arcs with an episodic, because I think that's the best of both worlds. Because I like both of them. I like both types, and I think combining them, much like CGI and practical effects, is the best way to go. I think the combination is the best way to go. That way, hey, intrigue. Oh, I popped in season 3 of Enterprise, and but there's some other stuff. Okay, well now I want to know. Oh, this is season 3. Okay, I'll start on season 1. I'll get to know and whatnot, and okay. So we'll do that, and so there's hints of things everywhere, except for the big overarching plot episodes, which are usually in the middle or at the end, right, for the mid-season and the season finale. Right. So it's just
Buffy did that well. Buffy did that very well, but up until around somewhere in the 80s to 90s, almost all of television, nighttime television, with the exception of your Dallas or your Dynasty or the Hill Street Blues, stuff like that, all of it was episodic with very, very, very little continuity, including Star Trek: The Next Generation for the most part. And DS9 and Babylon, and the show it ripped off, Babylon 5, are the two first science fiction shows to really be episodic arc television. I don't consider it to be necessarily serialized, like this dope says. They're not serialized like Dallas or something, but they're episodic arc television. Buffy, of course, comes along and it's basically a comic book. It was a Spider-Man comic. Buffy was Spider-Man, and it was
essentially
It was White Whedon doing Spidey, and it was episodic arc also, and that was one of the shows that did it the best. So it's not the same what this guy's talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Thoroughly, and have enjoyed Buffy. I haven't finished it, but I was enjoying it up until the point.
It's been a long time since I've watched Buffy. I need to go back to it at some point.
I loved it. I love that show.
But I mean, Clobby, to your point, like TOS, there's only 1-2 part.
Totally episodic. Yep.
It's completely episodic.
And I love that, by the way. I miss that so much. Episodic and almost an anthology in a sense, because there's no character arc stuff at all, other than the characters do grow and evolve. They rarely
Mhm.
reference back to much of anything that happened previously. We just got episodic um, episodes from their adventures told each
Yes.
week in closed fashion. And I understand that we don't. I'm not saying shows have to do that now, but I kind of really like that. Enterprise went back to that. Voyager did that a little bit as well, to be honest. TNG did it a lot. The only one that didn't
Well-
really was DS9. And I kind of, for my science fiction, I got to tell you, I kind of like that better. I'm not saying you don't have any continuity of character or growth. They shows did that,
Mhm.
but I kind of like that. My preference, and not just because I'm biased towards the original series, which I am. I like get in, get out, get in, get out, get in, get out. Great stories, totally judged upon themselves. I prefer that. I'm not saying it's all there should ever be, but I personally enjoy that the most.
Yeah, I mean, because like you said, TOS was very episodic. The characters didn't grow that much, but then you have something like on TNG. Look at Worf in the first season compared to the final season. He grew a lot as a character.
He
Well,
did.
then on DS9 they took him to weird places and did all kind of crazy stuff. But yeah,
Like helping
they
out
did.
terrorists on people's vacation. Yeah. Great
Yes.
job, guys.
Boy, they did some nutty stuff with him. The stuff, causing basically, but for his own selfish ends, millions and millions of deaths in the war and just doing stupid stuff. I mean, but that's
Yeah.
By the way, Alexander aged 20 years, even though he was when the TNG
he's supposed to be
left,
like
he was
11.
He was 5. Yeah. Anyway, but I'm sorry, Steve. We didn't mean to leave you alone. I know he's
sad.
feeling. He's missing
He's
us.
sad.
Look at him.
Oh,
You guys are
he's such a
talking to me,
silly-
man.
he's so sad.
The almost total lack of standalone episodes, each episode instead playing like a single chapter in a larger narrative, does make watching Discovery a different sort of experience than watching
Yes.
TNG or even
Yeah, it
Deep
can make it a
Space Nine,
slog.
which also employed serialization.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, but here's the okay, to your point, I agree. So watching a serialized story is different than watching an episodic story. However, when you do that, you need to tell an interesting, compelling story from the very start. If that episode doesn't pull you in, then the rest of the season is going to feel like a slog.
Yep.
And guess what?
Chicken butt?
I checked out of
Oh my
all
God.
of them.
A lot of people do. Well, that's just because you're sexist.
Sexist. You're so
You're
sexist.
sexist.
Did you know that Josh's wife made him a sandwich before the stream? What a sexist.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Oh no.
So
it was
Well, that
good
just
too.
figures.
It was
It's
good
good.
too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Ladies make the best sandwiches. Let's just be honest. I made
This
sandwiches
is
for
true.
me-
This
myself
is very
last night.
true.
When I was making those sandwiches for myself last night, I'm like, these suck. I wish my mom was making this or something. But no.
you know,
I wish Tilly was making me a macaroni and cheese sandwich out of my comfort zone.
Ooh. Oh, you know what? In order to get that, you'd have to toast up the bread like real nice, so that that there would be a moisture barrier for it.
Mm.
Okay.
That's out of my
Ooh.
comfort zone.
Like a grilled cheese with macaroni and cheese.
Yeah. They actually sell those.
Ooh.
There's a grilled cheese place that sells those in New Orleans. Or used to anyway.
That sounds
Good
delicious.
stuff.
Sounds delicious.
That sounds
But Tilly-
amazing.
Oh
I'm
my
hungry now.
God.
Steve Shives would even eat that probably. Wouldn't you, Steve?
Oh my God.
It's all right, Steve. It's all right, Steve. It's almost your bedtime. Okay, come on, Steve. Would you like your bottle?
Oh my goodness.
Especially in its later seasons, but not nearly to the degree Discovery does. But as with the Kelvin Timeline films, many fans who cite the different feel of Discovery are doing so in order to argue that it isn't really Star Trek, that it is somehow
No.
unworthy of what came
That's
before,
not why.
that its creators just don't get Star Trek at some fundamental level.
Which is true. They
And
don't.
that's
don't.
why they hate it. It's not
They
that
don't.
someone made a film or a TV
Okay. You need to explain why that feeling is wrong, though.
Mhm.
You're just
Will-
dismissing
But I
it.
think
He
I
won't.
think he's gonna try. I think he's
might
he's
try.
about to
It does
attempt.
have the
Okay.
word actually. So, but yeah, no, he's not going to do it. But try. Let's see if he tries. Go ahead, Steve. What do you think? Why do we hate it?
A film or a TV series they didn't happen to care for whatever reason. It's that the work in question is somehow wrong. Star Trek Picard attracts.
You can have a wrong show.
Yeah.
Right? Your show can be wrong. Like
See,
the
there's a-
characters, like you get to know characters, right? And you get to know them personality wise, and then if they don't act like how they should, it's like, okay, you're supposed to be able to take characters and take them out of whatever show they're in, sit them down in the real world, and be three-dimensional enough to be real people, right? For the most part, that's what your main characters and minor characters at least should be. They should be dimensional enough and have enough personality that they should be able to just act and interact with people in the reality that you're in. The problem with Star Trek Discovery is if you take Michael Burnham out and you put her in this modern day, I think she would be an evil terrorist, narcissistic
pretty much is.
person. And I don't think she wouldn't be heralded as a hero here. She wouldn't be heralded as, she wouldn't have all these traits
criminal?
that they tell me all these traits she has, and yet you don't ever see them. So if I just pluck her out and sit her down right here, and I'm just like, okay, so I'm just gonna, do this or do that. Oh, you gotta go get a job, or you gotta do whatever. I don't think she would be heralded the same way she would be in the show. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
Indeed.
It's inconsistent, and when you have like base inconsistencies in character, and then you have base inconsistencies in the story, and then you have base inconsistencies in everything else, the inconsistencies start going from being little holes in the curtains to giant gaping holes.
Mhm.
And all the sunlight's coming through, and you can't really ignore it anymore because, the curtains are useless at this point because they're not doing what they were literally made to do anymore. And you're just like, okay, well, what do I do with these? Basically, like torn rags that I have up here on this window. They're not the thing that they were anymore. See, they're not even curtains, they're rags. So it's like, okay, this isn't a Star Trek show anymore. What is it? Because it can't be the thing because it's so inconsistent. It doesn't tie back to anything before. Comm badges, really? That literally wasn't invented yet. Just basic stuff that you could look up on the Google, the wiki. You could just find stuff out about this. Very simple. Hey, we're designing a comm badge because we saw it on a Star Trek thing once and we don't know what time period our show is in. Let me Google it. Oh shit, that's like 100 years in the future, 200 years in the future. Yeah, we're gonna have to scrap that. We're gonna have to come up with something else to do because that's just not gonna work anymore.
Remember in the very first episode of Strange New Worlds when Pike's girlfriend, whoever, called the communicator a phone? I loved that.
Oh boy, yeah. Ugh. I don't know.
I haven't watched any of Strange New Worlds since.
I've watched it all, unfortunately.
Are you excited for the musical?
Yeah, really, I am.
Yeah, I'll save it. It's fine.
Oh,
Katras. Nothing more than Katras.
Oh my God, no! Don't let it happen.
I'm driving a starship. I'm doing Vulcan science things.
Is he about to defend Pihard?
Yeah, what do you think he's
probably?
Let this man have a retirement, please. Please, for the love of God, let Patrick Stewart rest.
He has 4 alimonies to pay.
They threw a lot of money at him, and he still couldn't carry it. Remember, there was a vanity project the first 2 seasons, and in the middle of the second season, when everyone saw how much everyone hated the first season, and the terrible garbage second season was still not even finished airing, mind you, and they said, Oh boy, everybody hates this show. So in the middle of the airing, before it finished, in the second season, mind you, they ran a trailer for stupid ass season 3 and said, "Hey
Yeah.
guys,
And
we know
announcing
we didn't
everyone's
give you-
back.
we know we didn't give you what you wanted in the first 2 seasons, but hang in there, Tigers. Next season, you're gonna get your fan service, and you're gonna get the old crew back together, baby." And they did it, and they were absolutely right about one thing. All you have to do is throw member berries and bring everybody back, and it doesn't matter how horrible,
Careful.
dumb, stupid, how terrible it is, how badly written it is. People are going to suck it up, and a lot of people like that stupid season 3 of PR, and they can't give you a good reason why, other than they like to see those people come back. Sorry, no one's ever given me a good reason. Sorry, go ahead.
Clobby, you're really gonna like my video then.
I can't wait. Oh, dude, I will endorse it thoroughly. I can't wait.
This picture is also this still frame is also showing. My God, Patrick Stewart has aged between seasons 1 and 3 a lot.
Yeah, that looks like a doctored up picture anyway.
It probably is at least slightly doctored. Yeah.
Tell us how great the art is, Steve.
Acted a lot of this sort of criticism. Picard shouldn't still be upset about it.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry, but my man over here looks like he has plastic bag face. Okay, like he's melted partially.
They did a lot of digital de-aging on Brent here.
Didn't help much.
It did not. No.
God. Okay. Do y'all remember the third Santa Claus movie? You remember what I'm talking about? The Santa Claus.
No.
Okay.
I don't think I've seen the third one.
Okay, so
I've only seen the first one more than once.
Okay, all right. Well, and maybe it is. No, it's the second one. No, it's the second one. The second Santa Claus movie. So he has to do two things at once. He has to fall in love before Christmas for some bullshit reason, and then I think it's the Mrs. Claus. It's whatever. And then you have he made a Santa in the toy factory that will run stuff while he's trying to get hitched, basically. And the Santa Claus that comes out of the toy factory is like this very
right. I do remember that now.
Bizarre, like melted plastic, way too shiny. Kind of like video game graphics, but even less realistic. It's very odd. And that's kind of what Brent's face reminds me of. So it's just... It was the third one, was it? Okay, then was it the fourth one with Jack Frost?
I
don't remember. I don't remember. I've seen all of them, and I'm getting them. I'm getting a couple of them. So. Well, you had. Never mind. I've seen them all, but anyway, moving on. But that's just kind of what it makes.
At least this version. At least this version of Data was a perfect representation of the audience in that he just wanted to die.
So many. Bad Josh. That's mean.
And I just noticed Clobby already had left, so he didn't hear my joke, and I feel bad now.
Ha. I'm gonna move forward.
Okay.
Data's death. Picard wouldn't have abandoned his friends and retreated from life like that. These aren't issues.
He wouldn't have.
Picard was a duty first above all else.
Yes. I mean, him going to his family's, what was it, wine thing?
Wine vineyard.
Yeah, that's not surprising.
I'm okay. I'm okay with Picard retiring to his vineyard. That is not a problem for me.
It's everything else.
It's the fact that he just completely abandons everything. That's the problem.
Which he never would have done. Much like Captain America never would have.
Right.
Yeah, gone back in time and not done shit, especially during the Vietnam War, especially during Hitler, just whatever.
Issues with the story Star Trek Picard tells, they're complaints from people who didn't give that story a chance because they thought it should have been a different story altogether. it's not as if Star Trek Picard doesn't have issues. It has plenty of them, and I've talked about them before, particularly in my review video of the first season.
Oh, I'm so tired. I just want a nap.
Yeah. And then season 3 even retcons the fact that he's sick from this in this episode. It's like, oh, it actually wasn't Irumodic syndrome. It was the fact that the Borg gave you a disease, 30 years ago and just manifested and killed you. That's the kind of writing. That's the kind of writing season 3 had.
That's what Loki told me about. I don't remember what I said about it. I said it is an interesting premise, but I don't know if it works here. I think that's what I said.
It also relies on the fact that the whole Borg plan relied on the fact of him knocking someone up and having a son.
I mean, he does have 4 alimony checks to pay. Okay,
well, I mean, that's fair.
Sorry about that, folks.
No, you're fine.
Handle something. But I did hear your joke, Josh. Don't worry.
Okay.
You were never out of earshot.
That's all I care about.
You were never out of earshot.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. All right.
And
sorry. Yes.
This idiot. Look. The show sucked because it wasn't just Picard that was out of character. It was the whole Federation that was out of character. It wasn't just about Picard.
I am sick and tired of the Federation being the bad guy in New Trek. Oh. It happens all the time now.
And since when did he get dressed down by women every 5 minutes? Oh, on this show.
And again, I don't have an issue with him retiring to his family's vineyard.
Me either.
The problem is the complete disregard of everything.
Like, there's that, then there's Raffi. Ugh. The worst
I know.
character in anything I've ever seen in my life. She might be worse than everything in one STD even.
I mean, the fact that you have a character, a black woman, who has a drug problem in the...
she's a deadbeat mom.
Yes.
And that scene where she sits out there, she's sitting out there at her trailer in the 24th century, out there at Vasquez Rocks, which is where they shot it, saying, you and your fine chateau and your fine, she's talking like this, your fine little chateau and all your rich money, you big butt. Wait a minute. They've gotten rid of race envy and class envy in the 24th century. It's gone. Not to mention drug abuse of any sort, which was, you mentioned an episode earlier, Josh, about the one from the first season where the Buttrick and Judson Scott, I can't remember the episode, but the one about the planet of the drug addicts, where even Wussy Crusher was saying, like, he didn't understand. It's so far removed from their society. He didn't even understand about that there were people who were, addicted to drugs. And in the 70s, you could find this audio on YouTube. William Shatner and Leonard Nimoy and I think Nichelle Nichols did a PSA for the radio where they're pretending to be Star Trek characters, and he goes, "I'm on the surface of the destroyed barbarian planet now, Captain. Barbarian destroyed. What do you see, Mr. Spock?" And he does go. It's pretty hokey, but he goes on to describe,
Detroit.
They're all basically, a bunch of people. It was about hard drug abuse. That's what the PSA was about, and he was describing the symptoms of hard drug abuse. It appears that these people are suffering from what's known in other words. So that's the whole point of Star Trek. It's hopeful. It's the future. That crap does not exist. But in Picard, you stuck it back in there. And you're going to sit there and tell me, Steve Shives, that these idiots understand Star Trek and Roddenberry? They don't. And you don't either.
The idea was the Federation was a future that we could look forward to.
Yes.
It was not supposed to reflect modern day. The alien, the planets that they came across could be stories that they could use to tell about modern day, but not the Federation itself.
Exactly.
So if Raffi, left Starfleet and then went to a non-Federation world and got a drug problem, that could be one thing. But she's on Earth. No, it doesn't work that way.
I don't think any Federation former Starfleet officer would ever do that crap.
There's also that too.
But personally, that's just me. But yeah, I know what you're saying. I'm absolutely with that. And it just goes to show you that these morons like Steve Chives doesn't understand. That's why people hate Picard in particular. Because remember, SCD takes place at some silly time. It's supposed to be 10 years before Kirk and all that mess. This is supposed to be 30 some odd years after Picard's time on the Enterprise. And yet they've regressed all of Federation society into that dark, dystopian crap that we can see in any science fiction, which is fine in other science fiction. And yet we're supposed to not say, look, clearly these jackasses don't understand Roddenberry Trek. And Steve Shives, if you accept that bullshit, that means you don't understand it either.
And they
don't care about it.
And also the whole idea of we need to have a black character. But what do black people need? She needs to have a drug problem so that they can relate to her. It's like,
yeah, but we're the Rosses.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, but you're the Rosses if you don't like their stupid show. No, that's not a stereotype at all. That's not a stereotype at all, right?
No. I mean, what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
I mean, I remember Nichelle Nichols not having any huge issues on TOS. I don't remember Geordi having outside of not being able to get laid. I don't remember Geordi having issues on TNG.
I think that was a skill issue, Josh. Okay, I think that was a skill issue.
Oh,
yep. He didn't have any skills.
Nope. Not with women. He put all his skill points into engineering and put none into women.
Yep.
Yeah, it was a risk he was willing to take at the time, and then hot woman came along.
Kronos, you're better off. Shives is an idiot.
Nothing Shives. I don't know if I have either. I actually don't know. I don't know.
Well, it's a blast from the past for me. I haven't seen him shoot off for a while. So, what other brilliance do we have?
You're welcome.
Even things about the show that didn't particularly bother me, like Picard's consciousness being transferred into an android body in the final episode, can be critiqued in a way that is intelligent and insightful rather than just a premature ejaculation of frustrated nerd rage.
All right, look, jackass. All right, let me tell you something.
Wow.
Oh, sorry. Let me tell you something, punk. That's why you have no credibility, asshole, because first of all, you can't. It's like, you know what, Eris? Yes. You're really full of shit. You're so wrong about everything. But you're entitled to your opinion. It's okay, and certainly you're entitled to have good opinions. But they really suck. But that's okay. That's like I'm starting out with yes.
You suck too. You suck. So it's equality. You also suck. You know what?
We did it.
You suck as well.
My point is, I'm starting off with an my point is, I'm starting insulting you out the gate and then going, but you know what? It's not so bad if you give your opinion. And that's what he's doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, if you're going to start
around, man,
you throw the insult out there. And then you're going to go, but you know what? And again, remember, everyone bear in mind that word actually. Why do people, because let's cut it out for a second, hate new Star Trek? Fair question. But it's not when you put actually hate. That is the injection of someone with an agenda that has no honest or he has no there's no goodwill to the question because he put the word actually in it, and that really means something. Because it was like, at least like, look, I kind of like new Star Trek. Why do people hate it so much? That's an honest question, even if he's an idiot. But why do they actually? No, I'm about to tell you why you actually hate it, you bigots. That's where it's coming from. That's his whole email. Sorry.
Why are you saying sorry every time you speak?
I don't know. I'm sorry for being mean to Steve.
Are you though?
No, I'm not. What a little twerp. Sorry.
But I mean, so the point he was making about how Picard died and his consciousness got put into a robot.
Sorry, I thought that was funny.
Captain, what do you mean? Until a hot woman came along, he married the woman he created a hologram of. who was deeply offended that he did that. But in Pihard, she found it quaint and married
Whoa.
Geordie.
Whoa,
Wow.
seriously? She
Yeah.
did?
Leah,
That's one of those
yeah.
things. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and say it. As a woman, if that would have happened to me, I will tell you right now, I would never interact with that human being ever again, and I would be telling that story for time immemorial until the end of days. I would tell that story for a laugh. Okay.
It was years later.
It was, and
I'm not going to defend it. Good.
Well, I will slightly. In fairness, he didn't. He didn't initially. He didn't create the character to fall in love with her.
No,
that happened while they were working on the problem.
And once she showed what she thought about it, he relented. He realized he didn't understand what was. It was client, and he didn't keep it up. He didn't do any kind of evil stalkery crap after that point. And then
that we know of,
they became friends. Well, yeah, of course, they became friends. After that, they reached some kind of an agreement. Then many years later, after she'd gotten divorced, they got together because realized at that time he'd become a pretty accomplished member of the flagship of the fleet as a pretty well-known member of Starfleet. So I guess he kind of eventually people change. We defended Geordie.
That, but I'm not defending that. That's a weird thing to do.
Well, yeah, people
because
do weird stuff.
I understand. Yeah. It started off not being like that, but then it became like that, and then he projected that onto her.
There's that. That's the issue.
That's where I have a problem. And then after that, it just, I don't know. I don't think you really. Are there restraining orders in the Federation?
Right. Yeah, but he never went after her. If he left her alone for years and years and years, then it means he learned this lesson, and she kind of gave him a break. So at that point, it's between the two of them. But I understand what you mean. Believe me,
I'm
I know, but in her position, you're telling us what you would do, and I got you.
Yeah, so I'm saying...
believe me, I completely understand where you're coming from, Eris. It's creepy. And if we're all completely honest, we all know the holodeck is used for crazy sex acts. We just know it is.
I know what I'd be using it for.
Yeah. There's a folder of holodeck for stuff. Okay, everybody has a stuff folder on their holodeck card. Okay.
Oh yeah.
You know there's some weird shit in there. That's not the issue. The issue is it's an actual person. I don't care if you have 20 Klingon women in there, Worf. I don't care. That's your business, not mine. I do care if that's a real person that you've recreated from your image, and then you project all of those feelings that you have on that person onto that person.
And so did she.
Yes.
So did she. She was creeped out by it now.
Yeah, and that's totally
absolutely rightfully so. She should be creeped out by that. I'm not denying that at all.
So you get that. Yeah,
it's a different time in the future. Maybe she eventually I don't know. Why defend it? I'd rather beat up on Steve anyway.
I don't know. Maybe she was really lonely, and she was like, "Hey, Geordie." I was like,
I want to know what happened to her husband because she was married in that episode, and
Ellie didn't die in an engineering accident.
His shuttle that Geordie happened to work on mysteriously just blew up.
Well,
I don't know what happened.
Geordie was a real jerk in PR season 3,
Yeah.
Anyway, Steve.
I will say his daughter Sydney's kind of hot though. I'll say that.
Well, yeah.
I gotta verify this. I don't know. Okay, hold on.
She was.
Yeah. Geordie. Yeah, but I gotta verify that. Geordie's daughter, Picard. There we go.
Well, we see two of them. It's the one in the red uniform.
He had 2 daughters.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking. I think I prefer the one in the yellow.
Well, that's his actual. That is actually LeVar Burton's real daughter.
No.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, the one in the yellow uniform was was LeVar Burton's actual real daughter, but the one in the red uniform I thought was actually kind of hot.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, she was.
She's okay. I prefer the one in the yellow. That's just me. That's all right. That's okay. Doesn't matter anyway.
Well,
Example.
Oh my
Eris, your
goodness,
guide card's revoked. Wow.
A rogue Loki has entered the fray.
Oh my
no.
goodness.
Hey.
No, you're just gonna walk away. You don't want to say hi. Okay, or we gotta wave. And a squeaky door.
Okay. Bye, Loki.
Hi, Loki.
He was eating something, to be fair. So, food is important. I will say, food
It
is
is.
important.
Some viewers who didn't care for that particular development have argued that it undercuts Picard's sacrifice to just bring him right back in a new body that the show takes pains to assure us isn't really that different from
Or
his
that it was really stupid.
Others have suggested that being resurrected as an android doesn't seem like the sort of thing Picard would have wanted.
He wouldn't. He'd want to be buried at his vineyard beside his other family.
Yeah, my vote's for really. It's really stupid.
He would not have wanted that because Picard was someone who understood like mortality and that it's important.
Also, we're just apparently going to gloss on by this, so I'm just gonna. So in Picard, they found out where the consciousness is and extracted it.
Apparently, yes.
Yes, and they
Okay.
transferred it to an alien. Excuse me, a synthetic android body that was just as weak and feeble as his stupid human body at 90-something years old.
I don't want that. I want a young, hot thing. You
Right.
know what I mean? Like, why
That's
would
why
I?
it was
Why
stupid.
would I?
That's
It's
what's so
like,
stupid
what-
about it.
It's like, okay, we have found the secret to immortality. You still have to deal with your gout, though. Oh, thank you.
Oh, good. Is my arthritis there too? Excellent.
Yes, it is.
You have the dementia add-on. Excellent.
Can you at least make my voice young and strong again? No? All right.
I'm tired of being on this show all the time and talking like this. I don't sound like I used to make it sound, number one. Number one, I order you to take a number two.
Oh my goodness.
I need to send my number 2 into the mail because of my prostate.
What he said. Oh my God. This shit sucks. Steve, you suck.
Yeah.
Perfect show for you, Steve.
No,
I'm glad you loved it so much.
Particularly fond of it so far.
Who's related to consent and whether or not his friends even had the right to transfer his consciousness into the golem in the first place.
They didn't.
And he
Unless it was
actually
expressly discussed
and-
before.
and it wasn't, and he literally is like, "Why'd you bring me back?"
Yeah.
Because that's
They
something Picard that's something Picard actually would want to be consulted on, and if he's dying, he would accept that.
He'd want to die in his family home, surrounded by his friends and family, who are the same thing, I guess, in this case. And then buried out with the rest of his family, and then, somebody take the farm over or something. Like you kind of have a continuation. So somebody from the Enterprise would end up taking it over or something, just to keep it going.
Yeah.
So, just said, it's probably what would happen. What do I know?
These are interesting substantive critiques that suggest a willingness to engage with the material in a thoughtful way. However, many of the complaints I saw about the ending of Star Trek Picard were less, this is a poor creative choice that undermines what the show is trying to accomplish and raises troubling questions, and more, Picard's a robot now? That's dumb.
Well, this
The
dumb.
thing is,
It can be
this
both.
is subjective.
You can have critiques and be both of those things.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yes.
you can have the insightful, in-depth. This ruins his sacrifice. This is not something Picard would want, and think Picard's a robot being dumb. You could think all three.
Yes,
Mhm.
they work together.
Yeah.
I'm not saying anything particularly insightful there. Our responses
never
to
did.
art are entirely subjective. Even our
All right, I'll go ahead and say it. Most fan criticism is not going to be an in-depth critique. All right, they're going to find something that they don't like, and they're going to just outright say that they don't like it. Okay, but people generally are not critiques of it, but they do know if they don't like something or if they like something. So I don't know, cherry picking the people that didn't express it concisely and well thought out, and we're just like, yeah, I don't think I like the thing, as being the dumb caveman is kind of super elitist in my opinion.
Well, that would be Steve for you.
Mm-hmm.
He's nothing if not super elitist.
Oh, good. We should get along great.
are considered well-articulated critiques. Criticism of art is just as subjective as every other kind of
Okay, stop pussyfooting, okay? Either say that we're all morons for not liking the things you like, which seems to be what you are aiming for, or say, you know what, it's totally fine that you don't like it, this is why I do like it. But you're trying to do both, and I don't like it. It's annoying.
Mm-hmm.
It just, I don't know, lean in or don't. What is it, shit or get off the pot? Is that the phrase?
That's one of them.
Yeah.
I don't like it. I don't like this wibbly woobly. I'm gonna
Wibbly wobbly.
dance around. No, wibbly woobly. It's very
Wibbly
different.
wobbly? Okay.
Very different. Very different.
Okay.
Very different.
reaction to it. You can craft a critique of something that is less influenced by your reflexive emotional reaction to it, but that doesn't make that critique objective, just subjective in another.
Guess what? You can have both objective and subjective criticism.
Yes,
That's
you
a
can.
Fascinating concept.
Yeah. Again, your pause game is amazing.
Thank
But,
you. He's really making it easy for me, quite frankly. I
But
feel like I'm on easy mode. All right.
But I mean, objective criticisms are things that are like they're indisputable. It's like this happens, and that's a problem because it could directly is in direct contrast with something else, and that's a problem. That would be an objective critique.
Badges being in Discovery is an objective critique.
Yes.
Because they literally were not invented until about 200 years later, so to speak.
Or the secret clandestine Section 31 having distinct comm badges. That's stupid. And that's an objective issue. Like, what? Why would the secret group wear a distinctive badge that, like, so you people know that they're not a normal Starfleet thing?
What do you mean? Does your secret club not have like super special badges, like buttons that you put on your very big buttons that you put on your shirt that says "I am Secret Agent Man"?
Yeah.
You don't have that? You're missing out.
Or in season 2 of Discovery, when you have the Admiral chick next to the photon torpedo that's about to explode, and they're like, well, there's no way we can save her, and there's what about transporters?
No,
you have transporters, just beam her off.
No, let her die. They didn't try. Obviously, they wanted to die.
that is an objective criticism, because there were many ways you could have saved her, but they wanted to give her the heroic self-sacrificing death when it was stupid.
No, they wanted her to die. Okay.
I mean, if I was on the show, I'd want to die too, so they'd write me out.
Yes. No, it's Steve.
Steve.
Perhaps more thoughtful way. I suppose the question we need to be asking when considering how to respond to the "it doesn't feel like Star Trek" complaint is, who decides what Star Trek is supposed to feel like?
I do.
Fans.
They've actually already figured out what Star Trek is. Funnily enough,
Yeah.
I don't really think that's a question you have to ask. They've already figured that out. There's a whole damn like galaxy with multiple quadrants and multiple systems with multiple different races, with multiple different species of different different subsects of species and different types of planets, different types of stars. We got different types of ships, different types of everything. We have all different. That's just the basic world building, and then they put characters in that fit in that world building, and generally speaking, you follow them around on a ship, or if you're DS9, you follow them around on a base that's in a very interesting location of the galaxy given the time period. It's I don't know why. What do you mean? Like, who gets to decide Star Trek? It's already been decided. You just have to write around what's already been decided as Star Trek. You know what I mean? Like, you're not going to see a Ferrari in Lord of the Rings because it's already been decided that that's not something that's in Lord of the Rings. It's been decided by the world building and the people that came before, and all you have to do is honor it and put your own spin on it, and voila, a new Star Trek show. All right, it's actually a lot simpler than you think it is. When you have an incredibly dense IP like Star Trek, right, where you have so many things that have already been created. Honestly, you don't really have to create anything new, right? You just have to build around it. That's all you kind of have to do, and then you get to make your own characters, but make a ship that makes sense with equipment that makes sense, and follow a storyline in a particularly, I don't know. You can follow on the timeline that's already been established and pick an interesting part of it. And honestly, you don't even have to really follow around with humans. I'm kind of annoyed they haven't thought of doing this before. Why can't we have a Star Trek show that falls around a different species? The inner workings of it, instead of focusing on the humans.
I can answer that. Star Trek was created by its humanist creator, Gene Roddenberry, to be about the human condition. And it's not about
I understand. That's fun and everything. I'm just saying that would be an interesting point of view.
Oh, yeah. He includes aliens in that. But it all comes down to humans when it comes to Star Trek. Not every science fiction has to, but Star Trek does.
No, I understand, but I also find alien creation as interesting. You could have a miniseries. Yeah. You could have
in any science fiction,
Yeah, and I understand having a human element, but instead of, I don't know.
I'm just saying in Trek that's key. Any other show, fine, but still, Trek does talk about other aliens and stuff. But everything does come back to human beings again when it comes to Star Trek.
Okay, I'm just stating that there is a possibility of potentially something different. That's just an example of something different. All right, but instead of doing Discovery, and completely, absolutely. I mean, I don't even think you're fumbling the ball. I think you set the ball on fire and stomped it out. Okay, like you didn't do your due diligence of understanding what you had before. Therefore, because you don't know the elements that were already in place, you can't really build something that you can't build something around it. You're shoving a triangle into a round hole, and okay, well, maybe we're not going to shave off the edges, and we're not going to try a different hole, but we will shove it in there. But it never works, and it doesn't feel like it, because that's the best way people can describe seeing so many inconsistencies given the what they know before. And that's another problem Discovery has, is that it's stuck between two. Okay, it's stuck between Enterprise and TOS instead of being able to branch out and do something different.
Right.
Yeah, it's hard.
It was dead on arrival when they said it at the time they did. If you're gonna
that was a terrible idea. That was a terrible idea.
Dead. Just set it in the far-flung future after Deep Space Nine, and go from there. Even if the show sucks, I can respect something like. I'd respect it even if it sucked, just for the fact that they're going forward. Much as I love Enterprise, it was kind of a mistake to do something that wasn't necessarily a prequel, but it was. But the point is, I love it, but it still doesn't mean it was the right decision. going. Star Trek, in its very essence, is about going forward. When
Yes.
you do a remake, when you do a
Mhm.
reboot of any kind, when you do anything that is prequel type oriented, it's going backwards, and it's antithetical to what Star Trek should be about. Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Shives. I'm sure you probably would change that and disagree with it because
Yeah.
you apparently are the arbiter of what Star Trek is all about.
And
mean-
also, to touch on both of your points, there's no reason they couldn't have just done another Star Trek type show. You could have even had it during that same period in time. I mean, think of the Enterprise D. We saw it go through all these different adventures over 7 seasons. Well, theoretically, other ships should be getting into those same kind of issues, right? So why couldn't you just follow the adventures of another ship during that same timeline? You could have easily done that, and that way it also does not affect TNG much at all because it's in a different part of the quadrant or whatever. You could have just done that. It's not like there's a shortage of science fiction's things you can do. There's plenty.
How about the time period of Voyager? But hey, we're not following Voyager. You can still have a ship that we're following along during Voyager, and you can hear about news of Voyager or whatever. I don't exactly know that much about Voyager, but you can
It's the
hear
same time period as DS9. Same.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I think
Okay.
Voyager debuted during season 2 of DS9. I think.
Mm-hmm.
This seemed a bit silly, but okay.
Yeah.
Because Voyager was actually filmed on the same soundstage that TNG was. So as soon as TNG was done, they tore down those sets and built in the Voyager sets. And they filmed on the same soundstage.
Right.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So, but it's just in the Delta Quadrant. You could, for example, made a show if you need a gimmick, because Voyager's a gimmick. If you needed some kind of premise gimmick, which I don't think you do, but if you don't just want it to be another ship out there in space called the Enterprise exploring, how about after the Dominion War, you have a show about a ship that tries to go into the Gamma Quadrant and something screwed up happens to the wormhole and sends them to a different quadrant, or just be out in the Delta, about in the Gamma Quadrant.
Yeah, they could just explore the Gamma Quadrant, which it kind of did a little bit, not even close to the extent that you could have in a show with that.
Well, the Excalibur series of books by Peter David, there were times when that almost got made into a TV show, and that would have been something. It was mostly in the Badlands, and it was a ship called Excalibur with Commander Shelby, who was, of course, in Best of Both Worlds.
Mm-hmm. I was thinking the same thing, by the way, Colin. I was thinking the same thing. After the Dominion War, or right when the Federation was being developed too. Because Starfleet comes first, Federation. And I always forget that, and it's always a surprise every time I hear it, because it just, my brain doesn't make sense of that exactly. But then I remember what the Federation is, and it's like, okay, well, you got your militaristic kind of side with Starfleet, and you got your I'm not going to say multi-world government, but what some kind of equivalent of that. That's not really what Federation is, but it's like we'll get together.
The Federation is essentially a slightly better functioning UN. Slightly.
Massively better functioning UN.
Way better,
Yes,
not evil like the UN, but they're pretty good.
Yeah.
So, But no, you're right. Absolutely. So anything would be better than what Steve Shives wants us to do, right, Steve?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Various groups of fans throughout the history of the franchise have had very different ideas about that. Many fans today who reject and attack Discovery or Star Trek Picard or the Kelvin timeline films for not feeling like Star Trek would probably cite The Next Generation as an example of what Star Trek is supposed to be.
All right,
I was about to hit that when you hit it for me.
Yeah. So I struggled to watch anything other than J.O.S.H for years. because I couldn't get over not seeing my boys. Okay, not seeing my beautiful girl, the USS Enterprise. I couldn't quite get over it. And I've seen all the movies like God knows how many times, and I watched the series except for the last episode because I don't like things when they end. I have a hard time doing that. But I just, I even watched the animated series once.
Well,
I like the animated series actually.
Me too.
It's good, and I'm glad they got there. It's just, I don't know. It's one of those like, yeah, it's cute. I like it.
I mean,
and it's not the worst thing ever.
I mean,
but I appreciate
animation overall was terrible in the early 70s.
Yeah.
So
I mean, cheap. Filmation is cheap.
It
won
was
an
also
Emmy.
that.
But I just wanted.
It did.
I didn't like.
Yep.
I didn't like Star Trek.
What
Next
episode
Generation.
what episode won an Emmy?
The series won an Emmy for I don't know if it was the episode or just the series in general for children's show Emmy for I think it was for Yesteryear the episode, or it was just one of the episodes like the series in general. I can't remember the exact, but it won an Emmy. Yeah. I mean, these are the guys who did only Star Trek. They also did Fat Albert, which also was up for an Emmy and stuff. Oh yeah.
Okay.
So, but
it's just I know Filmation more from He-Man, but okay.
Yeah. Well, I would like to stop Steve on something right here real quickly because I've had it. I've had it with the straw man argument of people they hate it because it doesn't feel like Star Trek. Now, people have said that because it doesn't. But you notice how he's isolating this as his only method of attack is going after people about it for saying that it doesn't feel like Star Trek. What else has he addressed other than that? Nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Just if you say, you know what, Steve? I mean, you know what, Josh? You know what, Eris? I don't like those new Star Trek shows because they don't feel like Star Trek. Bigot! As if that's the only reason anybody's criticizing it. That's the only reason. Right, Steve? People just doesn't feel like. No, you're the feelings boy here, Steven. There are a lot of other reasons people crap. How about because the writing sucks, donkeys? How about because of the agenda? How about all this other stuff? Are you going to address any of that? Oh, this is like, I know, granted, we're only 9 minutes into the thing. I mean, 10 minutes in, but it doesn't feel, it looks like that's all he's going to harp on. We'll see. But it's like, because they don't like it because it doesn't feel like Star Trek. Just get on with it and address an actual issue. Sorry.
But as I mentioned at the top of this video, when TNG debuted in 1987, there were plenty of fans who felt differently. No Kirk, no Spock, new ship, new costumes. No. The Klingons are good guys. That's not Star Trek. The new captain would rather negotiate than fight. There's a counselor on the bridge who's always talking about people's feelings. A blind character. What is this politically correct bullshit? What happened?
Okay.
All right, joke. Oh, I thought I did that. I can't.
No,
yeah, go ahead. We did it at the same time. Sorry.
No. Please go. Please go ahead.
No, just gonna say. Okay, I'm tired. Right there, it's idiots that don't understand Star Trek. When they'll start with a captain that would rather negotiate the fight. Kirk negotiated all the time when it was necessary. He fought when it was necessary. You never watched Trek, you idiot. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I understand. Someone being blind and a counselor being on board doesn't make it politically correct. What? Geordi was able to overcome his disability.
That's
and
the whole
not
point
just
of the visor, yeah.
He flourished. I mean, he's one of the greatest engineers of all time in Starfleet history. I don't understand why you'd reduce him just because he can't see.
And it was named it was named after a very famous Star Trek fan, Geordi LaForge, as an homage to someone, a handicapped person who really loved Star Trek.
That's cool. I didn't know that.
I actually did not know that.
Yep, look him up. He was very famous in Star Trek fandom in the early days of Star Trek fandom, and He has a very sad, tragic story. He loved Star Trek, and when he got this character, and not only they decided to have a blind character, they said because of Geordi's illnesses and problems, they named him after a real person. Yep,
That's cool.
I did not know that.
old Geordi, and they did. And he became a great character.
Mm-hmm.
Even though LeVar Burton's never mind.
Well, you can't judge actors. You
No,
can't
not-
judge a show based on an actor saying some shit.
Not
you
that
know?
he didn't think Geordi should be blind. He said a lot of dumb stuff about the character too, like the character
Well,
shouldn't be
because
blind and all that other stuff.
Well, I mean, I've heard LeVar talk about that, and as an actor, he couldn't see with that thing.
Go dig a ditch, though.
Well, yes. Yes.
So it's like he. I mean, you need to like. Part of acting is you need to like hit your mark so that you're in camera frame and everything, but he could not see through that, so that made it very difficult for him to do his job. So that's why. So I've heard him say he has a love-hate relationship with the visor. He gets it, he understands it, but he personally hated it because it made his job so much more difficult.
Yep.
Understandable.
And again, like because they did later, they gave him cybernetic eyes, with just blue contacts, and that allowed him to actually be able to see.
Yes.
But the visor does look cool.
To the-
I'll grant you that.
It does. It does.
Real Star Trek. Of course, by the fourth year, TNG had won over all but the miserablest of bastards in the fan base, and characters like Picard and Troy and Geordi.
Okay, so who cares?
Who was won over by Troy?
Nobody was run over by Troy, but I'm just saying who cares then? Then your point is kind of...
Yeah, your point's defeating itself because no one's been won over by Michael Burnham. No one's been won over by Tilly.
Why do you think that is?
Because they're terrible characters. I have nothing against the actors themselves.
Well, no, I
Just-
don't blame an actor from terrible script writing.
But the overall Star Trek fans have not been won over by the new shows. You can mindlessly clap all you want. Most of us have moved on now.
Yeah. In fact, I probably wouldn't have even found this video had I not been started to watch Enterprise, and I was just like, I just wonder what kind of Star Trek stuff video-wise is out there. So, but I found this. Aren't y'all happy?
Yay.
That means we can blame Loki.
What?
We
It's true.
can blame Loki because he got me watching Enterprise. So it's his fault that I found this video.
Oh my! Damn it, Loki.
We can always make it his fault. We can always do it. If we think hard enough, if we try hard enough, if we believe, we can always make it Loki's fault.
Who had been mocked just a few years before were now widely beloved. No, sorry, Wesley, no one will ever love you.
Yay, we agree.
All right.
Hey, Will Wheaton, you helped unite the Trek fans. Everyone hates you. You did it.
What a legacy,
You-
Will Wheaton.
Yes, he's that one character that everyone thought sucked ass. Yeah, that's about right.
Not even Robin Leffler. That was the chaste kiss of a friend she gave you, and that's all it will ever be.
True.
And that's fine. Just come to peace with it. But a few years after that, another new Star Trek.
Yay, I'm so happy. I'm so happy that we agree on something. We did it, Josh. We
Now
can
I was
just
gonna say
end
we hate.
now.
Now I was gonna say why we hate this one or what?
Yeah, probably because it's not on a starbase. Or it's not on a starship.
Oh
Well,
yeah.
Oh, there's a black man.
There you go.
And it's leading it. And
Now you're talking.
Black man
I was
leading
I was
it.
just about to say that. I think that's going to be his thing.
Oh, and there's a
Yep,
woman
yep, yep.
as the first officer. Oh, look at that! Oh my goodness, how horrific!
Star Trek show premiered, Deep Space Nine, and it stretched the premise of the franchise a lot further than TNG did.
Correct.
And it's at this point that I think I need to add to the discussion another common complaint from fans who hate new Star Trek. It's related to it doesn't feel like Star Trek, but it's more specific. It's the insistence that the premise or the setting or the tone of the show in question falls outside the boundaries of what Star Trek is supposed to be. With TNG, the complaint was that Star Trek was supposed to be about Captain Kirk, Spock, McCoy, and the rest of the original cast aboard the Enterprise. When DS9 came along, the complaint morphed into Star Trek is supposed to take place on a ship, not a space station. I saw some fans
Let's not talk about this one, okay? Can we just?
Oh my God!
I don't want to talk about the horrible thing that is Lower Decks.
What do you put that there for anyway?
I don't know. But it hurts my eyeballs, and I'm wondering why Josh is torturing me right now.
I completely forgot what my point was going to be because I was distracted when this still came up.
Thank you for ruining all of our days, Josh.
You're welcome. What was my point?
I don't know. We just got it was like getting jump scared. Like how Jesus Christ.
Basically. My God.
So awful. This is so terrible. I hate it all.
Ugh.
I hate it so much. It's just the art style is shit.
Should have saw
Everything
the
is
crossover
shit.
episode. No, you
It's so bad. I hate it all.
Yeah.
passing around a new version of this criticism last year when the animated series Star Trek Lower Decks debuted. Then it was Star Trek shouldn't be a comedy.
Stop.
The trouble with Tribbles isn't real Star Trek.
No. Shut the fuck up.
Who said that?
Stop it.
Who never said that?
I'm about to kill somebody. How dare you? How fucking dare you.
My God.
I love Trouble with Tribbles. It is my
Whoever said this
original.
wasn't real Star Trek?
I love Trouble with Tribbles. It's my favorite original series episode. I don't care if you don't like it.
Most people love it. I know one guy that hates it,
Clubby.
but whoever said it wasn't Trek.
But
I love Trouble with Tribbles.
It's so good. I love it. It's great. It's wonderful. It's funny. You know what the problem with Lower Decks is? It's not funny. And it's shit. It's horribly animated, and it has some of the most unlikable people ever. They're either idiots or unlikable. I don't even understand.
There's also a huge difference between being primarily a drama series and having a few episodes that are a little bit lighter than having a show that is entirely based on comedy. That is entirely different. Star Trek is not Rick and Morty. It's not Futurama.
Well, here's the thing, folks. The original series has a grand total of 3 actual comedies, 1 kind of a half and half comedy. They are, of course, in no particular order, I Mud, The Trouble with Tribbles, A Piece of the Action. And then, by any other names, the weirdest Trek episode ever, because it starts out deadly serious, then it ends in a comedy. It's weird. But for the most part, that's it. Of 3 seasons, of 79 aired episodes. Now, something that we've mentioned earlier, how we just reviewed Deep Space Nine. One of my biggest complaints about Deep Space Nine that I never thought of on the previous viewings is there's comedy after comedy after annoying. Sometimes they're funny with the Ferengi comedies, sometimes they're not. But that show got obsessed with comedies, especially in the last couple of seasons, to the point like, oh my God, almost every other week they have a guffaw, laugh out loud, stupid comedy like baseball. And other kind of crap they did on the show.
Don't even get me started on the baseball episode.
But it's
as a baseball fan, I am furious at how horrible Cisco.
Horrible. But my point is, it was like I said, They have. Why does every other week have to be? Like I said, there's some of the Ferengi episodes land and they're kind of funny. Other ones, not so much, in my opinion. Just an opinion, right? But they're too obsessed with comedies on DS9, especially seasons 5, 6, and 7, to the point where I'm like, my God, does every week have to be a damn comedy? Even the other ones didn't do that much.
Yeah. Now, what was the episode where they had like Dominion stuff going on and a Ferengi thing, and so you had Jeffrey Combs
Jeffrey Combs played multiple characters in one.
Yes.
He
played
great. He was brilliant.
Oh yeah, but my point is, like, there's an episode of DS9 where he's playing both of his major guest roles in the same episode, and it's like
he played Brunt.
Yes,
a couple of times, yeah. And I mean, there's just so many episodes that were about them doing silly shit, like ripping off. There were a couple we noted when we were reviewing them. They ripped off plots from MASH. They ripped off various things. Again, they did all kind of Ferengi comedy stuff.
Remember when Quark had a sex change for wacky shenanigans?
Yes, exactly, and it was a stupid episode.
They
did a lot of really
terrible,
silly shit. That's what I'm saying. It's fine to like the show, but if you're gonna call it fair, you got to call it fair, and it had a lot of problems. However, and even the stupid hippie episode, that Kronos mentions, the space hippies, that wasn't a comedy, but they were trying to be funny, and it was really dumb. The Way to Eden. But for the most part,
the fact is, I don't even consider the space hippie episode to be the worst one of TOS.
Oh no, but it's pretty bad. But point being is,
it is bad. It is bad, but I personally hate the one with the guy in the moo. Who had control. Yeah, who had to control the garbage. Yeah,
garbage.
I think that's the worst episode of TOS.
That's third season. There are a lot of bad episodes in the third season.
I know.
But here, though, he's acting like someone, whoever bitched to you, Steve, about the trouble with tribbles. I've got one friend of mine I know that hates it. Everybody else I know either really loves it, like Eris loves it. I love it. Yes. Most people are very well disposed towards it. It's a beautiful episode. But if you don't like it, that's fine. But where are you getting this, Steve? Who's complaining about the trouble with tribbles to you in droves?
Oh,
who's saying
it's
you
your
can't
one
have
friend?
Right. Yeah. He must have called the guy. Hey, this friend, I could believe it. This friend, I could believe it. So, yeah.
And the whole, and there's also like a whole through line, because in the episode, Kirk is constantly getting shit on, and then he's proven right at the end.
Oh, yeah. It's a great, I love the episode.
Yeah.
Why is he dredging up? I don't know why he's dredging up trouble with tribbles.
Yeah. And again, there's a difference between a drama show having a lighter episode now and then,
right,
and a outright we're trying to make you laugh every episode. That's a huge difference.
Yep.
Especially if you're not funny.
Now, Lower Decks, though, here, let me tell you another thing about Lower Decks, okay? First, I haven't watched it at all. I saw that stupid crossover of Strangled Worms, but I'll tell you this. If, let's say, for example, SCD and P Hard and even Lower Decks or Strangled Worms were okay, decent Trek shows, and then they came out and they wanted to do like the Prodigy, the kids, one for the kids, and they wanted to do a Rick and Morty type spoof show, I'd say maybe you guys have earned the skins on the wall. If you want to have a Star Trek spoof, whether I like it or not, whether we think it's funny or not, that's okay. But the fact that they haven't earned the right to do anything they want. They haven't earned any kind of gravitas to make a Trek spoof cartoon, since they can't even make a good show to begin with. So screw off with your Lower Decks. You have no credibility.
I mean, if Rick Berman decided, after TNG, he has the TNG films going on, and Voyager and DS9 are going, and they're doing decent ratings. If he decided, I want to do a kid show, that'd be one thing.
That'd be fine. Good or bad, that'd be fine.
Yes, because by that point he had earned it.
They have not earned the right to do some shit like Lower Decks.
Right.
Even if it were funny, but it isn't. But
I tried watching the first episode and I couldn't get past 8 minutes. I can't take this.
Some people like it, but I mean,
Loki jump scared me with the stupid Nick of Time episode. It was horrible.
And you still decided to marry him, okay?
I did. Yeah, I did.
Okay, that's
We'll
love
have-
right there.
You'll have your
He
revenge.
also
in this
showed
world or
me.
next.
He also showed me the last portion of the She-Hulk episode, the finale.
That's spousal abuse. That's abuse right there.
My brain was breaking so
Eris,
hard that I told him to turn it off.
Eris, do you need help?
No,
Blink one for yes.
Blink one for you.
I did take him to go see Moonfall in theaters. So
Oh,
That's fair. That's fair.
Mutual abuse. Then there you go.
yes.
There you go. All right, Steve, lay it on us.
Who decides what
Me.
Star Trek is supposed to feel like?
Me.
We all do, individually
Well,
and
no.
collectively, when we talk about the show.
No. Star Trek is not a democracy. It's not a commune. We don't know because it's guess what? As like I said, it's already been established. It's already been established. I don't understand why do we have to reestablish? God, it's like what's happening in the fine art word. What is art? What is art? Why do I need to figure out what art is? Why is that a thing we have to explore? Like, why do we have to explore what Star Trek is? Star Trek is the thing that it's. What?
He's not being. He's being disingenuous anyway. Because if he really believed that, he would have made this video.
Because
Why
again,
make the video?
and again, I've said it before already, but there's only a handful of episodes of TOS that end, with a chuckle because it's because overall it's a funny episode.
Humorous moments, yeah.
But how many episodes ended on a very somber tone?
A few, for sure.
Yeah, quite a few actually.
An uplifting tone too. That's another one.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, on to the next adventure. Da 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 da.
Yeah.
You know something, Steve? I actually agree with you. You can decide how you feel you want all day long, but you're sitting here with a video trying to tell everybody else how they should feel. That's what your video is about. Because you're not asking, hey guys, why do you hate new Star Trek? You're asking, hey everybody, why do people actually hate new Star Trek? Just watch this video. I'll explain. So you're not saying that I have the right to decide what feels like Star Trek and for myself. You're not saying that in the least, and you know it, jackass. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But there is no objective standard. There can't
yes, there is.
Because art and how we respond.
Hold on. I paused, but I'm going to let him go. Hold on a second. Hold on.
Respond to art is subjective. What you think Star Trek is supposed to feel like or supposed to be might differ from what
No. Feelings and actuality are two different things.
Yes.
I can feel, right, that something is a certain way, but objectively think of something else, right? So, like, I think objectively, the Titanic is a pretty solid movie. Yeah, objectively, it's pretty solid. Storytelling's pretty solid. I mean, it's a classic for God's sake.
From a storytelling standpoint, yes. I don't care. I don't give a damn about Jack or Rose.
Exactly.
Because it's based off of probably my least favorite Shakespearean play, Romeo and Juliet, and I hate it. And I don't care, and I absolutely loathe movies like the Titanic that take a actual real life tragedy that has really happened in our world and then put a stupid romance. They put a romance story at the forefront of it that not only didn't happen, but
because those characters never existed.
Yes, exactly. So it's like it didn't happen, but then the actual tragedy takes a backseat and is all of a sudden just a prop. I hate that. That bothers me. It is a huge pet peeve of mine to see films do that. So it's like I don't actually even give a shit how good Titanic is. I think it is dog shit based on my personal feelings on the premise that it gives me. So whatever, like I can separate objectivity and subjectivity because
but you're right. From a technical standpoint,
very well made. Yeah,
it's extremely well made. The
I mean, it
attention
was
to detail, the
stunning.
the combining of using models and CGI and miniatures, it's flawlessly executed from a technical standpoint. Yes, but I don't give a shit about Rose or Jack.
Same. I hate that
No,
movie.
it actually it actively makes me mad. Like I can't stand it. So
Think of all those hours we'd save without them in the movie.
I think it was their fault the Titanic crashed.
Yes, agreed.
It was their fault.
Yeah.
But I mean, so kind of like a reflection back to Steve's point, or like a point that he's trying to make, which is me. So I can say this doesn't feel like Star Trek, but then so that's my subjective point of view. Guess what I can then do? I can articulate reasons why I don't think something feels like Star Trek, because if I don't feel like something, and if you give me a few minutes to actually, okay, why don't I like something? Because that's something you would generally ask yourself if you don't like something. Like, okay, I don't like this. Why? Why do I not like this? Well, they're the characters are not really likable at all. You just have, I'm falling around a stuck-up bitch. Great, thanks for that. I don't appreciate that. Oh, great. So for the 5 seasons, not only has she not gotten over that hump, which I don't mind a character being stuck up and narcissistic if they get over that. That's actually
They grow as a character. Yeah.
You can do that. That is perfectly fine as an arc. I wouldn't suggest making that character the main character, though. I'd make that a side character. But anyway, it's like, first of all, I don't even like the main character. So you're already starting at a vast disadvantage. Then you've done some things that were incredibly unnecessary. The ship looks, I don't know, okay, I guess would be the nicest way to put it. But then it decides, hey, you know what? We're going to use warp drive. How do we use warp drive? We spin. We're going to spin and then go, which is the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
Hold on. That wasn't warping. That was using their spore drive that allowed it to teleport.
Right. It's basically a TARDIS.
It's a shroom. They shroomed. Okay. They took all the baggie instead of a quarter of it. Okay, we get it. It's just they shroomed their way across the galaxy, and that makes no sense, because why on earth would you change? Warp drive isn't something that needs to be changed. It's perfectly fine as it is. You can always make improvements to go faster, but you don't have to change that. That's silly. Okay. Oh, great. The main character has started a war. And she got promoted. Great.
Yeah.
Klingons are orcs. Klingons are orcs now.
Yeah, I saw boob. I saw boob.
By the way,
I'll never forget that.
Archer Colin, you're exactly right. That Titanic episode, the very first episode that was about the first episode of the time tunnel about the Titanic, that was great. Love it.
Mm-hmm.
That was the way to do a Titanic story right there.
I do not have a problem with the Titanic story. I have a problem with using it as a prop.
Yes.
Right there with you. Right there with you, boss. I hate it.
All right. That bothers me to say that, oh, you just have subjective things. Yes, I have subjective things, but I also have objective things. Because believe it or not, I can objectively dissect something to the point of, to tell you why I don't like something. And I can take things that I actually enjoy and then objectively analyze them. For instance, I absolutely adore Moonfall. It is a completely objectively dog shit movie. Okay? It is so dog shit, but I adore that movie.
Which one?
Dare I say, to the moon
Moonfall.
And back.
No, I don't know that one.
It's all right. It's
Roland Emmerich film where the moon falls out of orbit and is on collision course with Earth.
That's a very simple way.
It's unbelievably stupid, but I kind of loved it.
It's beautiful. It's the room of disaster movies. It is absolutely amazing. I love it to death.
Nice.
So, but okay, I'm okay.
I think, but neither one of us is right or wrong.
No, we can say our feelings, and neither one of us are right or wrong for our feelings. But we can argue over objective stuff, and I would
Right.
love to do that actually.
Mhm.
One person is right and one person is wrong when it comes to objectivity. That's the difference.
He likes
But most, but most of these, but most. Oh, go ahead, Clobby.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, but the fact is, so many of these people don't understand what true objectivity means, and so you can say something is objective, and they will interpret it as no, that's just your subjective thought.
No.
But it's like no, objective is a fact about the thing.
Yes. Hey, it doesn't make any sense that phaser is turned at her face instead of the person she's trying to shoot. Why? That is objectively incorrect way to hold a phaser and actually laughably show. You should have just died. That should have been like an instant death for such stupidity. Okay.
It's objectively wrong to have Klingons looking like orcs.
Yeah, I mean, Klingons looks fine, and they've been looking fine. You know, I didn't like how they looked in TOS, obviously, but they were very limited with their budget,
Right.
so you gotta forgive them a couple times. And I think it's really like funnily kind of covered up. I think it's in DS9, right? They kind of funnily go over it.
No,
With the crossover episode?
Enterprise, the fourth season,
Enterprise actually deals with it.
totally explain it.
Really, I could have
Yes.
sworn it was. I could have sworn it was in
No.
the Back in Time episode in DS9. The
They
triple
mentioned
one.
it, but they don't. There's no definitive answer given. Worf says
Oh,
we do not talk of we do not speak of it with other worlders.
Oh, I was actually perfectly fine with that as an answer. So they actually give you like a definitive answer, and
Yes.
that's
Enterprise
interesting.
season
I look
4.
forward to that. I look
Yep.
forward to that. That should be fun. Okay,
Mhm.
moving on.
Your opinion is not binding to me, nor mine to you.
Correct.
You might think
Thank you,
the Kelvin
Steve.
films or Discovery or Lower Decks suck because they don't feel like Star
Yeah.
Trek, because they do things Star Trek isn't supposed to do.
Beat me again. Sorry, I'm slow. All right,
I
I'm
don't
slow.
like that. I don't like continue, Clobby.
No, I'm just gonna say I'm tired of his. I'm tired of his feel this view because it doesn't feel. I never once. I hate this all this shitty stuff. I hate the Kelvin trash. I hate all the Jar Jar trash. All the bad reboot out stuck without else trash. Hate it all. You never once ever go. You know something, Eris? Here's why I hate these movies so much. Because they don't feel like Star Trek. Screw your feelings. I don't care about your fifis. Because they're not Star Trek. I never put the word fifi. They are not Star Trek for so many reasons. Now, you can disagree with the reasons, Steve-O, but I don't know who you're talking to. I don't know what milksop you're talking to that's saying, well, Steve, they don't feel enough like Star Trek for me. Yeah, who are you talking to? A bunch of babies? Stop it with the feelings crap. I mean, it's fine if you disagree and you like that shit. No one's stopping you. Like you said, Steve, you can like whatever you want. But stop with the straw man crap about feelings. There are a lot of reasons people don't like them. You don't have to agree with them. I hate them primarily because Star Trek never needed to be rebooted. No one else could ever play those characters for me. And they're antithetical to everything that Roddenberry's vision was about, everything that Star Trek is supposed to be. They're not good science fiction. They're not good television. They're not good entertainment and movies either. They're all bad. They're all shit. And they dumb down, worst of all, they dumb down Star Trek to mindless, filthy crap. That's why I hate them, Steve. Nothing, my feelings, yes, but nothing to do with what they feel like. Feel this, Steve, you stupid, arrogant little punk. Sorry.
Oh my
Clobby,
God.
that was so well said, because yes, for me, the single biggest crime of this new era of Star Trek is the fact that Trek has been dumbed down when it was supposed to be the show that you'd watch an episode and it might make you think about something.
Yep.
Even if you disagreed with what they were saying, it was at least presenting it in an intelligent way.
Even a lesser episode can do that sometimes.
Yes.
Plenty of times. But this doesn't
I will take it to my grave that Let This Be Your Last Battlefield is one of the most intelligent episodes of anything regarding racism ever.
What, two-sided people?
That episode is
it's heavy,
flawless
it's
in how it depicts racism.
It's heavy-handed. Some of the directing is
Yep.
really wonky, but its bottom line story that people don't even realize today is not only does it talk about the bigotry of differences, it also the Enterprise crew is astonished at watching these two people that won't budge an inch and won't. They're just like what we're going through in society right now, where if you disagree, if the slightest disagreement, you're a bad monster, and all I want to do is destroy you, which is what we're going through as a society right now. That was 1968, telling that story, and because it looked like a silly space show, people lose fact that is and again, it is not anywhere top 25 or 30 greatest Star Trek episodes to me as far as quality, but it speaks of something very important, like even the best or even the most even mediocre Trek can do, and make you think and challenge your opinions and challenge your views and challenge your fifis. All Steve's talking about is it doesn't. What is it? Who's saying this to you, Steve? Who's whining about it doesn't feel like that? I never even occurred to me that it doesn't feel like Star Trek. It's just not Star Trek in any way. And like I said, the most important thing is you're dumbing it down. In this case, in the case of the movie that you're showing, that's dumbing it down into a Fast and the Furious with spaceships to get pew pew butts in the seat.
Hey, Fast and Furious is fun.
But again, I'm just saying, you know what I mean. Though it's just like they get a bunch of quote unquote attractive young people to recast these characters to run around blowing shit up for 2 hours, and that's all fine and good for any other movie, but it's not what Star Trek is. So it's not feeling, Steve. It's knowing, you idiot.
And Archer Collin, that point is exactly right. When they did do a political story, they usually depicted both sides of the topic.
Absolutely.
No.
Even TNG and DS9, there were times when they would have leaned a little bit to one side and were not particularly fair-minded and still better than the crap they do today. But there were times, because we've been analyzing this show for the past couple of years, Raquel and I, and there were times that it can be a little bit didactic, but most of the time, even on those shows, they're fairly even-handed to the point where they will at least present something and you can come away. They don't tell you at the end of the episode, you're a piece of garbage if you disagree with this, which they do now with all. Now, again, the stupid Kelvin movies, they don't have any philosophy, really. They don't have any of that kind of SAW crap. They're just bad movies, rebooting to make money. But it's the Klutzman, Akiva Goldsman, Michael Chabon crap that we have now with Suckered Outhouse. That is, the SAW drivel. And Steve Shives, who was a big time SJW. Sorry.
Hey, what do you mean sorry? Stop apologizing. You're so
I like to end my
Bad
sentences
Clubby.
with sorry.
Apparently.
Which I haven't.
Bad Clubby. You
Sorry
don't
about
have to. Club. Don't make me come over there.
But 25 or 30 years ago, there were fans who thought the exact same thing about Voyager, Deep Space Nine, or Next Gen for the exact same reasons.
No.
And as ridiculous.
No.
That's not the exact same reason.
No.
Wow, that's just mean.
Wow.
I mean, it was not about feelings either. There's just maybe they just didn't like it for. They just didn't. A lot of people don't like something. There are people who love TNG that don't really like the original series much because they started with TNG, and people who like DS9 that can't stand Voyager, and people who like TNG that can't stand Voyager. And you know how much I love Enterprise, but know that it's the redhead stepchild of Star Trek, and very few people love it like I do, and that's fine. I can deal with it. Not a big Voyager guy. We're just now starting to review it. I'm enjoying watching it right now. It has ups and downs, but maybe it could be, Steve, that they just watched those shows and didn't like it as much as the previous one they liked. It could be that simple, Steve.
Yeah.
But then maybe they warmed up to it later, Steve.
And like especially in the case of TNG, a lot of the growing pains that they had was they kept trying to produce TNG like it was the original series. So it had like this clunkiness to it because it was written like an original series episode, despite the fact that this was now the late 80s and storytelling had moved on since that point. Yes. So it felt out of place a lot of times as well.
Sure. They made their mistakes, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, they absolutely did. As we said, most of season one is kind of forgettable.
everything's feelings with him. How about some of it's critiques and that, and
Yeah.
maybe some of it's just for whatever reason. Look, there's some people who love every single one of the shows, but there are a lot of people that they'll say, "You're a Star Trek fan?" Yes, I'm a Star Trek. What's your favorite one? Someone will go, like me, would say original series. Someone, really, my favorite was DS9. What was your favorite? Oh, I like Voyager. In other words, it's maybe just different flavors, Steve.
Yeah.
That they maybe someone will say, I like some of the other ones, okay, but my favorite is TNG. I mean, you'll hear that. You'll hear all of it. But they won't go, I didn't like Voyager because it didn't feel like Trek. The man just said, I didn't really like anybody on Voyager, so I didn't get into it as much. Maybe it was that.
Sorry, that's funny.
I'm sorry, Chris.
Oh my goodness.
She does that to me, so as a goof, we do it to each other. Sorry.
But I mean, yeah, you're making an excellent point there, Clobby. Because I mean, when I was a kid, TNG was on the air. TOS was long before I was born. I still migrate towards TOS. I think that is the best show of all of them. But I can, even though TNG was the one that I grew up with, I still prefer TOS. That's just my flavor, as you said, because that's just more my speed. I like that show the best of all of them. But I can watch TNG, I can watch DS9, I can watch Voyager, I can watch Enterprise, but I have my own pecking order, and that's fine.
No, you're not a real fan, Josh. Not a real fan.
He needs to stop. He's barking up the wrong tree with this is just all this hate for the new Trek. It's the same thing that went on before. It's not working, buddy. You're never gonna. It's wrong. It makes no sense. You're making a goddamn straw man argument. It doesn't hold water. What went on before, with people saying maybe I like TNG better than the J.O.S.H, or maybe I like DS9, but that's not what's going on here. Okay, the people who the actual reason a lot of them hate it. There could be various reasons, but you're not hitting on any of them right now with your fifis, and you're comparing things to the old days, apples and oranges that you're doing. It could be something a little more fundamental. Is they just don't think it's very good, and they certainly don't think it lives up to Star Trek's ideals. How about that, Steve-O?
No. You're just a sexism, Claudia.
Well, that's true. That's the word. Actually, that's what that means: sexism and racism. I'm guaranteeing you. Sorry.
Oh, the window.
Ridiculous as their complaints might seem to you, that's how ridiculous your complaints about the newer shows seem to me and a lot of other fans who have been enjoying the new stuff.
Okay.
All 12 of them.
Enjoy it. Yeah. I don't care. Enjoy it. That's fine. Yeah. Don't tell me I can't not enjoy it.
I mean,
yeah. Why do you care, Steve?
And I mean, also, let's be honest here. Most Star Trek fans who have grown up with it, or watched TNG and loved that growing up or whatever, most of these fans they've all now basically decided, I'm done trying to argue with these lunatics who think these shows are amazing. We've kind of accepted Star Trek's dead.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we're not arguing as much anymore, because okay, have at it. If you go to the YouTube video where they showed the musical trailer, look at the comments. Almost all of them are, I've been waiting for this! Yay! Because actual Star Trek fans don't care anymore.
Fascinating. There were people who asked for this. I was completely wrong. Wow. I discovered something. I was wrong today.
Yeah. Well,
I saw the trailer and my literal first thought was, I'm sorry, who asked for this? No, I'm serious. Like, who? This takes a lot. This is a lot of production.
300 people on YouTube. Yeah, you're right.
This is a lot of production. This is a lot of, so you gotta write the songs. You gotta memorize the songs. You gotta tune the songs for the people who can't sing. You gotta get right music, and you gotta choreograph dance, and a musical is a big production.
Yeah.
Yes, it
And
is.
No question about it.
that's a lot of money and effort and time, and I just gotta go, okay, oh, who asked for that? I mean, to be fair, nobody asked for the musical Buffy episode, but I think it's one of the most beloved episodes of Buffy because
Loki.
it was done well,
Loki.
you know? Loki.
Love you, Loki.
Damn you, Loki.
What is it with Steve? Like, look, dude, seriously, how are we stopping you from quote unquote enjoying the shit?
Because you have to enjoy the same thing he enjoys, or else
no, I don't.
it's not okay.
I mean, do I
That's
insist
the
that he
thought
hates
process.
it? I mean, do I insist people hate it like I do? No, I'm going to tell you what I think, but what am I supposed to do? How can I make you hate it like me?
Dude, it's very common. Have you noticed that? How common it is for people to be like, okay, well, instead of you could just have a discussion, right? And that's fine. But instead of having a discussion, they're sitting there and they're trying to convince you. And you're just like, okay, why can't I just not like it and not watch it? Because that also is a thing that has been told to me is if you don't like it, don't watch it. It's like, okay.
Well,
it's
fair
fine.
enough. I won't. Nobody's watching
it. Yeah, it's fine if you like it. I don't know how you do, but by all means, if you want to watch it, you have a finite amount of time on this planet. And if this is what you want to spend it on, then that's cool. That's on you, right? That's.
You think they want me to watch it to give it ratings? But go ahead.
Yeah. When I showed my wife the musical trailer, her first reaction was she looked over at me and went, "Please tell me you don't want to cover this. I don't want to watch that. That looks horrible."
I was actually thinking about covering it and doing like between that and Buffy, because that's the go-to, right? It's a drama. Yeah, Once More with Feeling, the Buffy musical episode, because it's kind of like it's in a similar vein of a mostly drama-filled show with action and this one, obviously Star Trek's more sci-fi, or at least it used to be. And Buffy was more drama-based, more supernaturally based, right? So you kind of have that vibe, but it's still like not really a comedy show, not really a show that you would expect to see something silly like this on, but it did it successfully. And I cannot think of another show that didn't have some kind of musical element or some kind of comedy element that had successfully managed to have a musical episode. But Buffy.
I can give you a couple.
There was
Scrubs did a pretty funny one, but it was a comedy. It was pretty funny.
But Scrubs was also Scrubs was more of a comedy show, though.
It's a comedy show for sure. Yeah, I mean, the brilliant cartoon Batman the Brave and the Bold did one, but again, it was funny and it's a cartoon. You can get away with certain stuff.
First of all, and it was also a kids show too.
Well, yeah, and it was a great episode. The way he did it was hilarious. The Music Meister episode was wonderful. Daniel Patrick Harris is hilarious. The songs are great. It's a lot of fun. It's a short thing. It's it's like to say it's a kids cartoon in the sense that something silly happening in the Batman DC universe is not the darker one, the more lighthearted prime Silver Age one. I love it to death. I even bought the soundtrack that came out with that there, so it's one of the things I listen to a lot of it. But it's a one-off thing. It doesn't. After Buffy did it, everybody started ripping it off. Scrubs. I know some other show did it too, didn't it? I mean, it was.
The Drew Carey show did some musical episodes, but again, that was a comedy show. That was also a comedy show.
But what other science other than Buffy, which was not a comedy, but they had humorous elements to the show,
right?
Other than Buffy, like you said, that's a serious show that did it.
There is a Doctor Who audio story that was a musical, but I believe they were on a planet where they talk in song.
Right.
Oh, okay.
So, but again, it's Doctor Who, and that lends.
And it's not an episode, so yeah.
Well, I mean,
but you're right.
It was an audio drama. It was one of the audio dramas. So it is an episodic format.
Was it real Doctor Who or fake new stuff like fake Jodie?
This was the Sixth Doctor with Colin Baker.
Colin Baker, well, that was cool.
But again, Doctor Who also lends itself to be a little more
Sure, out
silly.
there.
Yeah.
Wibbly wobbly.
Yeah.
Right. Star
But
Trek
again-
has no business doing a musical. Of course,
No.
it's not real Star Trek, so I must make that stipulation.
This is also true.
And guess what? I've been watching the crap. Don't judge me. I'm an idiot. I'll sit through anything. So I'll watch the stupid musical. Oh my god! I watched the Lower Decks crossover. Hey there, Lady Mist. Good to see you.
Hey, Lady
Hi,
Miss.
Miss.
And so oh man, I don't know. Hey Steve, you think I should watch the musical? What about you? You looking forward to it, buddy?
Well, yes, I am, Michael. Thank you very much.
It's gonna be
I think it's gonna
amazing.
be awesome, and you're a bigot if you don't like it.
Yes. Yes, Queen. Slay.
I am the very model of a green-blooded Vulcan. I've studied sciences that are
Stop it, shut up,
to
shut up.
agrarian.
Stop. Stop it.
I've studied all the
Uh.
alien vessels that are and studied their colossal size. I am the science officer of the USS Enterprise.
Oh my god, that did happen, didn't it?
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and say it. Star Trekking across the universe
Star Trek.
is the closest thing I want to a musical episode in Star Trek. There we go. I
Love
did
it.
Um,
On the
would you put
Starship
that
Enterprise.
above or under the Picard "Make It So" song?
I never heard the Make It So song.
I haven't heard that one.
This guy took snippets of every single word to make Picard sing "Let It Snow." Only it was "Make It So."
Oh
But
yeah,
it was-
I think I've heard
Sounds
that.
fantastic.
But when the weather outside is frightful. He clipped all these all the times he said the words to get the lyrics to "Let It Snow."
That's a lot of effort.
That's another thing that makes it impressive to watch. It's like this had to take forever to do.
Wow, that's something. Yeah,
All right,
we're
Steve.
getting.
Let's all right. What we got, Steve?
So there are a few things going on here, I think.
Oh,
This isn't something that only happens with Star Trek. It's also happened with Star Wars, with
Oh, no.
superhero franchises, with long-running TV shows or film franchises, especially ones that are dormant for a while and then get revived. It happens with music. Don't you hate it when you score tickets to see your favorite band, but you get there and they only play the new stuff? And it happens in religion. Throughout the English
oh yes, Christianity.
What?
Very, very
Oh,
new,
by the way-
always changing religion. You know.
By the way, he is a well-known atheist. Like he goes. I mean, big time.
That's
There's nothing
why
wrong
I
with that.
know him.
He goes
The
to big time
Atheist
atheist.
Plus-
Yes, he goes to. He organizes atheist rallies and all this stuff. I don't mind. Look,
That's why
I'm
I
not
know
particularly religious, but I don't hate religious people either. He hates religion and hates religious people.
Oh my God, the Atheist Plus drama.
That's
I
him.
remember that. That's why I
There you go.
Oh, that's why I know him. I figured it out. I figured out why I know
Also,
him.
he
That
was
is-
active during Gamergate.
Yep, that's also why I know him. Man. Those are some-
Oh, okay.
That's why I know him. Yep. Okay, we figured it out. We figured out why I know him. Okay.
speaking world today, there are millions of Christians who insist the King James Bible is the only acceptable version of their
Guess what?
So
There's
what?
a lot of subsects of Christianity, and there are some of them where that's okay.
Yeah. Who do you care,
Yeah.
Steve? You don't believe in it. You don't care about it anyway. Who cares what they read?
I don't. Okay.
Holy Scripture. But when it was first printed in 1611, the King James was rejected by some scholars, including one of the
What are you
leading
equating
English.
this
What does this have to do with your point?
What?
No. He obviously has a good point. Hold on.
I'm sure
Of the time, Hugh Broughton, who called the King James Version abominable and said he would
For what?
rather be torn in pieces by wild horses than see it foisted upon the public, which comes close to the level of vitriol directed at Star Trek Discovery by it.
God.
What a
Yes.
comparison.
See, there you go. We're religious zealots if you don't like the new shit.
I
I knew he would bring religion into this. Oh, man.
you
Ugh.
you have to go all the way to the edge of our solar system's magnetic barrier, from the sun.
Mhm.
That's how far you have to go with the point he made.
It's such a stretch.
Just-
Jesus Christ.
What?
Pardon the pun.
Yeah, Mr. Fantastic is jealous with how much of a stretch that was.
Mother
Okay.
of- Dude.
Wow.
Really? The Bible? You could really use the Bible? I mean, you could have made any other kind of analogy that probably wouldn't be all that great either, but the Bible? What? Whatever, man. Wow. God, you are an imbecile. I mean, he has a pea brain. How does that brain even generate enough power to keep those legs moving? Those teeny little spindly legs, Stevie.
No, he was supplanted by an android. That's why he likes Picard
Yes,
so
it's
much.
the Android version.
Yes. It's in his programming. It's fine.
I can't believe he brings the Bible into this. Well, no, I can because it's him, but
I'll be honest with you. I did not see that coming. That was like a plot
That
twist
was-
to this video that I
that was a
wasn't
good
seeing.
twist. Good twist, Steve.
That was
Jesus,
fascinating.
man, oh
He
man.
Hilarious.
subverted our expectations.
Well done, bud. I'm
Yes.
proud of you.
Yes.
Most outraged detractors. The King James was also rejected by many in the public who preferred older English translations like the
Okay.
Bishop's Bible, the Geneva Bible,
So
or
what?
the Great Bible. which
What
was the
does this
first
have to
English
do with your
translation.
goddamn point?
No,
It's
actually,
Star Trek.
funny. It has nothing to do with this point. He's making
Nothing.
our point. People
Yeah, that's a
can
good point.
like what they like, and it's fine.
Right.
That's our
Al-
our point.
Also, also, it should be pointed out that the Bible is several centuries old, and people still read it. No one's going to be watching Discovery in 10 years.
No.
No one's
No
gonna remember
one.
Discovery. Do you know
Yeah.
that I realized because I got literally because I was looking up Star Trek stuff on YouTube. I got one of those ads. It's kind of built into like the homepage now. You know what I'm talking about? I got one of those ads that said "Final Season for Star Trek Discovery," and I was like, I didn't know y'all were still going.
Did they make that thing? Wow. I actually thought that they were done, but I guess they got one more. Huh?
Yep, they got
Goody for
one more
them.
season. Nobody
Wow.
here knew that they had one more season. That is how bad
It's- no one
the
gives a
PR for that
shit.
is.
Much
It's
as I
the
hate-
flagship show, damn it! Watch
It's funny how,
it.
as much as I hate strangled new worms, at least people are talking about it and watching it, whether you like it or not. It's the flagship show now. STD is just no one cares. And the only reason
No,
P Hard's not even the flagship show because they're not going to make any more of them anyway. So,
no, the guy's gone.
so,
Oh.
so no one cares about STD, Steve-O. I guess that's to be probably this video is probably before they made strangled new worms or before it came out or something.
I actually don't remember. Hold on
Probably
a
so.
second. Let me see. Let me go to
when
my.
did he publish the video?
I'm looking. I'm going to my history.
So this is probably when they were in the third season of STD or some whatever horseshit.
2 years ago.
Okay, so
Okay.
there you go. Yeah, that was before they even knew
Yeah.
about. They knew about Strangled World, but there was nothing really on it yet, and it was before. That was when season 2 was out.
I think Strange New Worlds had been announced, but they hadn't. But it didn't premiere till
Right.
last year.
This was this is when season 2 of P Hard was still out there.
Yes.
That's probably somewhere. In. So there you go.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Like a burn in the space Jesus.
Oh.
And STD is her New Testament. Yeah, she is space Jesus. Yeah,
Look at that.
Yeah.
true. Well done, Chris. Berger.
He's not going for the canon argument. What is
interestingly,
Christian canon?
Yeah. He is. He's calling people religious zealots if you just don't like the new shit.
Well,
I
I'm calling him one of the Pharisees. Then
Yeah.
you
Yeah,
want
he
to bring
crucified
religion
by-
into it? Here's
he
I am
crucified
a
Michael Burnham.
Christian here, buddy. I can do it.
He's
Yeah.
crucifying Michael Burnham.
Oh no.
Oh, he's got the Bible open. No, dude, you're embarrassing yourself.
No, I'm excited. I'm super excited about
Go
this
for it.
because this is such a plot
It's
twist.
got to
and it
be
didn't-
great right here. Yeah.
Hey, Josh, you
All
remember
right, let's-
Moonfall where you found out what the moon actually was, and you were just so utterly fascinated, you just had to learn, you just had to keep going because you just
Yes.
couldn't believe what was happening. That's what I feel like right now. I'm so excited.
Authorized by the Church of England, the classic trek of English language Christian holy books, if you will.
Now,
I won't.
Okay,
I won't.
What?
Oh my
No,
God.
no, I got
There are no
Wait,
doubt
okay,
many
go ahead.
thoughtful,
Oh, God.
respectable reasons why someone, be they a member of the clergy, a scholar, or a common parishioner, might have disliked the King James Bible. But my strong suspicion is that in most cases, those who rejected the King
Okay, the reason why the King James Bible is so popular is because it's easily digestible for the common person. That's why it's so digestible. Okay, it's not a big conspiracy theory. It's not a big deal. Most Bibles you will pick up nowadays are King James. If you pick one, usually specialty ones, you got to go. You got to actually like look for those a little bit. It's because King James is very easily readable. Okay, it's. I don't know why
Yep,
this is
it
such a
is.
what, which makes
And
yeah.
it was also translated at a time when the written language, the English written language was really hard to come by. So it was the only text that most people could get. It's not like that today. I mean, there's several different translations of the Bible now, but they're more, in quote unquote modern English, right? It's different because languages change and evolve over time. They just do.
Yes, I look forward to my a new copy of the Bible that has lit AF. Like Jesus was lit AF inside of it. Okay.
I can't believe what I almost can't wait to see what his point. How is he going to drag this track? I mean, it's so bad. He already has, but wow.
No. The OG Bible, which OG Bible, I guess, was the TOS. It's very, very odd connection, and the King James Bible is for discovery. The fun thing is that the King James version was meant for everyone, and discovery was meant for pretty much nobody. So it's kind of an interesting comparison.
Mm-hmm.
You want that translation? Yeah, I want a Zoomer translation of the Bible. I think that would be funny.
Oh man.
What do I know?
Dork.
King James in the years immediately following its publication did so simply because it was not what they were used to. And I think that's the same reason many of us reflexively reject new versions of our favorite things, whatever those things
Professor.
might be.
Wow.
Oh my God! Do I really have to tell this man why people have a tendency not to like change?
Did you say man? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, technically,
Yes,
he's a
explain to
man.
him.
Like technically, Discovery is Star Trek by name only. Like, okay,
Yeah.
you were invited to the Thanksgiving dinner just because we had to, not because we wanted to,
Bam, bam.
Yeah. But Jesus got his crew together and they went to the temple and kicked ass and took names. Yes.
Especially
They now
Steve.
they call that temple the nameless temple. He does believe what he's talking about. Yeah. No, he's not doing
Oh
bad
no,
faith.
he's hardcore.
He's a true believer.
No, he is a true non-believer.
And Jesus took the bread and said, "Here, peeps."
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. I gotta take a picture of this for my Instagram.
In The Salmon of Doubt, a collection of essays and unfinished works published following his death, Douglas Adams.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead. All right, man. How far do we have to go back into the timeline of humanity to confirm that STD?
Why are we bringing in Douglas Adams?
I don't know.
What the hell?
Why do I know who Douglas Adams is?
Writer of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy
and other things. Gently.
Oh, that's why.
He also fantastic writer. I mean,
it's great. Yeah.
I love Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I loved his brief run on Doctor Who. I thought they were great.
Oh God, yeah, they were brilliant.
Oh, his Doctor episode, 2 episodes are some of my favorite ones.
Yeah. Did he write the one where the Fourth Doctor went to Paris?
Yeah,
think that
City
was-
of
I
Death
think
is
that was-
one of my favorite. City
I,
of Death is one
I
of my
think he
favorite
wrote that,
episodes.
and I think that's what I love
did.
that one.
He wrote The Pirate Planet, one of my favorite episodes.
I love Pirate Planet. That's
Greatness.
fantastic. That one is so Douglas Adams.
Oh, yeah.
Is that
Oh, yeah.
Old Who? I'm guessing. Old
Yes,
Who.
Yes.
Tom
Just,
Baker, the great Tom Baker.
Yep, the
Okay.
fourth
Mr.
Doctor.
P.
One day I will continue watching Classic Who. I haven't. One day I shall do it.
One day.
Yes.
Shares his rules for describing our reactions to new technology. 1. Anything that is in the world when you're born is normal and ordinary and is just a natural part of the way the
Yes.
world works.
Yes.
2.
I know.
Anything that's invented between when you're 15 and 35 is new and
Okay,
Oh,
new exciting
bite
Okay, let me just nip this in the bud, buddy. I am. God, wait, how old am I? 27. I am 27. Okay, and I think TikTok blows chunks into the atmosphere. Okay, I think it sucks for the most part. I think there are a couple good things on it, and for the most part, you can just throw that platform off the planet, and everyone would be better for it. Literally everyone would be better for it. Okay.
Agreed.
I
Mhm.
don't so I don't see like is new and exciting and revolutionary. That's a very optimistic look. You know what I mean? It's very optimistic. 'Cause
Yeah.
I don't believe anything that's invented because my God, do you remember the what were they called? As Seen on TV?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember those? Yeah, those
Oh,
are
yeah.
inventions, and I thought pretty much all of them were useless. Most of them didn't work, so I don't
Indeed.
know. I think it's silly. I think this is not exactly an accurate. This might have been an accurate quote for the time, but not now.
Yeah, because
We're moving
Douglas
too
Adams-
fast in the
Douglas Adams passed away in what,
evolution.
2001, I think.
My man didn't see an iPhone.
Who?
Okay.
I think Douglas Adams passed away in what, like 2001?
2 or 3, somewhere up in there.
yeah,
Somewhere
early
up in
2000s.
there. Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yes.
Right. So kind of optimistic, but not realistic now because we are exponentially moving forward. We have AI, somewhat decent AI now. So and a lot of that is very sus, very sus technology that I think is only going to make things more difficult for normal everyday people and not really a benefit. So
Mhm.
no, just me. That's just me. Just my
and
own comment.
exciting and revolutionary, and you can probably get a career in it. 3. Anything invented after you're 35 is against the natural order of things.
I wouldn't
The
know.
general idea that Adams is getting at
Hey, Clobby, I think are you the only one here that's that's there? Can you comment? Is YouTube
Yes.
against the natural order of things, or
Yes, I hate it. I hate everything created after I was, pretty much after I was 12. I hate it all after that. All garbage and shite, and especially this guy who was born out way after I was 12. And he stands, yeah, it's all garbage. I think he's right. I'm going to agree with Steve. Anything created after I was 12 is puke. It
I
sucks.
gotcha.
See, what a simplistic jackass this
Yeah.
guy is.
Yes.
I mean, look, there's some truth to the older you get, it is tough to accept new aesthetics and new things that
Sure.
come out. And
Yes.
everyone struggles with that to different degrees. I'm pretty bad about it. And I'm very upfront about how bad I am about it. You know, I have friends of mine. If you heard them talk, you're like, "Wow, they said, man, you love everything compared to this guy, Clobby." You'd say that. One of the people I know, trust me. And I'm the one that gets accused of hating everything and never liking anything new. And yet, I do like new things here and there if they appeal to me. It is true though. I don't like a modern aesthetic to the thing, my entertainment as much, and that's my problem. Something I have to get used to, and I do fall into the nostalgia. Oh God, I see these old things that I'm used to all my life and loving, and it just brings back fond memories and good vibes and stuff. And I try not to let that cloud my judgment on whether it's any good or not. However, it's going to happen to you just to varying degrees. You should keep an open mind. That's easier said than done sometimes. However, this guy's just trying to paint with this broad brush that people don't like anything new ever. Well, man, if that were true, I wouldn't have half of the shit I've collected over the course of my life. Wouldn't have all this clutter. We all want to see new stuff come out that's cool. We all would like to see something different, or at least something that comes out that has kind of a fresh perspective on something that we've seen before. Because it's tough to do anything brand new. I mean, there's nothing new under the sun. But this guy's just decided that, to tell us why we actually hate it. And now he's going down this road that it's just nostalgia. And except for him, though, because Steve ain't no tree sickin', by the way. I mean, he's not. I don't think he's
because he's not one of those King James Bible people. Wait, I'm confused at where his point was. I need to go back.
No, that was his point. That was his point.
Yeah, he's talking about zealotry.
Yeah.
And of course, who are the go-to zealots to people like him? Christians.
Mm-hmm.
And these Star Trek fans that don't accept new Drek called Trek, the corporate sludge that he sucks up from the corporate teat. Well, it must be because they're like those nasty Christians. They just they just hate everything because it's new. They hate everything because it's after when they were a certain age. Yeah.
Yes, that's why every Christian doesn't have a cell phone.
Yes,
that's why they're all Amish. They don't like anything new. You know.
I don't know one Christian with a cell phone. You're absolutely right.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
I mean, Eris, I am a Christian, and I did not text you earlier today, right?
Yeah, and I was going to say I didn't text you back, but I actually didn't text you.
No, you did not.
Well, there you go. See?
I was the one that suggested we should probably get Clobby on for this, and then I hadn't heard anything back.
No, I took full credit. I took full credit for it.
And here I am messing everything up. Sorry, folks. You'd have all solved this thing if it weren't for those damn kids.
You're not Canadian. Stop apologizing.
Or British. My God.
I apologize for not being Canadian. Yeah.
No.
By the way, I wish I was. Sorry.
No, you don't. Out here lying on my screen.
Steve, tell us some more.
There is applicable to things beyond technology. In fact, I think it applies to how we react to pretty much everything. But let's look at it specifically in reference to how certain fans respond to Star Trek. Because, so you start watching Star Trek. You like it.
Something about it. Call you a git.
Okay, so I watched the 2009 Star Trek as my first Star Trek. I then watched Wrath of Khan, and then I proceeded to continue down that path, right? I don't think I watched the motion picture until I had my own copies of the movies, because my dad didn't like it. And then I found out there was a TV show by, like, sheer mistake. I don't know how I found out, but I found out there was a TV show, and I was like, oh, there's a TV show. And so I started watching that, and then I ended up watching the animated series, and then I tried watching Next Generation, and I was like, gross, who is this British man? And I went back to J.O.S.H. and watched all the movies, and yeah, I did that, and then eventually I sat down and watched all of TNG. I tried watching TNG a few times, never stuck, but I watched all of TNG with Loki, watched all of DS9 with Loki. I'll eventually get around to watching Voyager with Loki, but we're watching Enterprise right now, and yeah, that's how I started. So that's just my little journey. But I started with 2009 Star Trek, so I'm sure that breaks whatever he's about to tell me.
Yes, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Tell us, Steve.
Yes.
Enlighten us. To you. You get super into it. You watch all of it. You can get your hands on. You become a fan. You develop opinions about it. Maybe even some very strongly held opinions.
Yes.
Favorite and least favorite characters, episodes, ships, musical scores, uniform designs. All the stuff Star Trek nerds love to.
I liked it better when the women had mini skirts.
Latch on to and talk about. And
I did
as the years
too.
go by, a couple of other things happen.
I thought uniform-wise it looked more aesthetically pleasing, but that's just me. That's it. Oh my gosh, that's that internal misogyny coming out again. I'm sorry.
Oh my goodness.
No, the lid wasn't put on correctly.
Probably without you even realizing it.
Of course, Steve.
The first thing that happens is that you develop a concept of what Star Trek is. It's probably
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, the
Because Gene
concept should be-
Roddenberry told us. Good.
and just from watching, episodes of real Star Trek, it's supposed to be characters that we like going on reasonably based science fiction adventures. That's really all there is. It's not like that's your premise. Just stick within that premise.
Yes, but there's also one other thing. If you're so inclined, you can find something called the Star Trek Bible. I don't mean the King James Bible. I mean the King Gene Bible, Steve-O, because Gene Roddenberry, back when mature adults made television shows, he write what they would frequently, some shows would write what they call a series Bible to give out to the writers. This is the show that we've created. Roddenberry has a very detailed one. This is the show. I've created it. This is anyone works for our show. These are the boundaries you write within. This is what our show is about. So
I'd love to get my hands on that.
I'll see if I can get you a copy, like a PDF or something, if you want. This is what we did it for TNG as well. This is again, and they would send these out. Imagine this back then in the 60s, he sent them to not writers on My Mother the Car or Leave It to Beaver. Yeah, I'm kidding. And not Gilligan's Island writers. He sent them to science fiction writers. Imagine that. And anyway, Roddenberry had specific parameters that his show would be. So he created it. To me, that's in the story right there. You follow that or you don't. So, Steve, those are my preconceptions, Steve. I know it's not quite as good as the King James Bible that you like to talk about, but the King Gene Bible is the one on Trek. And if you think that's out of line to expect Trek to be that, Steve, then I guess I'm wrong. And I'm one of those actually people you're talking about.
Oh gosh, you're an actually-ism. Oh my goodness.
I'm an actually.
Probably not all defined, more of a you know it when you see it kind of thing, but it's there. As time continues to pass, and especially if there isn't much new Star Trek being produced during that time.
Sweetheart, it was canceled.
Yep.
Unfairly, too.
Yep.
Unfairly because of the way they did the ratings back then.
It was canceled. Then the cons started happening a couple years later. Syndication started happening. They managed. Let me tell you something. Corporation got a hold of it for the third season. It was Saved by a Letter campaign. Roddenberry stepped back from it and only line produced. Didn't do as much of the show for the third season. Story-wise and quality-wise, it suffered. However, that allowed the show to get that very key 79 number for the syndication rights. That helped it immensely. A couple years later, you got a big Star Trek convention in New York, and networks started saying, because let me tell you, here's a myth, by the way. Star Trek never had low ratings. Never.
No, it did not.
It just didn't have, it was the network hated it, and it didn't get big enough ratings for them to have an excuse or to be forced to keep it. That's what really happened. So they kept putting it in death slots, trying to kill it. And that hurt the ratings a little bit, but it never had terrible ratings at all. And then people always say it was canceled because of low rating. That's not true. And then you've got what happened was after the cons started hitting, the networks, Paramount were going, let's make a TV.
Well, there's also the animated series. Don't forget that.
But the animated series, comes back. That helps a little as well, and they get an Emmy. So they start working on Star Trek Phase 2 for years.
Yep.
Paramount has built sets. They've made scripts. We have a couple. I'm running mine. We have a bunch of those scripts for Phase 2 that were later used for other things. Nimoy's opted out, but they're casting it all, getting it all together. Then a little weird thing you may have heard of called Star Wars happens, and the big boys at Paramount said, let's make a movie. Let's make it a movie instead of a TV show. And then they coaxed Nimoy back. That's why it ended up in movies, which is a shame because I think Phase 2 would have been better, except we wouldn't have Nimoy, so that hurts. So it's kind of iffy.
Unwatchable.
But they had a young Vulcan character in this place, but he might have come back. You never know. They might have been able to get him back, but we'll never know. But the point is, it resurrected itself in a lot of ways. So it was unjustly canceled. It's always had pretty good legs, but those legs got kind of cut out from under them a little bit with movies, even though the movies did well. So yeah, it was pretty big and pretty popular. And but sorry about that. Just a rant for no reason. Thank you, Steve.
Yeah,
actually,
you're on here to talk.
I know. I just like saying sorry. I'm sorry I talked to him.
Oh my god. Word of the day is sorry.
your concept of what Star Trek is starts to crystallize.
Thank you.
That's when the second thing begins to happen. You
Ooh.
develop a sense of personal ownership over Star
Oh,
Trek.
here we go.
No, I don't feel like I own Star Trek. I don't own it. I like watching it though.
Nobody thinks they own it, Steve. This is your delusional
No.
crap.
But he's going to go to the argument of you develop a vision of what Star Trek is, and if it goes outside of that vision, then you can't accept it, even though it does fall into the realm of what Star Trek actually is.
Okay.
That's
How
going to
about
be
this?
That's going to be his argument.
Oh yeah, you're right.
I hate this. I hate this stupid. You know, right now, they're doing what I want. They're doing the thing that I enjoy.
Fine,
They're
Ray.
making me feel special. So I'm okay with them doing everything they're doing because I enjoy it. Okay, so if somebody takes it and they're not doing the thing you want anymore, but they're still doing the horrible plot holes and everything, the whole timeline's fucked up. If they still have that, but it wasn't something like everything else around it wasn't what you enjoyed, would you still like the show? I don't think so. See, that's the thing is once you're no longer the special boy of the day, you start realizing, oh, well, maybe I just had rose-tinted glasses on because I was feeling, they were affirming me and they were listening to what I said, and I definitely don't have mommy issues. So this, I definitely am not going to, project that upon my version of the show, where it's like, oh, thank you so much for doing exactly what I do. Well, what happens when they're not doing exactly what you want them to do? Then the new thing is shit. Yes, which is then leads you. Now you're with us. You're our little camp. Ain't that fun?
Mm-hmm.
We know where you're going, Steve.
I don't understand. You know what? Just please go to therapy. I'm serious. Like, stop. When people make you feel special and accepted, all right, that gives you endorphins and dopamine hits. It makes you feel good. It makes you get all those the happy chemicals in your brain chugging along. But eventually, that's not going to be the case. And then you have to take people's arguments at face value. You got to actually look at them, and you got to examine them, and you got to go, well, did I disagree with them because I thought they were a bunch of sexist and misogynist and whatever, and or did I disagree with them because I actually did legitimately disagree with them? I met somebody at the comic book shop one time that, not the new one, but the old one I used to go to, that really enjoyed The Last Jedi. And yet, you know what we did? Mm-hmm. We bonded over The Revenge of the Sith as a movie because we both liked that one.
Very resourceful. Well done.
Okay.
So it's just one of those okay, so we don't agree on that. That's fine. How about this other thing that we both enjoy that we're going to nerd out over? Cool. He's over there playing, I'm playing Dragon Ball Super card game, and he's over there painting his little D&D figures, and it's fine. It was a good time, just a nice little comic book interaction with some dude whose name I don't even know, because I don't think I actually got it. It was nice. It's nice little interaction, but I don't like being told that how wrong I am because, I don't feel a certain way, and I just don't like the new thing because apparently I'm old now. And I'm joking. 35 is not old. It's actually quite young. I'm kidding on all the people in the audience. I don't like this. I don't like being, I don't know, how do I put it? Kind of passive aggressively. Just he's picking a passive aggressive fight with me, and I don't.
He's been doing that the whole video.
Like it. That's what I know. I'm saying that's all. This video is a passive aggressive fight that he's picking with me, and I don't like it. Mm-hmm. It's making me. It's starting to make me mad because I can only handle passive aggressiveness for so long before it starts pissing me off. I was like, okay, all right.
The question mark at the end of that, like I keep saying, the word actually negates the question mark at the end of that sentence.
Yeah.
Bye, Kronos.
Later, Cronus.
Oh.
Hello, buddy. Who's this British man?
Gross, who is this British man?
Bold Patrick Shot. Make it sound number one.
I have seen the 1984 movie. Loki has the steelbook of it, and we watched it. It's funny. It's called the extended edition, and the steelbook is actually like bigger than any of the other steelbooks that we have because it's an extended edition. So, that's what I. Oh no! No, we almost lost Chris. No.
Dang. Dang.
All right, I'm good.
Just like with the first thing, you probably aren't even aware of it consciously, but it's there, and it affects the way you interact with Star Trek and with your fellow fans of Star Trek.
Okay.
You start to think and behave as though Star Trek belongs to you.
No, it doesn't.
Now, once those two things are in place in your mind.
Literally nobody here thinks that. Stop saying that. Nobody thinks that here.
This is a straw man argument.
And it's a game he's playing too, because in a sense, sure, inside your head you can do whatever you want, and it means something to you special, and that's fine. You can decide. You get to be the arbiter of what you think is good Star Trek, bad Star Trek, what constitutes Star Trek at all. That's true. It's your decision. But that's not what he's saying. He's saying these people are trying to force me. They're out there to try to bully everybody else. That's where he's full of shit.
Yep.
Forces. It is a straw man argument.
Correct.
Your rigid idea of what Star Trek is and your feeling of ownership over Star Trek.
Shit.
Let's say those industrious little producers over at Viacom CBS decide to roll out a brand new Star Trek series. You're excited at first because, hey, new Star Trek.
No, I'm not. Not anymore.
Not the corporation that you suck and worship.
Yeah.
No.
I mean,
they have
when
to earn the goodwill back.
And I will admit, when I heard they were doing a new Star Trek show, I was initially at least excited, somewhat, because I wanted to see, okay, Star Trek belongs on the small screen. A new Star Trek series. Okay, let's see what they produce. Dear God, we got that answer.
No, hopes, no. Oh man, I'm being condescended to by a man who probably still wears diapers.
But then you watch the first episode, and this is different. It doesn't match your color.
Yeah, it's backwards.
Backwards. I wish he used the.
Is that not back? Is that the backwards one? That looks backwards.
He's not gonna use that. Dummy though he is, if he saw it, he wouldn't use it anyway. Maybe if he misses it.
Backwards.
Not a chance he'll use it.
The image. No.
Steve, look.
No, it just
can't watch it.
The phaser looks strange. It just looks really strange from this angle.
Yeah.
Why are you crying, Steve? No one. You're not going to convince anyone to like this shit. You like it because you're a tasteless boob. But why don't you just come out and call everybody bigots and get it over with?
But then he'd have to break his passive-aggressive stage.
Concept of what Star Trek is. The creators of this show have failed to
They didn't create anything.
Expectations. They've taken something.
No. They did. They did create the show. You got to give them that. It's not a good show.
On it. They didn't create anything. But
well, no, they did. No, Clobby, I understand, but I'm just saying they did create the show. Don't deny them.
Hold on.
What?
Don't forget, they also reportedly stole quite a bit from Abu Nas.
Fuller.
Okay.
There's that too.
You misunderstand. I am making a joke. I am saying do not deny them the credit that is due of having Star Trek Discovery in their IMDb.
Can we call it blame?
There's
no,
that too.
no, I think they should have 100% ownership of this.
Okay.
You know, you won
Oh,
it,
yeah.
you made it, you put it down, you slapped your name on it. Own this shit. As good or
Good.
bad as you think it is, own this shit.
Own it.
Own
Alright.
it. It's
for
yours.
it.
This is your really ugly baby. Okay,
Understood.
own it. Yeah, I'm not taking away that they created it. Oh no! You got to
Look at
deal with that for the rest of your life.
Look at that pause of his face.
I told you, he just makes it easy for me. I'm
He's
really not
Yeah.
even trying.
Jesus.
Familiar and made it into something foreign. They've profaned
True.
something precious to you.
Yes, they have.
Something that belongs to you.
Yes,
What-
and
Okay. Oh my god. Okay, I have to say this now because he's probably gonna. So, if every Star Trek that has come before had a lot of hatred, but then for the most part was accepted, why has that not happened with this one? They're on season 5. That's like well over halfway of most of the Star Trek seasons that we have, most of the Star Trek series, because they last for about 7, right? Generally speaking.
On average, yeah.
So why are we over halfway into this show and that hasn't happened yet? Just based on your previous points, because that should have happened, right?
Well, okay. All right. In fairness, part of it is the fact that it is the shows are streaming exclusive.
Oh,
that-
come on.
that
If you
has-
really want to watch something, people can watch something. Or
Yeah.
happens to anime all the time. Happens with anime all the time.
Chris. Yeah, they created sonar in space. Yeah, we'll let them have it. Let them
Oh,
have
you
it.
got it. You has to leave. Oh, bye,
All
Colin.
right, Arthur.
Bye, Colin.
And also
Take it easy,
by
Colin.
Chris.
Arthur.
So,
Be good, dude.
Palpatine. All we have to do is throw you into this show. Okay?
That would make it better.
I want to see you in this show go up against Michael Burnham. Go, Palpy, go. Just remember, do not
hold on,
force
hold on,
liking
hold on.
yourself. What?
Well, Palpatine should face off against Stacey Abrams because he needs to fight a planet, right?
Oh. Oh my god. Yeah. Yay! We found swearing again. Woo! Even though we're stuck between 2 shows in which that didn't happen. Woo! Ugh, what a stupid place to put a show. Here, we're gonna put it 10 years before this one and like 10 years after this one. It's like, oh great. Well, that's boring. Why? There are so many more interesting things happening in the You know what? I'll amend my earlier point. How about we follow a human on a ship with mostly alien crewmen and women? How about that? How about we do a thing like that? We should do that.
Never know. They
We
might.
should do that.
Of course,
Well, I don't. Not
wouldn't
now.
be
They're
cheap.
not allowed to steal that now. They
Wouldn't
can't
be
do
cheap,
it now.
but yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. That it would cost. I don't know. I don't know about the how cost effective it would be.
Yeah, well, they have Discovery who spent millions upon millions of dollars for like an entire season. Okay, millions.
Because
and
a good
millions.
chunk
So-
of it is being pocketed by the creators. It's not going into the
Yeah, well,
show.
they still spent the money, so they have it. Allegedly. So, it's fine. Whatever.
What gives them the right to do this to your Star Trek?
No,
I agree.
To Star Trek.
yes.
No. What gave them the right to shit on the Star Trek show that they have taken the name? They have the name on it, and
Yeah.
that doesn't. They're not doing the Star Trek thing. You know what I mean? Like they're not doing the Star Trek stuff and the thing and the. Why couldn't you have made her likable? I mean, seriously, what was so hard with writing likable women? Why is that a difficult act now? I don't. Women are just people. You don't really like. It takes effort to make us bitchy, okay? It takes effort to make a male character an asshole. So why did you put that effort in? I don't get it. It can be nice and still badass.
That sounds like work.
Yeah, well, it is your job.
You're not just disappointed. You take this personally. You feel disrespected, insulted. You feel angry.
Yeah.
Now,
Okay, therapist.
But you know what,
Mhm.
Steve, I'm going to give you that. When I do, I feel insulted because I love Star Trek. I'm going to give him something here. I love Star Trek. It's like a friend to me in my life. It means something special to me. When it's shit on and destroyed by jackasses who don't deserve it, who dump it down into trash, I don't like it, Steve. If that makes me bad, screw you, punk. So yeah, you're right, Mr. Self-righteous jackass. I don't like it. And I'm going to say so. I'm not going to hide behind anything and act like, oh, it's fine that they do that, Steve. No, it's fine if you have your opinions. And we're all sitting here agreeing that you can say whatever you want and have your opinions and stuff. But I don't like it when something I love is destroyed by talentless jackasses who screw over the creator of the original IP. No, I don't, Steve. Thank you. You're right. You got me, punk.
Oh my god.
Hey, look, there's Eris is how old now? 27. Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm 27.
Commander
I was
Briggs
born
is
in
here.
95.
Raquel's
Yeah, I was born
here.
in
Hey,
95. 27? 20, 27.
I saw
Yes.
Raquel pop in. There you go. Okay, so,
27? 28? I don't know how old I am. I'm something like, I'm in my, whatever. I'm in my 20s still. That's all I know.
good to see you, number one.
I guess I would be 28. Oh, I'm 28. Hey guys. Guess I'm 28.
But yeah, you know what?
Wow.
No, I don't hold back on that. I don't care who knows how much I hate this crap and what they've done to Star Trek. I don't give a shit. That's what I truly. It is a fifi. You like fifis, Steve? Well, there's mine right there. I don't like it screwed over by idiots like Alex Klutzman and Michael Chabon and Jar Jar A. Holbrams and what's his face, Lindelhoff and all these other jerks and Akiva Goldsman and all of you punks. I don't like it, and I don't like what you've done.
Fight you.
Now, I'm not going to your house and beating your ass or anything, Steve. Or I don't go attack these people physically, but I criticize them pretty outwardly, and that's what you're whining about when it boils right down to it, Stevie boy. That's what you're whining about. People actually being critical of these of the people who make these shows, and sometimes not being very hospitable about it or very polite about it. Well, no, I have no warm feelings for those hacks who destroy the creations of others just because a corporation gives them the legal right to do so. So no, Steve, you got me. I am pissed off about it. I don't like it, not one bit, and I'm going to say so. It's just your interpretation of all this by relating this to religious zealotry and all this other crap makes you an absolute turd, as you have been on many occasions for years in your stances on many things socially, not just Star Trek. So good for you, Stevie boy.
Oh my goodness.
Well said, Clobby.
Yay.
Thank you. I'm sorry, it just aggravates me. So yeah,
No,
if something wrong with me being angry
Clobby.
about this,
Clobby,
sorry.
I'm about to smack you over the head with like a plastic bat every time you apologize.
I apologize
okay?
for apologizing.
Stop it.
I'm sorry. Yep,
Stop
no, you're right.
it. You were doing a fantastic job on this stream. You were doing absolutely wonderful.
Thank you.
Stop it. And if you need to apologize, by God, I will give you a reason to apologize. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I was about to just go into like my history with Star Trek as well, but I can't top what Clobby just said. That was brilliant.
All right. Well, wait
Thank
5 minutes, and then we'll give you a turn. People will forget that.
Let Steve say something more dumb, and then we'll, look at that face. I want to punch it. No, I'm not saying that.
And yes, apparently I'm 28. I did the math incorrectly in my head. I don't know. I just don't think of myself as an age. I know I'm in my 20s, and that's all I know at this point. But yeah, apparently I'm 28. But thank you. I've worked really hard in my life to be an intelligent person, and I want to be known for my intelligence, not my looks. Not even my personality. I want to be known for my intelligence. All things after that are to complement that aspect because I value intelligence and honesty actually too, very very highly. So when I feel insulted, like this man is currently doing. He is currently insulting me. I start to get mad because I'm not stupid, and I don't like him treating me like I'm an idiot because I'm not. I know I'm not. I'm incredibly intelligent. And
He is
I
a
know
condescending jerk off. You're right. And by the way, I want to apologize to Chris Persia for saying that I'm sorry. Sorry, I said sorry so many times, Chris. I really apologize for about that.
We have Dave Bob, who
Dave Bob will never
will
apologize.
never apologize.
I'm sorry. Hey, Dave Bob, I apologize to you for that.
Rooster, Rooster will never apologize. It is
Yes.
known, it is
Sorry,
said,
Dave.
so shall it be. You can't just call him Dave. What is this?
Dave.
You have to call him Dave Bob.
Dave
Yeah.
Bob. Well, he's a fellow Louisianian, so with familiarity
I
there.
know. Dave Bob.
Yeah.
Or as Arwen accidentally typed in the chat once, Dave Boob.
No, that's his alternative name. It's like a superhero name. Dave Boob.
Okay.
Ah.
Okay.
He is
Well,
the
Dave
Caped Rooster, okay?
Yes.
And he is Dave
He's-
Boob.
he's-
Da-da-da-da.
He's Dave Bob by day, Dave Boob by night.
Yeah.
Yes.
Man, look at this.
This is a well-known fact. Alright. I told you, I don't have to worry about my pause game because literally any frame I stop on him, he looks hilarious.
Yes.
Alright.
He always looks soy, no matter what he's doing.
That's right. No, always. Oh boy. All right, Steve.
Yeah.
More
Oh,
wisdom?
and thank you. Yay. I got us a...
Hey.
Oh my goodness, that picture.
I love that picture.
I was not expecting that picture. That came as a very big shock.
Get Dave Bob's last one.
right. See you tonight.
No,
See you
no,
tonight,
no,
number
no.
one. Na, 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 na.
Dave Boo. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Dave Bob's insignia. Man.
It would not be safe for work.
We could. You'd have to get a little. Okay, we'll brainstorm. We will brainstorm about that later. All right,
Okay.
Steve.
I think this is a very silly reaction, but I also think it's understandable. And I've been there myself. I think most of us, maybe even all of us, have had a reaction like
Plot
this
twist.
to one degree or another at
Yes, all of us at some point in our lives have been mad or okay.
Yes,
yeah,
I get
it.
we're humans. Shocking revelation.
I am a
Good point. I
cybernetic
know.
fox. Excuse
Shut
you.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up. All right. I will fight you.
So he's about to admit that he's been protective of something he likes. Oh, that'll be
Yeah. Oh, I did skip to this part. I know exactly. Okay, what do you think he's about to talk about? It's not Star Trek related. I will give you that. It's not Star Trek related. Although apparently he loves everything Star Trek stuff.
Is it geek stuff or?
Yes,
Star
it is
Wars?
geek stuff. It is
Star
geek
Wars,
stuff.
okay.
No, it's not. It's not Star Wars.
Doctor Who?
No.
Oh, Marvel?
No.
DC.
You got Lord of the Rings.
No, it has to do with DC stuff. Although I don't think anyone here would technically consider what it was canon.
He's probably a Snyder fan, huh?
Is it Snyder stuff?
Is he a Snydery? But
Well,
figure if he
I'm
is.
gonna. All right. You got close enough. So we're just gonna click. All right.
All right.
I have. When I was a 17-year-old kid and I saw Batman and Robin for the first time, I was appalled. Batman
who wasn't?
Forever was bad enough, but neon everything, Bat credit cards, dialogue full of corny puns. What happened to the grim, dark, self-serious Batman I wanted to see? What had they done to my Batman? More recently, I had a similar reaction after I saw the movie Man of Steel. I don't know who that is on the screen, snapping necks and making out with his girlfriend, surrounded by the rubble of skyscrapers he just helped to topple, but it's not my Superman.
Oh, fair enough, Steve.
I agree. I agree.
Way to go, Steve. All right, we're with you on there. So you understand how people feel.
No,
Drop-
you're still
now-
wrong.
Now drop drop the button, drop the other one on our other foot there.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Gordon on the boob. It's just a giant boob that you pick up.
No, the phone looks like looks like a boob, but you pick up the nipple.
Okay, so
And
he
that's
shocked me
the
again. Steve shocked me again. Good.
Yeah, I thought
Yeah,
I thought you'd appreciate that.
Yeah, I do. I'll be fair. Look, I can be fair. We can agree on stuff.
I like the soundtrack. I like a couple things, but for the most part, it's a dog shit movie.
Well, Man of Steel is
Yeah.
filth. I'm just saying. I'm surprised he knew that. But go ahead.
Yes.
This is my Superman.
Tyler
Best live
Hoechlin?
action soups since
Since Christopher Reeve, right?
I like the
Um,
cartoon one. I forget his name.
He said live action, but
Oh, well, live action. I don't know.
I mean, considering
Christopher
what, we had,
Reeves
what
is
considering the
decent, you know?
competition, I mean, yeah,
Christopher
fair enough.
Reeves is decent. I've seen them all.
Christopher
It's
Reeve is
fine.
Superman, but I mean, yeah, you can't compare. He's not. At least he's saying since Christopher Reeve, I guess. So that's fine. I can't argue with him that much. Because
I
at
just
least
like the animated Superman.
Tyler's, no, but he's talking about live action. But I mean,
I
he's,
doubt, but still.
that's fair enough. We don't need to be fair to him. He's an idiot anyway. So go ahead.
Yeah.
Screw him.
Yeah, also, why are we being mediumist? Okay, you can judge live action and cartoon stuff equally. That's fine.
Fair enough. Own game.
Yay.
Christopher Reeve, says I. The producers of Superman and Lois have really cracked the code for making a
No,
live
they
action
haven't. Show's
soup.
not that good.
Oh,
But okay,
I
it's not
watched-
horrible.
I watched
Didn't it
some of the
get
first
canceled?
season.
No, it's.
I
No,
don't
think
know.
so. No, they're still making.
Oh, they're still
I have
making. Okay,
no
I thought it was
idea.
canceled after the second season.
I
Okay.
dropped out. I dumped out after the first season. I didn't care. It's not my bag. Not when I go to Superman for, but it's okay. He's a good enough. The actor's fine, and I just don't really like that setup and that format. It's just not my Superman setup. Him being married to Lois with kids and all that kind of horse hockey, it's just not my thing. But it's just me.
No, I agree.
Nothing wrong. A lot of people like the show. You're fine, Steve.
Like
We'll let you have
like
one, Steve.
Smallville. There was flaws in Smallville. I'm not gonna lie. I haven't finished it yet because I have a really hard time with finishing series because I binge them and then I
Understand.
get sick of them and then I don't come back for a while.
It's a fair cop.
No, but I like Smallville a lot. I will say that I still feel like this, but Lana Lang became the most irritating, annoying character in the entire show. Not even close.
Wow.
It wasn't even close. She was by far the most annoying character.
I still don't understand why Superman didn't stop Chloe from being involved in a sex ring. Oh wait, that was the actress,
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
He was
He was
busy.
busy. Yeah.
Plus, he's not Superman. He's Clark on that show.
Yeah.
Yes.
wow.
Well, he's not Superman until the very, very end. And I haven't gotten there.
Not really, but okay.
It's
Yeah, not
okay.
really.
I won't spoil it for
Shut
you.
up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut your face. I can mute both of you.
I didn't say anything.
I will fight both of you.
Guilty by association, Clobby.
I like the show enough. I'll put it that way.
There you go. That's all that matters.
All right.
Who is exciting, appealing, and relevant to our current cultural moment.
What does that mean?
is to write him so he gives a shit about other people.
All right.
Anyway,
Stop it. Stop.
Why did you do that?
Sound
Why
like
did you-
actually, I might agree with what he just said. If he said they need to write Superman like he cares about other people, that is true, and that's what.
I mean,
Snyder
that
didn't
part
do.
I agree with.
Yeah.
Yes, that part I agree with.
And Snyder didn't do that. So if that's what he's talking about, Steve, you know what? I might let you hang out with me just a little bit, just to beat up on Snyder. Then I'm going to tell you what a moron you are about Star Trek. But anyway, go.
Hold on. We still have 10 more minutes.
I know.
I get it. I get that reflexive feeling of ownership. I get that emotional
reflexive.
reaction when a thing you love doesn't
not
match your
emotional.
expectations.
Okay. It's very annoying because I'm sick and tired of hearing this over and over repeated. I don't feel like I own Star Trek. I own certain, posters and items. We even have a bat list, like full size.
Nice.
It's cool. It's great. I'm happy. But I have that. That's what I own because it is in my house and I have it and it is mine / I guess ours. That's a thing that I own. Okay, I do not own Star Trek because I literally do not own the rights to it. It is not my IP. Okay, I am just a fan who doesn't like the new stuff. And I can give you subjective and objective reasons why I don't like the new stuff. But you seem to think that I am just doing this based on just pure feeling and pure, just like emotionally driven. Like I don't own it anymore. I have to share the toy and this with the sandbox with this other person. No, I refuse. I will not. This is my Tonka truck. You will not touch it. All right, that's not how I view Star Trek. Okay, that's not how I view it. Oh, where did this idea come
Indeed.
from? I don't get it.
Well done. Yep.
Doesn't make any sense to me.
But, and maybe I'm flattering myself, but I
You
don't
are.
think so. I'd like to think that my negative opinion of Man of Steel, for example, is based on more than an initial emotional reaction to it being
It is.
different. I can articulate
and our
particular
reaction
problems
to
I have.
and our reaction
No.
and our reaction to Star Trek is more than just our feelings
More than
being
feeling.
hurt by it. So
Yes.
I mean, I can do that too.
Yeah.
It's the same
Like-
logic.
Works the same way, dummy. And also Man of Steel works on a very different level. It's fundamentally, well, not entirely. They're both similar fundamentally, going against what these characters or the quote unquote these IPs are about. Both examples of that, whether it's the Abrams Klutzman Drek or Snyder Drivel, they're both doing basically the same things, undermining what these characters and these ideas are supposed to be about. And as fans, we don't like them. No one's saying they own anything. I mean, in other words, no one's coming to your house and wrecking your DVDs and putting our eyes over your our hands over your eyes when you're trying at the theater watching the movie or anything like that. We're just expressing opinions and we don't like it. Bottom line is, you want us to like it with you so bad and agree with you so bad that when we're not liking it and you're afraid that we're making negative noises that will keep more of it being made, and we are, and you don't like that. That's the crux of why you hate us so much. That's why you actually hate the people who are the quote unquote haters, is because we're not supporting the corporate builds that you want us to support so that you can get more of that crap. Because I've been hearing that since 2009.
Well, if you don't like it, then support it. They won't make any more.
Good. I don't want them to make any more. So I vote my way. You vote yours, idiot.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of the more normal Star Trek fans that have been moving away, he's also beginning to realize they don't have the numbers to support it on their own.
No, they don't at all. Oh, nowhere close.
Nope.
No,
And that's
why
what
I
he's about.
say hate watching is not something I have ever supported. Okay, if you want to check it out out of curiosity, that's perfectly fine. Who cares,
Yeah.
right? But hate watching, I've never thought that was a good idea. Because you're only benefiting the person that you're hate watching. Now, if you want to watch something and you want to critique it, I don't care. Watching something out of curiosity, that's fine. If you just want to hate something because you want to get off on your hate boner of watching it, I think that's cringe and lame.
Yeah, I don't think you should do that, but if you do it, knock yourself out if it makes you happy. I do it because when I don't watch, well, I hate it. I hate what I'm watching, put it that way. But I do it if I want to talk about it and know the info and be informed on it, and that's why.
Yes,
if I'm informed myself. For example, I never, after the first 8 or 9 episodes of STD, I couldn't do it anymore. But I didn't have a dog in the hunt either. Along came Picard, and because it was tied, it was him, and it was tied to something that was from the old days. I watched it all, only because it was tied into something that was considered legit Trek. Strangledude Worms, because they're tying it to something that went before. I admit I've watched it to inform myself on it, and I hate it. But I'm getting to the point where it's so intolerable I may have to stop doing that. I mean, why do I go see Man of Steel, that was different back when that was going on in 2011, 12, and 13 when it hit the theater. I was in a lot of fights over it, and I was expected by everyone, well, you better back it up when it comes out. You better go watch it. And I did, and gotten more fights after that. 09, same deal with Fake Trek there. If I'm going to talk about it, I'm going to inform myself on it. At least watch it once, so I'll say, look, okay, I've got the info in here if you and the ammo, and that's it. So is there a hate watch element to it? I don't think for me personally, not so much. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm hating it when I'm watching it, but if there were a hate watch thing, I don't really go in there. For example, there's some movies that come out. I've been watching the stupid Marvel movies to review them, but there's some movies that'll come out, like the Marvels. If that ever does come out, I will not be going to see that because I don't even care to review it. I just don't give a shit. Whereas I'll watch stupid shit like Wakanda Forever because I wanted to see I wanted to review it and it was so horrible. I watched Ant-Man, watched some of these newer Marvel movies and they're trash, but I watched them because I was going to be on various panels to talk about them. So when it comes to Star Trek, I still talk about Star Trek, not on my channel as much, but I do watch this stuff. And I'll admit there's a curiosity to see how bad Strangled Newborns is, but I think I'm to a point now where I don't even review it. I might just stop. It is really tough to watch.
I mean, I was morbidly curious when they announced Strange New Worlds because I've always been interested in Pike's command of the Enterprise. I because I have the early Voyages comics from the mid-90s.
Oh, we're reviewing that now on the show on Thursday night.
Nice.
Raquel's loving it.
I mean, I like them as, I mean, there was only, like 17, 18 issues? Something like that?
17, I think. 16, 17, yeah.
Yeah.
Good show. Good
so it didn't last long, but I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I wanted to see more of Pike's command of the Enterprise. So I was morbidly curious.
Yeah.
I watched the very first episode, and I noped out after that. My brain could not handle. My brain my brain could not handle the idea that an alien species looked through telescopes and saw a spaceship and then retro-engineered a warp engine.
And then they watched Earth in the past.
Yeah.
Ugh.
That was so dumb.
It got dumber from there, partner.
It was like my brain could not handle it, and I can't watch this anymore. I actually fell out of love entirely with Star Trek and didn't watch any episode, even the old good stuff, for months because it's like I needed to go through mourning practically. That's what I formally acknowledged that Star Trek was dead.
I can't blame you. Damn, we've been here for over 4 hours. Dude.
Yes.
I'm back in a minute.
Oh, you're fine. You stay as long as you want. You don't have to stay for the entire thing.
You gonna finish this up though? Are you gonna tackle the whole thing?
Definitely.
Wow.
Yeah, we'll tackle it.
We can hurry it up a little bit.
Murders us. We can. We've just been venting about Star
I'll be
Trek
right back then.
and
I gotta take some medicine and get some water. I'll be right
Oh,
back.
you're good.
With that film, specific reasons why it doesn't work for me. I suppose it's possible those reasons are influenced by that negative emotional reaction, that my feelings of disappointment and dissatisfaction compelled me to hunt for problems that might not have bothered me if I didn't have a pre-existing attachment to the character of Superman. But I don't think so. I've had those instinctive negative reactions before for things that I wound up liking. For example, Star Trek Discovery.
Okay.
While I never had a problem with the look of the show in general, it never bothered me the least little bit that it's set in roughly the TOS era, but the design and the technology and the aesthetic don't match what we see in classic Trek. And
It should. That should bother you, you're saying?
Like, there's a difference between like modernizing a set and then just completely ignoring it. Because it's like these uniforms, like he said, they are supposed to be only about 10 years from the TOS era. So why are their uniforms so vastly different? It just things like that don't make sense. But Star Trek has always changed the uniforms, so I can accept different looks for different shows, but there's a limit.
Yes.
And then
I agree.
and then you also count in the fact that there's an episode where Tilly is like running a marathon to be like for cadet training, and it's like she's clear and she's doing so much better than everyone else when it's like no.
sweetie.
No.
No. Yeah, that wouldn't be happening.
And in fact, I think complaints about that stuff are facile and silly. If I'm honest, it did take me a couple of episodes to get used to the redesigned Klingon makeup. And that was 100% because it was different, because it was not what I was used to.
Does it look like anything that it should for that era? Interesting.
And it's also they look horrible. It's not just that they look different. It's they look horrible.
Yes.
And TNG found a decent balance of putting makeup on the characters while making sure that the actor could still like emote and speak their dialogue clearly. These guys didn't have that opportunity.
Yeah. I mean, it's just they're so ugly.
Yeah.
I hate 'em.
I imagine in 1979, some fans of the original series felt something similar when they got their first glimpse of the Klingons in Star Trek The Motion Picture, which are even more different from the Klingons of TOS than the Discovery Klingons are from the TNG era Klingons.
Play orcs.
But I can accept this makeup change because I understand
God.
TOS didn't have that big of a budget,
Right.
but the few episodes that the Klingons were in on TOS were solid episodes with a good story behind it.
Right. I'm late. Did he actually try to make an excuse for the Kling orcs?
Yes. Yes.
He's saying people only complained because it was different.
No, that's not why they complained, jackass. It was unnecessary. You had plenty of budget. Of course, the Super Jar Jar Abrams movie made him look pretty bad too, but you made him look like freaking orcs, which is a disgrace.
Wearing like
by the
Egyptian
way-
style outfits for some reason.
And by the way, if that 25% rule was really in play there, where they have to make things 25% different, Strangled New Worms now has Klingons that look more closer to the later Klingons, by the way, not like the TOS Klingons, even though it's supposed to be, before that. They now have Klingons on that second season, and they look very much closer to the Klingons from TNG and DS9 and stuff like that.
So actual
Why is
Klingons.
that? Close to, pretty much that, interpretation. Very, very, if you look at the pictures from it, you probably find they don't look much different from that. I mean, they look pretty close to based on that. Why would that be? Because people bitched about the Klingons, that's why.
And you were gone when I mentioned it, Clobby, but also the TNG Klingons, their makeup was, they had enough makeup so they looked alien, but the actors were still able to emote and speak clearly, whereas the Kling orc makeup made it that nearly impossible for, like, they could hardly move.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. Now, by the way, this is Strangled New Worms. Hate to keep harking on it, but it's supposedly the same timeline and universe as STD. They've even mentioned they've already separated it from the Kelvin timeline. So in STD, there was a war between the Federation and the Klingons, which is fucking freaking stupid, by the way. And now they're dealing with that like many years later on whatchamacallit, Strangled New Worms. So they totally just disregarded the Kling orcs and changed them. Anyway, that's neither here nor there.
Can't imagine why.
They look so stupid. So he has no problem with the Kling orcs.
Apparently
Okay.
not.
Yeah.
Yes,
Well, he's an
Klingons.
idiot.
And Also, the overall aesthetic and tone of Star Trek: The Motion Picture and its sequels is markedly different from the classic Star Trek TV
So what?
series, but almost
But
So
Star
what?
Trek: The Motion Picture, but the aesthetics from Star Trek: The Motion Picture, as you mentioned earlier, Klobby, it was also part of Phase 2.
Yeah, and they changed it, but they always change stuff. No one's
Yeah.
who's saying they don't change things sometimes, like uniforms and
And
ships and
I
stuff.
will also freely acknowledge the Constitution refit is my favorite starship
here.
ever.
Hey, same here. I
Same.
love the series.
here.
I love the one on the series, but the motion picture one is my
Yep.
favorite spaceship of any in the universe.
It
Yep,
looks so
All
pretty,
spaceships.
and they
I
know it.
love it.
Beautiful.
They know
It's
it too.
beautiful.
Man.
Yeah, and again, so what? It's a change. See, his whole idiotic point is they changed stuff before, man. Yeah, who said they didn't?
Mhm.
I mean, you want some more changes? I'll give you some more. And on the original series, they kept constantly said it was 200 years into the future, and then all of a sudden, the motion picture comes around and it's 300 years. Then the
Yeah.
Wrath of Khan comes out later, and they go back to 200 years. Then the TNG comes out now, and that's 400 years. So they
that's
jump
hilarious.
all over the place. Right.
I
they
didn't.
just-
I never caught that. That's so funny.
Yeah.
yeah, it was kind of just they slipped it in. They said, "Who cares?" I mean, we'll just because there are two references in the original series when Khan first is breaking out of his coma in Space Seed. He goes, "How long?" And Kirk says, "How long have you been sleeping?" 2 centuries, we estimate. Of course, and Khan left in 1996. Well, and then of course in Tomorrow's Yesterday, the guy tells, "I'm going to lock you." And he's back in the past. He tells Kirk, "I'm going to lock you up for 200 years." Because that ought to be just
That's
about right.
just about right.
And there are other references here and there, like, well, what happens in the motion picture? Jim, this is Voyager 6. This was launched from Earth over 300 years ago. Bum, 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 because it's the 23rd century now, right? So, yeah, there's that. And then you got...
So like Voyager 6 launched 100 years before Voyager 1
Yes.
launched. Okay.
And then Khan, what does Khan say in Wrath of Khan? On Earth 200 years ago, I
Yep.
was a prince with power of millions. So, I mean, do we really care in the grand scheme? We go, oopsies. And then what is the TNG? It's 400 years in the future. Oopsies, who cares? It's not a big deal. So, but they changed the Klingon makeup. By the way, those Enterprise episodes were kind of fun that they explained it. We never needed an explanation. Just we get it. It was a budget thing. So what? But the Klingons just look stupid. And Klingon. And there's another thing, Stevie. Fans of even people who liked STD bitched about the orc so much that they changed it on whatchamacallit, Strangled New Worms. They bitched about bad lighting so much that things lit up like a Christmas tree inside now. And I still hate the show, but it looks better. At least the ship inside looks pretty cool. And and all the designs and the sets look fine because they got with their budget, they better, right? So, I mean,
Right.
you walk in the ship, you could actually see where you're walking on the ship. There's that. Big deal. Sorry, I disrailed again. But anyway, go ahead.
You're
Where were we?
fine.
And then I also on that point, I hate the motion picture uniforms. I think they look terrible. They
They're
changed
ugly,
them.
yes.
I love that Admiral uniform he's got there. I mean, I think the ones the footy pajamas.
It looks a little too much like the Love Boat captain shit uniform. And
later he had a fully white shirt later, but that's kind of the I don't know. I always liked them because you got to understand. I didn't get to watch the series much as a kid, and then when I was 15 years old, the first time I really got to get really super into Star Trek was the motion picture, going to the theater, seeing it all those times, and the Marvel Super Special adaptation of it. And then we got the show and got to start watching them over and over and recording them. So motion picture was kind of my gateway. So I don't know. I just loved it from there. So, but I admit a lot of people don't like those uniforms. Friends of mine call it the pajama party. With those,
I can see that.
Pajama. But
they just look so uncomfortable.
Yes.
It looks like it's like constantly up their ass crack, like the way that they walk. It's just like they always have a wedgie. They always have a wedgie.
They're like footy pajamas. So yeah.
And also like there's that one shot. I always remember this one. There's that one shot of Kirk in his captain's quarters, and the whole entire room is just nothing but beige. It's like, oh, this a little color, guys. Come on.
I like it. Like it. I love that design of that ship. Man, I'll tell you what. So anyway, Steve, what is he telling us now? Klingons or changes? He's whining about changes that another straw argument that no one cares about.
Yeah.
Correct.
But almost no one still complains about that because Star Trek the Motion Picture came out over 40 years ago, and even most of the relatively few fans who had a problem with it back then have gotten used to it.
Okay.
Just as they got over it.
You'll love it one day.
I'm supposed to get over it. That's right.
You're gonna get over
my initial aversion to the disco Klingon design, and it didn't take very long. Like I said, it was distracting for a couple of episodes.
You mean STD? Okay,
STD. Yes.
One of the things that helped me accept it was my awareness that these sorts of redesigns, these visual retcons, if you will, are commonplace in long-running franchises. Visual effects technology and makeup techniques improve.
Yeah, but they're shit.
That design improvement's different. See, they still that crap the straw man, but they improve.
Mm-hmm.
This wasn't about an improvement. They changed this on purpose. And not for the 25% rule, because again, if that was the case, why are they making them look like Klingons now?
Money.
Orc.
Yeah.
Klingorks. True, because fans
they had
about this.
Yeah, because they look terrible. It's not that they changed the makeup, the Klingon makeup. It's because it looks horrible.
And even fans of this shitty show bitched about it, apparently, Steve, because they changed it.
Yes.
Remember, SCD is in the far-flung, like 32nd century with that hogwash now. But in modern or in farther the time that they left, which is where Strangledoom Worms is, they keep showing Klingons. It was just a few years ago that there were the Klingorks. So they've found an excuse, like the Klingorks were some kind of, I don't know what they were because they haven't said that, but they've showed Klingons that look like the old school Klingons. For something, there's got to be a reason for it, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus.
No reason. That's illegal.
Oh.
Producers and directors come and go, styles change and evolve with the time. It's not unusual, generally speaking, and it's not unheard of in Star Trek.
Normally they're not shit, though. Damn it.
Again,
I have a problem with Discovery changing.
Again, there's a difference between technology and techniques improving over time, and we'll change it just for the sake of changing it for no explainable reason.
Yep.
Because, I mean, look at the amount of makeup on this guy's face. He can barely emote. You put in more makeup than the TNG era makeup would have needed. So you're spending more money to make him look terrible. Why?
Well, I can tell you one thing. They really did it for agenda reasons. We're not going to go to agenda stuff here. I understand that. But remember back when this was made in 2016 or whatever, a certain producer of the show and other actors said that the Klingorks were representative of a certain movement.
I forgot all about that.
They were like, oh, look, orcs are black people. And I'm just like, I'm sorry?
They were actually accusing them of a certain movement of an orange nature.
Uh-huh.
Yes. I was like, orange? What the fuck are you talking about? Okay,
they represented certain orange people.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
I remember that.
And they said this outright, by the way. That's what the Klingons were. This is said by, was not Brian Fuller, it was Klutzman, and it was that idiot Jason Isaacs.
Yes, I think it was.
Remember, this came out in 2017, but it was in production when in 2016.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying. Now that they don't have that to fall back on, they said, well, let's make fans happy and make the Klingons look better. Not that that matters to me.
Thanks. Thanks, guys. I'm glad that you made them look better because now you can push something.
Now it doesn't matter to me, but yeah.
Yeah, it's too late, so it's like, all right.
Yeah.
Good job, question mark?
Yes.
Changing the look of Klingons or featuring set design or other elements of its visual style that don't match what we've seen in other entries in the franchise. It's just that. My problem. I can either get over it or not, but it's something I need to address, not the producers of the show.
Okay,
They
so
did,
if we
though.
start going down that logic train, why do they change stuff if I'm the one with the problem for not liking it?
Yep.
Mhm.
Why change things?
Well, why change things?
Yeah. Well,
To be
what can you
fair,
do?
Strange New Worlds was not out when he did this view,
No,
but
no,
it
it
doesn't
wasn't.
matter because he's
No,
taking a
no,
stand on this.
No.
You know?
I'm sure he loves that show too. Sure.
No, they
But
changed
that's
his
true, it
clean
wasn't out yet.
arts. They changed his clean arts. He
Mhm.
can't. No.
They're Klingorks.
Yes.
Oh.
Yep.
So I got over it. And ultimately, I wound up liking Discovery quite a bit. But that didn't have to be the case.
Uh,
No.
We're not talking about a binary choice here. Either you get over your initial reflexive disappointment that a thing doesn't match your expectations and you love it, or you
What do you want from me?
So what are you
What
saying?
about the critiques that people had of, hey, and what about the critiques people had about things along the lines of, hey, they've arrested Burnham is going out of her way to save somebody who looks like her former mentor but has eaten sentient beings.
Oh God. He
You
doesn't
know,
care.
people might have an issue with that.
Yep.
No.
But no,
No.
of course not. They're not allowed, according to him. I mean, I don't know what you're trying to say, Steve. I mean, we get it. It seems like you've come out and said, you know what? If you don't like Star Trek this way, fine. But some people do. That sounds like what he's saying. Like, okay, true. That's the truth. That's very true. But why are you spending, Steve, 30 minutes condescending to people about it? And I'm still worried about that word actually. Looks like to me, actually, he hasn't gone. I'm going to give him credit. He hasn't gone, SJW route yet. There were actually phobes and all that stuff. But he has actually, I think I'm trying to determine what it is. I know we're not to the end of it yet. I'm trying to predict what it actually is. That's the most important word here. It's actually, they hate it because it isn't what they want. I think if he's saying what I think he is, it isn't what they want from Star Trek. I'm like, well, what do you expect? Why would they love it if it's not what they want from Star Trek, Steve? But anyway, go ahead. That's my prediction.
No, I've been trying to figure it out too.
And what's wrong with that? If you hate it because they took something, called it Star Trek, and then didn't do Star Trek the way you wanted, isn't that a normal human response?
No.
He says you got to get over it and change your mind, like me, Steve. I guess. Who knows? I guess we'll find out. I'm almost thinking we won't find out, by the way.
Yeah.
you don't get over that disappointment and you hate it. It's entirely possible that I could have gotten over how distracting I found the redesigned Klingons in Discovery and still thought it was a bad show.
Yeah.
For some Star Trek fans, that's exactly what happened.
Okay.
Star Trek Discovery is not a perfect series. It has problems that aren't related to the fact that it looks and feels different from other shows in the franchise.
Okay. So what do you want from me? What is your point?
What are you trying to tell us here, Steve? Come on, spit it out, man.
That was you walked back what you said before, so now I just don't understand anymore. What do you want?
What are you actually saying here, Steve?
Yeah.
Kelvin Timeline films have problems too. So does Star Trek Enterprise. So do the TNG era movies. So do Voyager and Deep Space Nine and the TNG TV series and Voyager. and Star Trek the Animated Series, and Lower Decks, and Voyager, and so do the TOS era movies. At one point, each of those was the new Star Trek, and there were voices in the fandom condemning them for
stupid.
Oh,
Give me a
this
headache, man.
point-
We all know this.
And this point is pointless.
Meaningless. It is pointless. We all
His
get that
point is
at some
pointless.
point everything is new, right? Because his argument is at some point everything is new. Well, that doesn't hold water because, for example, when we're all sitting around in 1978 and 79 and 80 going, well, I hope they do another Star Trek. And then in the years leading up to that, we get Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan. We're all really enjoyed it. And we got, man, we hope we get more Star Trek. Nobody said, oh, you know what? Yeah, we were all sad about events that happened in it, but we were all happy. Then 3, then 4, even when, let's take Trek 5, and not particularly liked the movie. When it came out, nobody threw Star Trek into the garbage. They simply said, if you didn't like it, we thought this was a subpar Star Trek movie. We hope we get another one.
Mm-hmm.
And you got another one. Well, or like when TNG was running its course, you go, well, man, I'm sad to see it go. I hope we get another show. We got other shows. Some liked them and some didn't, Steve. So, but that's just the way things go, Steve-O. That's not why most people hate it. They hate it because of the things it does to Star Trek. And I'm not speaking for everyone, but that's why a lot of people hate it. There might be other reasons for other people. So what he's talking about is a bunch of straw man argument garbage.
Okay, so like real quick. So like to your point, Clobby, TNG was on when I was a kid, and I loved it. And my dad would rebroadcasts of TOS were on past my bedtime, so my dad would tape it.
Cool.
On VHS, and then the next morning before he went to work and I went to school, we would watch last night's episode of Star Trek together. So that's where my love of Star Trek happened. But when TNG ended, my parents, we only had the one TV at the time. So TNG ended. They didn't really like DS9. So that was kind of the end of my watching Star Trek as a kid. Later, when I was in high school and starting college, I started to watch reruns of Star Trek and TNG because I watched those as a kid, and I gained an appreciation for it on a deeper level because it wasn't just spaceships and ray guns anymore. I was like, oh, these are actually like really smart, intelligent stories. And so even though I didn't watch DS9 and Voyager when they were on, I went back and rewatched them and thought, wow, these are really good. This is actually really, really interesting. Then I was a freshman in college, and I went, they're still making Star Trek. There's that Enterprise prequel series. I'm going to tune in and give that a chance. And of all the episodes, of all the episodes of Enterprise that I could have tuned into, it was the one with the mind meld AIDS allegory.
Oh, yeah, Stigma.
Yeah.
Not my favorite. Not one of my favorites.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, some of the other peripheral stuff in the episode I like, but I don't like that whole. No. That's a sequel to the other episode. That's Stigma. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So like,
I don't like that one. That sucks.
I was like, okay, maybe.
Yeah, I hate that one.
That was the one episode of Enterprise I watched while it was on. So because of that, I didn't watch Enterprise for a very, very long time because my one dipping my toe into it was that awful.
That happened.
Because
yeah.
But I eventually did decide to give Enterprise a chance. And I actually, for the most part, like it. I think there were plenty of missed opportunities, but I could say the same thing with TNG and Voyager and DS9. That's just part of the creative process. There are plenty of missed opportunities on Enterprise.
Sure.
But the overall premise was still pretty solid. The foundation was there. They just had missed opportunities. STD, their premise was shit. They didn't. There was nothing you could fix.
Right. Agreed. Yep. I choose to view it as not Star Trek. It's not Star Trek to me. I can't make
Right.
Steve Shives say that, and I can't tell anyone else to say it, and I don't bother. I just decide that Trek to me is 66 through 05, and anything after that is corporate sludge with the name Star Trek on it, and the law only backed up by the law and not by the creator of the show. And that's so. There you go. That's all I've got to stand on, but that's all I care to stand on. So that's just me. And Steve Shives should be able to understand that, but he doesn't apparently.
Yeah, I agree. Star Trek is 66 to 05.
Yep, I agree with that too.
And that's it.
Yep, unironically, this is making me want to watch Enterprise.
It's making me. I binged it again for the millionth time back in February. Now I already want to go back, but I can't. I gotta wait till we do Voyager.
Yes. All right.
For betraying the legacy of whatever their concept of real Star Trek was.
Screw you.
From where I stand, those who in recent years have said those things about Discovery or Picard or Lower Decks or the Kelvin Timeline films are no more compelling than those of previous generations who said similar things about Enterprise or Deep Space Nine.
Because you have a
TOS
smooth
movie.
brain there, Steve.
See, all he has is there were people who didn't like later iterations or back in the day between 66 and 05. So see, it's the same thing. It's not the same thing, you idiot. God damn it, it's not the same thing. Not even close.
Yeah.
And no, I'm not saying sorry for that one.
As we said before. And as we said before, the first season of TNG is really rough. They had to find their footing and get their bearings. But the foundation was solid. Same thing with DS9. It starts off a little clunky. Voyager also kind of started off a little clunky. That's normal, but the foundation was solid. None of these shows have a solid foundation.
None. Absolutely none of them. They're not Star Trek, Stevie. But anyway, knock yourself out, Steve.
Oh no! I went because I still had the video open from when I was trying to figure out when it was gonna how long ago he had published this. Yeah, I think it gets super triggered here in a few minutes.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Yeah.
Or Voyager. Yes, people are entitled to their opinions. But I'm entitled to find those opinions shallow and tedious.
No,
I can find you shallow.
There is no series, TV
Your
or film in
face
the
is
Star Trek
shallow.
franchise that is perfect, and there are plenty of totally legitimate reasons for people to not like them. There are shows and movies in the franchise that I don't like very much, and over the years I've talked about my reasons for that. I've also had issues with parts of the franchise that I do like, including the most recent shows and movies, and I've talked about those as well, and will no doubt do so again and again and again until you all get sick of hearing about it.
Good for you.
I don't think the hatred of new Star Trek that originates from that very loud and disgruntled corner of the fan base is rooted in.
Okay.
Oh no!
So you can't have both. You can't also be somebody that's disgruntled a little bit. So you're valid and I'm not. That's basically what this boils down to.
If you're in that loud, whatever he was about to call him, yeah.
Yes.
Racing Palpatine. Does Proto Wheaton know what he's talking about?
No, he might at this point he might be Beta Wheaton.
I don't know.
Wow.
I don't know. It's a nice burn though.
In thoughtful, considered critique. I honestly believe most of it comes from a place of entitlement and disappointment.
You are a piece of shit.
This isn't what I wanted, therefore I don't like it. It's
fuck off.
Yeah, I'm allowed to not like things. Fuck off. Fuck you.
Yeah.
He's
fuck your mama.
Shit.
Okay, how about that?
And it's not
condescending.
And it's not my problem that you have too smooth of a brain to understand detailed critiques.
Yep. It's they don't like what I like. They're a bunch of shitheads. Right, Steve? I mean, it's just, you've said nothing of substance for all this time, and now you say that. I almost want to hear what he said. That can we hear that again? That last one?
Yeah, we can roll it back.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
I want to see if I.
That's about 10 seconds.
Right.
All right.
Proud and disgruntled corner of the fan base is rooted in thoughtful, considered critique. I honestly believe most of it comes from a place of entitlement and disappointment.
That's bullshit.
This-
All right, you're entitled. You are entitled. Fuck for not loving Man of Steel and kissing Zack Snyder's asshole and taint. Okay, that's what you are.
Yes.
You're an entitled fuck for not absolutely worshiping the ground in which Man of Steel. Not
You're
walks upon,
entitled.
but you understand.
You're entitled because you want to see a show. First of all, not even set 10 years before Kirk. Plus, when they do see it, you don't want to see stupid shit like having Spock's better sister, secret sister, or having her
Spock's
be
never
a,
before mentioned
their
sister.
bestest ever, never before mentioned sister who starts wars and murders people and does all. And you want to see something called Star Trek where they don't have a giant worm thingy or whatever, giving them basically a TARDIS to fly through, to go all over space in. You don't want to see the stupid pizza cutter doing silly shit like that. No, you're entitled because you want to see a show that makes sense, that actually has science and has good characters, and not just a bunch of Fifi writing and CCW crap. CW like talking in corridors drivel. That because you want to see a show that's written by adults who understand science fiction and understand the core of Star Trek. You're entitled because you, Steve, like this piece of shit and don't understand anything that I just said because you just glop up any old slop that the friggin' corporation throws at you. Okay, this is corporate bilge. It's not Star Trek, and they don't do anything Star Trek like at all. And so that's why I hate it, Steve-O. But no, it's entitled.
Well, hold on, Clobby. That's not fair. They are a lot like Star Trek. They don't make money, just like the Star Trek universe. There's no money.
That's true. They don't make money.
So
nobody's watching it.
Exactly. So it is a lot like the Star Trek universe.
There's no Star Trek heart, no Star Trek soul, no Star Trek intelligence whatsoever to anything done after from 09 up or after 05, 09 through now. Nothing of what made Star Trek truly at its core, from Roddenberry's dream and his vision to even some of the other stuff that he wasn't involved with that at least held closer to that vision. None of it's here for this show. None of it.
But Clobby, you are forgetting something though. They have crying in hallways.
They do have that.
Oh, and a mushroom shroom drive.
And mac and cheese.
Oh my god, I want mac and cheese.
And they had that episode with the Tribbles where the short where the Tribbles ate the human and they
monster Tribbles because funny.
Good. No, Tribble good.
God, what a pansy this guy! What a little beta bitch this boy is. Tired of him.
This isn't what I wanted, therefore I don't like it. It's reflective. It's reactionary.
What?
Wait a minute. You're supposed to like something you don't want?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Isn't it logic that says if you didn't want it, you have to like it now? Is that what?
Yeah. So you have to continue shoving it down your throat until you just accept it and submit.
Wow.
Well, Stevie, by that logic, then, you must like the Bible, right?
And the Man of Steel.
He doesn't want the Bible or Man of Steel, so he's got to like it anyway.
Yeah.
You need to like the Bible anyway, Steve-O.
Yeah, I didn't know you were into Jesus, Steve. That's interesting.
Yeah.
He needs it. There you go.
Yeah.
And unsophisticated. It's also understandable, relatable, and deeply human, but that only buys so much sympathy.
Oh, okay. So me being a human being only buys me so much sympathy. Well, that's a bummer.
If you don't like it, you are unsophisticated, right?
Ah, yes, I am not the high-class person who enjoys seeing a fat woman running a marathon. Ah, yes, my God.
The
I
show's
feel, you know
moronic.
what? I need a monocle and I need to be sipping tea with a top hat.
Oh boy.
Hey,
Oh,
Chris.
And it doesn't mean those angry, entitled voices ought to be listened to or appeased. Especially
Okay, well, you should
Fuck
be
off!
listening to about your Man of Steel opinion. Bye-bye.
shouldn't be listened to.
Yeah, that's why they changed the Klingons.
No one. But what about you? Should you be listened to, Steve?
Apparently, because we're listening to him, unfortunately. It's all my
Right.
fault. No, it's Loki's fault. It's all
It
Loki's
is
fault.
Loki's fault. Yeah.
It's Loki's fault.
So they don't have to be listened. Yeah, nobody has to be listened to.
If someone
You're
doesn't
right.
like something, you should just not listen to them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I got news for you, buddy. They listened to them, some of them. Wait, because this is in the future. We're in the future now. I hate Strangled Worms, don't get me wrong. But some of the stuff they did on that show, they got from, they think they're trying to, that was, it sucks, but they were trying to appease fans because they didn't understand how to appease them. But they tried with a lot of things to appease fans with that show. A show about the Enterprise exploring space. A show that's less dark. A show that's now too light, but a show that, again, has everyone thought Anson Mount was some great guy, so let's put him on the show. Let's have Spock. Yeah, whatever. There you go.
I watch the holiday special every year.
I've
Who
never
does
seen
Steve?
the holiday special.
Oh, you should see it.
It's amazingly terrible.
Ooh.
That's why you should see
Okay.
it.
Yeah.
especially when doing so would ultimately choke the life out of this thing we all love. Exploring strange new
What?
worlds, seeking out and embracing the unfamiliar is at the
Which they never did on that show.
No, they didn't do that on Discovery. So you just
When did they
played
do anything
yourself
other
there,
than-
buddy.
Hey, Steve, when did they do anything on Discovery other than fight wars and stupid shit like that?
Don't forget crying in hallways.
Well, they do that, but that's not really exploring things, but that's okay.
They're
It's
exploring
exploring their
Exploring their
feelings.
fees.
Yay,
You're right.
Josh!
You're right. What was I thinking?
Yay! High five, Josh. We did
Jinx,
it.
you owe
Oh,
me a
dear.
Coke.
No.
heart of Star Trek. If the franchise isn't
Which has no
allowed
heart.
to grow and change and continually evolve into something new, it'll eventually stack.
They did until 2005.
It didn't, though, because all it did was devolve into something bad and something repulsive. So, again, that's another thing. There's this mentality that I've always despised amongst geeks, where if something's new, it's got to be good. I mean, I cannot tell you how many times I've gotten
Oh.
in discussions, comic shops or wherever, where I would, I'd say, we would start talking about something that I didn't think was very good, and I'd be so, and I would always ask, so what do you like about it? I would tell you, you ask, because they would always ask me invariably, why don't you like it? So I'd lay out why I don't like it, even in a very mellow discussion, mind you. And I'd say, so I'd always come back, so you liked it, huh? Yeah, what'd you like about it? I cannot tell you how many times I would get, well, it's new, it's different. It's new, and it's kind of, I said, sure, okay. But it's new, it's different. I said, but okay, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you like it? Because it's different.
Right.
It's not the same. I said, but I need more. I mean, again, you don't have to tell me, but I'm asking you. I gave you 10 reasons why I didn't think it was any good, and you just like all the changes in it, right? Yeah, they changed this and they changed that, and that's all you like. There's no substance to it whatsoever. It's hollow. This idiot, I guarantee you, likes it because it's got the label Star Trek on it. He's indiscriminate. He doesn't give a shit about it being it having Star Trek ideas and intelligence and stories. It's called Star Trek. It's a ship going out there in space, and it's got all the little tick boxes that he loves because they know what he's like, and that is that. He feels like, because he does love Trek, I get it. He feels like if it's called Trek, I have to support it no matter what. It's a little saying I copied back in 2009 called "Any old Drek called Trek." These people, that's what this mindless twerp is. If it's got the name Star Trek on it, I will love it no matter what, unconditionally. He says, "Oh, there are episodes I don't like." Oh, yeah, sure, but and that's all fine and good. There may be episodes of STD you don't like, but let's face it, you probably don't like much of it, any of it. You probably don't see, but you feel like you have to support it when you saw that a certain type. It's when it took a political stance, and it did. You knew that on your side of the fence, Steve-O, you better defend it, and that's all you're really doing. I know who you're defending this against. You're not going to come out and admit it in the next 5 minutes, but I really know where you're actually coming from. I'm actuallying him now. I'm actuallying him now, just for the fun of it.
Nice.
Full circle.
Did it.
Stagnate. It'll cease to be a living, breathing part of our culture and become
already
just
did.
another.
It's
interesting
already
part.
dead.
It's not breathing. It's pestilence.
Oh, honey. It has been dead for a while. It's been rotting. Do you
Right.
not smell that?
It is a rotting corpse from
Mhm.
hell. Did either of you see the film Shaun of the Dead?
Yes.
Yes.
Remember at the end scene when Nick Frost, who's hilarious, his buddy is bitten by a zombie,
Yep.
and then
Yes.
we're all sad. But then we cut to this later scene where he goes out to the shed in his back room. Everything's sort of back to normal in the world, and there you see he's got his buddy, his zombified, rotting corpse of a buddy chained up where he sits and plays video games with him, and if he has to stay away from him a little bit, they'll bite him. But he loves his buddy so much he can't give him up. That's not his friend anymore, but he can't let go. That's a rotting corpse that he's got chained up. That's very dangerous. It's putrefying. It's going to rot right there, playing video games until it's gone, and he can't let it go. That is Star Trek, and has been since 2009. And the people who like this moron who cling to it are the Simon Pegg character, the Sean, who can't let and you know what? As much as I miss my friend, I'd rather than have a decent burial and say goodbye to them in a like friend or family member rather than see this abomination happen to them. That's why I'd rather accept that Star Trek's dead before I look at it in corpse fashion, in a corpse form, like STD and Strangled Dude Worms and P Hard, all 3 seasons, and Lower Drex and Prodigy and all of that garbage. That's one big zombie and the movies, all one big zombie gestalt rotting away in the friggin' shed, chained up playing video games, and you are Sean, Steve-O. You and your ilk.
Wow.
Did you say sorry?
I can't top any of that. That was fantastic, Lobby.
That's great.
Nice. Sorry.
Yeah.
It was an accident.
I swear to God.
Just kidding. Don't worry, it was
It's
insincere.
compliment. Says sorry.
It was insincere. Sorry. Well, maybe a little. Sorry.
We have 5 minutes left.
Oh, I'm sorry. Now
Yes,
we really should
we're
behave
almost done.
ourselves.
We're so close. We can do it.
And I suppose that's bound to happen eventually, but it's not something I want to see anytime soon.
You already did.
It's already happened.
It's already dead.
Most Trekkies, I think, embrace.
And
Hold on.
Hold on there, buddy, because you're talking about how you want Star Trek to continue to be a part of the cultural discussion. When has it been since it came back?
Only a few geeks, pro and con, ever talk about it. Trek geeks hate it, and Trek geeks who like it. That's the only ones. It has no impact culturally whatsoever, and has not probably since the 90s. I'm maybe a little bit more than that. But.
Yeah, I agree.
Embrace the new. That doesn't mean we like everything. That doesn't mean we aren't critical, that we don't have our notes and objections and complaints.
Okay, I'm not going to embrace something I don't like. Why is that such a hard concept?
Yeah, if you don't like it, can't you not like it? Well, I thought Steve gave us permission to not like stuff.
Yeah.
All right. You know what, Steve? It's okay to tell your wife you don't like her fucking other men. Okay, while
Wait.
you're sitting there in the corner, it's okay. You can't. You don't have to embrace it. You can tell her I don't like this.
Are you thinking? Do you think Steve has a wife? Right. Maybe.
It's a fair point.
I don't. Yes, it's possible. Well,
He just got that face. You know what I mean? He got the
Yeah.
face. You know what I mean? Like,
oh dear.
genetics were not kind to you, sir.
It doesn't mean we don't sometimes have to fight back against our own feelings of entitlement and disappointment.
Suck
It
off.
means
Ugh.
that
No,
But I thought you're entitled to not like something there, Steve.
Yeah. What amount? I mean, why can't we just
What am
dislike
I-
stuff, Steve?
what am I supposed to
Actually.
do?
Okay, Steve. Sure, man. I
Okay.
thought we were allowed to
Okay.
dislike stuff.
Oh yeah, we're about to hit the part.
What do you want us to
Okay.
do, Steve?
Yeah, just sit there and accept it.
I want my marching orders from Steve. I'm confused. I need to know what
Yeah.
I'm supposed to do.
Yeah, no,
I-
sit there and
I-
accept it like he does in the chair in the
I
corner.
guess so.
I need Steve's guidance.
Do
Okay.
does that mean I have to watch it?
Yeah, and accept it and deal with it.
Don't talk
watch
bad
it
about it.
until you like it. Watch it
That's
until you
good.
accept it and embrace
Wow.
it.
that we try to keep our concept of Star Trek flexible and accommodating of variety. In 2000,
Oh
So,
no.
Oh God, I'm about to throw up.
Oh no.
Oh, don't you?
Good luck. Good luck and Godspeed to both of you.
Let's
I already
get
know
through
what's about to happen.
Oh,
I'm not going to
no.
say a word. Oh shit.
Okay. Let it play.
All right.
2009, Leonard Nimoy was asked about his role in the first Kelvin Timeline film and if he was worried that fans would reject it because it tampers with established canon.
And he said, "Fuck
Canon
'em."
is only important to certain people because they have to cling to their knowledge of the minutiae,
Fuck
Nimoy
off.
said. Open your mind, Nimoy continued. Be a Star Trek fan
In other words-
and open your mind and say, where does Star Trek want to take me now?
And accept anything we do to you. Because let me tell you something. I love Leonard Nimoy as Spock. The man has said and done a lot of stupid shit. I'm not begrudging him taking the gig for the money. I say take the money. Even back then, I said, look, take the gig, dude. Whatever. That's money.
I mean,
I'm not begrudging that.
It needs
Not
to be
that I have a
kept.
say in it.
It needs to be kept in mind.
But-
He had a financial reason for promoting this.
Right. He did. And he went on Saturday Night Live and called fans who criticize it dickheads. You know, and it wasn't very nice considering how fans have treated you. But fans can take a joke. We could take a joke. You want to call us dickheads? That's fine, dickhead. But don't. I was so mad at him for years because of shit right here that he said and other things that when he passed, I felt really guilty about being mad at him because I loved him as Spock and always will. But I was mad at him not for selling out, but for coming out and acting belligerent towards fans who didn't agree. He could have said all he had to say was, "Well, fans are entitled to their opinion, and I understand where they're coming from, and I appreciate the way they've supported me over the years. I am not Spock. Oh, that much money. I guess I am Spock." So with his 2 books, he wrote a book, I Am Not Spock. Then he wrote a book called I Guess I Am Spock. It should have been titled That Much Money. I Guess I Am Spock. So, Leonard, I love
Fuck
you,
it,
man.
I am Spot.
Fuck it, Spock. I love you, Leonard. But you're full of shit. You're not just like anyone else. You're not always right. At least Shatter didn't sell out. You took the bucks. You ran great. I'm glad. I hope it helped your family. I'm not going to say anything bad about you, Pat, because you've given me so much. Other than you are goddamn wrong about this. All you had to say, first of all, open your mind and say, where does Star Trek want to take me? That's so not open-minded. Where does something want to take me? I don't want you to take me anywhere, dude. You're an entertainer, and Star Trek's a TV show. I'll go where I want, okay? And Star Trek, I love it. It doesn't dictate what I feel, what I think about anything. It shows me ideas. It challenges my mind and intelligence. It shows me all these wonderful things, and then I decide upon what I like, what I don't like. I'm entertained by it. I adore it. It's part of one of the most wonderful facets of my life ever. But I'm not going to be dictated to it by you or anybody else just to sit over, basically bend over and take that movie up the ass and take everything else that Jar Jar Abrams and Alex Klutzman and Steve Shives wants to give me up the ass. Fuck them and fuck you for supporting them. You know what? Eat a bag of dicks. And I'm sorry. I return now to the regularly scheduled program, which is already in progress.
That's fine.
I mean, the only thing I was going to add to that was, where does it want to take me now? So
where? Yeah.
What
I know
about
where.
people
To the movie theater to sit your ass down and eat popcorn. Sorry, go ahead.
But what about? So you should just open your mind and say, where does Star Trek want to take me now? Well, what we found out was it's the creepy guy in the white van that wants to take me somewhere. Is that something you should agree to? I say no.
Accept. Just accept anything that Leonard Nimoy and what's his face, Steve Shives and all these people, let it take me. Open your mind and say, where does Star Trek want to take me now? Well, if Gene Roddenberry was still around, I might be more open to something like that. If it was the real crew or that kind of stuff, maybe. But not. No, when he said this, he's talking about Jar Jar Abrams. Right, and so he can screw off. Calm now. Sam calm. Sam calm, man.
I did warn y'all.
You did warn me. You gave me a trigger warning.
Yeah, I did. I said Godspeed and good luck to both of you. And
thanks, Just Joe. Appreciate you, Jobber. My old buddy Jobber's in there.
Yay. That's nice. Take me high. I'm not gonna read the whole thing because I'll get copyright note from the heavens. But
maybe Country Roads will be in the musical episode.
I promise to say nothing so we can get this one done quick.
It's all right.
I'm done with my ranting.
He's gonna start shilling. It's fine. He's gonna start shilling his Patreon soon. So
okay.
Maybe Star Trek will sometimes take us to places we don't like. That's okay. But we should at least be willing to set aside our expectations at the start of the journey.
And we thought it was shit.
And discover for ourselves where it goes.
We did.
We did all that, Stevie.
Yeah.
Oh, thank God it's over.
Oh, wow.
Oh, you don't want to see his Patreon?
No. I'm good.
I don't think I'll be subscribing to him. No offense to Steve. I'm sure Steve will be okay.
Oh my goodness.
That was fun, though. I enjoyed it. Thank you for having me. And I'm sorry if I took up too much time, Sorry.
No, it's fine.
I'm sorry for saying I'm sorry. I'm sorry for saying I'm sorry. And I'm sorry it was long, by the way.
Clobber? No, it's fine. I mean, it was 30 minutes is a long time. So
find a short one of these days, but appreciate it though. It was a lot of fun, my friends.
I was gonna look up a shorter one, but that one just the title rubbed me the wrong way, and I couldn't help myself.
Oh, I think it was brilliant. You came up with the one with Shives. That guy's such a jagoff. I think that's hilarious.
Yeah. All right, Clobby, because you are our special guest, what you got going on for the rest of the week?
Well, of course, tonight, Saturday Night Star Trek, 4 more episodes of Star Trek Voyager early in the season 1. So we got a long way to go. It's been a long road getting from there to here. Sorry. And
what episodes are tonight?
They are 4. But we're Eye of the Needle. Let's see. We're at the very beginning. We did the first. We did the pilot.
Caretaker.
Caretaker. Then last week we did 4 episodes. This week we're doing Eye of the Needle, ex post facto emanations and prime factors. And so yeah, it'll be way better than STD, no matter whether it's good or not. Beside the point, it'll be better than that at least. So it'll be about a ship exploring space and not talking about Fifi's quite as much. Although they do a little Fifi stuff on there, And then on Monday nights, I'm always at my good friend J-Man's channel at 6 Central. We were reviewing every single appearance of the Legion of Superheroes from 58 to 89, Silver to Bronze Age in order.
Wow.
In chronological order. Shaman, and yeah, we do 3 issues a week, so it's going to take. We do 3 months, 3 weeks out of the month, so it's going to take us quite some time. But we're having a ball doing that, and then I'll do something. I'm not exactly sure what I'm going to do Monday night, but next week starts August, and August is Jack Kirby month on Clobberin Times, so I'm going to wall to wall King of Comics. Yeah. Oh, also I should mention Sunday nights. I do Sunday Night Geekery with my great buddy Mark D with a C. You guys should come hang out with us one of these nights. Come if you pop by on. It's 11 Eastern. It's kind of late. I realize that, but it's 10 Eastern. There's a 10. No, it's 10. What? 10 Central. So it's 11 Eastern.
So it's 11 Eastern. Okay.
It's just a geeky. We just geek out for doing nothing in particular. So then all the rest of the shows all week. I stream 7 days a week. It's ridiculous.
Well, you know what? I will see. For me, for Sunday night, because I have to get up at
get up early,
5:15 in the morning, and I know Josh does too. So I probably would have to wait until I had a Monday off.
Yeah. No, I hear you.
So
It's pretty late.
Labor Day weekend would probably be my earliest for that.
Cool.
So.
Well, I appreciate you all having me.
Yeah, it was a pleasure.
Absolutely. It's been too long.
Indeed.
It's been a long time.
Rose, I'm ready here.
Yeah, I don't know the rest of it. That's all I've ever gotten to.
I actually do know it all on set band. Although there's a longer version that they play in like in waiting rooms and stuff. Anyway.
Yeah.
And radios.
Alrighty, Josh. Do you have Stu?
I'm still working on my Picard season 3 review. It's
hurry up, damn it!
Yeah, I want to see that. Let me know.
Season 4 is gonna be out by the time you're done.
Hopefully, never.
It's 10 episodes to slog through it. I don't have the greatest computer out there, so it takes a while to render the files.
Excuses.
I do have next week off of work, so I plan on spending a lot of time working on it next week. That's
Definitely.
that's as long as Becky doesn't give me chores, which I'm sure she will.
Okay.
There you go. Well, good night, everybody.
Hold on. Have you made her watch Moonfall yet?
Made her watch what?
I have not.
Damn you, Josh. How long has this movie been out?
And since the beginning of the year.
No, it was last year.
Was it last year?
Yes.
Okay.
Moonfall was a 2022 movie.
Okay.
I'm running, guys. Thank you so much.
All right, well, we're about to come out, so nothing for me. I got to work, and that's it.
Later, Gators.
Bye,
Bye, everyone.
No, he left. He left. Oh, it's doing the outro. Damn it, Clobby. He threw me off my outro. Damn you. Well, his links are in the description, and also Chris has them. So, click. Okay. All right. Bye.
Bye, everyone.